In the 3 weeks, the incident kept on fomenting. Almost every major sect in the core worlds was being roasted. In the meantime, from certain corners on the spiritual nexus, a brand new opinion was quietly released and soon spread out virally. Xianxia is certainly not right, but she is quite pitiful too. Think about it. 100 years ago, as a saintess of demons who shouldered the destiny and future of all her compatriots, she was merely in the Demon King stage or the core formation stage. Faced with the almighty giants that had controlled the old Federation for hundreds of years, did she really have a choice other than to lower her proud head and listen to them obediently? Yes, she went through so much trouble doing so many things against her will, but she earned less than 10% from the gains. Most of the benefits were looted by the major sects. Xianxia was innocent. 100 years ago, she was a kind, innocent girl. Otherwise, why would the legendary vulture Liao, the dominator of 3 sectors, have recruited her as a disciple? She is Liao's disciple, and Liao is our great hero. So, she must be a good person. It's a shame that Liao left too early. Without the protection of Liao, how could such a vulnerable girl as Xianxia have protected the future of her people and resisted the storms of the outside world on her own? Those wretched giants threatened her with the future of demons after Xianxia lost her master in her most vulnerable moment. They forced her to cross the line further and further, asking her to do so many bad things. Xianxia did not have a choice. She was so pitiful. I am a demon, and I am a real citizen of the Federation, but I will forever be proud of my bloodline. It was not until today that I learned that Xianxia secretly carried such heavy burdens for the demons to receive equal citizen rights, and that the major sects that belonged to the old era could be so shameless. I am also a demon. Of the 100 billion people in the Federation, demons make up almost 30 billion. We absolutely support Xianxia, and we will not allow any major sect to sit on our neck and manipulate us as if we are their horses and hounds. Our loyalty is to the Federation, and we will only fight for the Federation. We will not be taken advantage of by the major sects anymore. We will not stand our leader Xianxia being played by the major sects as a marionette. I am not a demon, but I am from the Water Crystal sector, one of the new worlds in the eyes of the people from the core worlds. I absolutely support the opinions of the demon patriots. The Star Glory Federation belongs to all the people of the 7 sectors. It is definitely not a property of the major sects and the ancient houses that are remnants of the old times and no longer used to the new era. The new Federation calls for new sects that can really stand for the interests of all the people in the 7 sectors. Similar opinions swept across every corner of the grand unified spiritual nexus in only a couple of days like a surging superstorm. As the investigation went deeper and deeper, the major sects and traditional families of training with hundreds of years of history caught the attention of the independent investigators one after another. New scandals were being exposed almost on a daily basis. While all the people were dumbfounded and infuriated, they further proved the correctness of the opinions listed above. The market reacted strongly to the Dim Moon Plan incident. The major sects from the core worlds and their affiliated sects plummeted in the financial market like a great landslide. Needless to say, some of the leaders of the sects and the patriarchs of noble families had already been or were about to be investigated because of the scandal. Various sources said that the serial exposure of scandals would certainly cause a great reshuffle to the Federation both economically and politically. The ancient giants that had succeeded and expanded to this day since the old Federation was founded more than 1,000 years ago were likely to be broken up and restructured. After they were broken up and restructured, their influence on the new Federation would plunge. To some extent, this was an accidental but reasonable change of dynasties. The old magnates and interest groups were bound to leave the stage together with the name Old Federation, whereas new magnates and interest groups would rise like a morning sun and continue illuminating the land of the new Federation. At this moment, although the voting had not begun yet, the result of the election was already preordained. Ding Ling Dang, the Patriots Front, and the New Worlds were the greatest beneficiaries of the incident. The ancient sects in the core worlds, mired in scandals, barely had enough time to take care of themselves. All they were trying to do was perform a decent curtain call. They were unable to compete with the strength behind Ding Lingdang and the angry people who were gradually choosing to side with her when they had lost most of their supporters. The 12 most authoritative news outlets of the Federation made predictions on the result of the election. The odds of Ding Lingdang being elected had been raised to above 80%, and the odds that Xianxia was elected were less than 7%. Despite the seemingly absurdness of the predication, it was not greeted with much objection. Even Xianxia's most hardcore supporters had to admit that Ding Lingdang was more suitable to be the Speaker of the Federation and lead them to defend the brightness at this moment faced with the undeniable evidence. Because of the prevailing opinion, or under the subtle manipulation by someone on the spiritual nexus, the era of Speaker Ding Lingdang seemed to have arrived earlier. The concerns for Xianxia were no longer whether or not she could become the Speaker, but whether or not she would offer to withdraw from the campaign and resign as the leader of the Ministry of Equality and Development so that she could officially be accused and even sent to prison. After all, law was supreme in the Federation. However many reasons she had, it was still not justifiable to violate the dignity of law. If a certain director had been manipulating the entire avalanche from behind the scenes, then she had almost taken everything into consideration so far, except for one thing. However smart and meticulous she was, it was impossible for her to foresee that Team Red Lotus was not a real Team Red Lotus but made of 12 old monsters from the Ancient Sages sector in the peak of the nascent soul stage or even in the divinity transformation stage, who had survived hundreds of years in the unpredictable, complicated battles in the Ancient Sages sector. If Team Red Lotus were really Team Red Lotus, made of a bunch of experts in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage at best, who had hibernated for hundreds of years and was ignorant of the latest situation, it would have been impossible for them to tell the truth about the girl who claimed to be Moonfall's sister. But after Moonfall's sister submitted herself to the 12 experts from the Ancient Sages sector, in only half a day, the keen-sighted and sophisticated old monsters all came to the same conclusion. She was lying. A carrier painted with the emblem of the Star Ocean Republic was slowly sailing toward the 100-flower space zone, a transfer station of space jumps for the 7 sectors of the Federation. They would refill their supplies there before they directly jumped to the capital of the Federation. In a secret room on the starship, Team Red Lotus, or rather, the 12 old monsters including Liao, were analyzing the abrupt changes in the Federation over the past half-month. They were not as worried as certain people on the spiritual nexus, who believed that the Federation would soon be screwed because of such a great scandal. It was just another internal conflict among the leadership and struggle for power. Not only had they seen too many such things, many of them had also been involved personally and had fun in them. Long Yangjun, Han Bailing, and Emperor Phoenix were all experts in the field. The most critical question right now was not the strife of the leadership in the Federation itself but the nature of it. Was the conflict chaotic and uncontrollable, or was it intentional and controllable? Was it going to revolutionize the country, unite the people, and increase the Federation's combatability, or was it going to divide the people, aggravate the contradiction, and weaken the Federation's military power? If it was intentional and controllable, who had been directing everything behind the curtain? That person should be the real dominator of the Federation in the days to come. If they were going to negotiate with the Federation on the terms of joining the Federation, they should speak to that person. The girl lied. Even if all the information stored in the Jade Chip is true, she still lied. Han Bailing, the magnificent monarch of the Ghost Qin who probably would have overthrown the great Qin dynasty and united the Ancient Sages sector had it not been for Liao and Hai Lan, observed casually. She received very professional and advanced training on her soul, which allows her to control her brain precisely and fool the general lie-detecting magical equipment and specialists. But naturally, she could not deceive the cultivators here. She was lying. All her talk about Moonfall being killed and her escaping to here in a hurry was fake. The whole thing did not go out of control after a scandal was leaked out by accident. It has been well planned since the very beginning, one event after another, with the sole purpose of dealing a fatal blow to the major sects of the core worlds. The conclusion is obvious. There's no need to talk more about it. The real focus of our attention should be, who has been manipulating everything behind the curtain? Glamorous brilliance flowed out of Long Yangjuan's eyes. She smiled. What's your opinion, fellow cultivator Han? Han Bailing projected a light beam with his mini crystal processor. It's simple. Whoever gains the greatest benefits from the whole event will be the person behind the curtain. No, I am not referring to Ding Lingdang. Ding Lingdang and the Patriots Front alone are not enough to infiltrate Xianxia's base and retrieve so many critical files. Please look, everybody. This is a chart of the top 100 super sects in the Star Glory Federation, divided into two parts. Those on the left that are marked as red are the seriously weakened sects because of the scandal, while those on the right are the sects that are barely affected. Take a look at it carefully. Do you notice anything? Look. The seriously weakened sects on the right are almost exclusive traditional conglomerates that have been passed on for hundreds of years. Those on the right, such as the Glorious Sunlight Group, the Double Dragon Union, the Mountain Sea Sect, the Great Horn Exo Society, Iron Plateau Development Incorporated, Blood Demon Biochemical Incorporated, Blood Demon Pharmaceuticals, they are all new powers that have only risen in the past 100 years. Those new powers are the greatest beneficiaries of the event. It is not hard to imagine that they will replace the traditional sects and establish their own dynasty in the near future. Do the new powers share something in common? Of course. I believe that all the fellow cultivators have seen through it after a quick glance. They are all deeply associated with each other, and their connection to each other eventually boils down to one person. Hehe. If I had to make a name for the new forces and view them as a collective group, it would be a very simple one. Li Yao's group. His remark raised a round of whispers among the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators. However, other than Yen Liren, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada, who were not interested in political struggles at all, the rest of the experts were not surprised very much. Obviously, with a better view on the big picture because they were not involved in the game, and having observed the performance of the girl who claimed to be Moonfall's sister, they more or less drew the same conclusion. Han Bailing clicked on the list of the top 100 sects of the Federation softly and unfolded the detailed introduction to the sects under Li Yao's group. Why are the new powers barely affected? There are two plausible explanations. Firstly, 100 years ago, when Xianxia and the demons were most in dire need of help and support, the new powers had only just been established too and did not boast much influence. At that time, the Federation was a world dominated by the traditional major sections. It would have been pointless for Xianxia to have asked for the help of the newly established sects. Secondly, Li Yao had only just left at that time, and for old time's sake, those new sects such as the Glorious Sunlight Group and the Double Dragon Union couldn't have nitpicked or extorted her if she really asked them for help. They certainly helped her if they could. Therefore, the new powers do not have any material that Xianxia can blackmail them with. On the surface, the two reasons are quite valid. However, if we examine the changes that have taken place in the Star Glory Federation in the past 100 years while regarding the new powers such as the Glorious Sunlight Group and the Double Dragon Union as a whole, the conclusion will be vastly different. Han Bailing truly was a great monarch who united the strength of all the clans on the entire Dark Cloud prairies, destroyed all the sects on the prairie in only decades, and established the 8 units of Dark Cloud, hoping to swallow the entire world. His eyes were glowing like those of a hungry wolf. He seemed to have seen the scheme of whoever was behind the curtain. Impressed by the splendidness and wonderfulness of the whole scheme, Han Bailing continued with a voice of appreciation. In the past 100 years, there have always been struggles for power within the Star Glory Federation. It is perfectly normal. All human beings have their desires and ambitions. When each other's desires and ambitions joined, they will turn into different parties and sides. In the Great Qian dynasty, there are the Eunuch's gang and the Emperor's gang, and there is also the rivalry between the local sects and the central court. Naturally, in Ghost Qin there are various sorts of opposition, too. However upright and bright the Star Glory Federation claims to be, it is a country made of human beings after all. How can it be as united as one piece? Besides, the explosive development of the Star Glory Federation in the past 100 years is an unprecedented change at the edge of the cosmos. New techniques, technology and discoveries are bound to bring new sects, new experts, new social classes and new interest groups, which will eventually have a fierce conflict with the traditional forces who have dominated the world for hundreds of years. Therefore, The election in the Star Glory Federation today seems to be a regional conflict between the core worlds and the new worlds. But in fact, it is a fierce fight between the old sects that represent the traditional interest groups and Liao's group, which stands for the interests of the new powers. A regional conflict can be resolved, but a fight between the old and the new will rarely reach a compromise. Clap, clap, clap. Long Yangjun was the first to applaud. Fantastic! Your analysis is too marvelous. What do you think, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? She jabbed Liao, who was sitting next to her, with her elbow. Indeed, it is logical, thorough, and thought-provoking. Liao nodded carefully. Spectacular. Truly spectacular. Lord Wang. Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you are flattering me. Han Bailing shook his hair in great satisfaction. And there was not the slightest "you are flattering me" on his face, but full of, "There is only one truth, and I have found it." Clearing his throat, he went on. In the last 2 weeks, I studied the history of the various forces in Liao's group and gained a shallow understanding about the birth, development, and expansion of Liao's group. I would like to share it with the cultivators here. Due to the limited time, there may seem to be a lot of flaws. Please feel free to point them out for me. You are too polite, fellow cultivator Han, Liao said. As the great monarch of Cloud Qin, your vision and strategies are certainly the most distinguished among us. Your opinions will certainly be insightful. We are all ears. Han Bailing smiled and said unhurriedly, 100 years, Vulture Liao, known as the dominator of 3 sectors, resolved the 10,000-year contradiction between humans and demons almost entirely on his own, through both battles and diplomatic approaches. He connected the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector, accomplishing a feat that no one else at the edge of the cosmos had ever accomplished in history. As for himself, he turned into a well-respected superhero that everybody in the Federation knew. These are historical facts that everybody knows. However, there is still a major difference between the so-called superhero and a real great leader. Everybody, we have seen too many heroes and warriors in the ancient sages sector, haven't we? But are all the heroes and warriors capable of establishing a magnificent organization whose glory can endure 1,000 years? Of course not. Heroes have all the fame and prestige, but it has always been the greatest question to translate the fame and prestige into real power, and to make the power expand and last hundreds or even thousands of years. In the ancient sages sector, whenever a new hero shows up, the traditional conglomerates and the decayed forces have too many ways to deal with him. They perhaps won't attack him in real life but enshrine him through adulations. In the end, he will become an idol that is full of fame and prestige, but the real benefits flowing out of the fame and prestige will still belong to the traditional conglomerates and decayed forces. Compared to Emperor Phoenix's great Qian dynasty, Han Bailing's own Ghost Qin was also an ambitious new power. Therefore, he naturally took the side of Liao's group in the war of old versus new. The more he talked about it, the more he was unable to control the appreciation in his tone. 100 years ago, after Liao's great feat, Liao's group was only just born and inevitably raised too much unnecessary attention. Before long, the traditional powers would have crowded close to confine and drain him. If it was any other hero, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have survived such a situation. The best outcome they could have expected was to compromise and enter the circle of the traditional powers, becoming one of them. If it were anybody else, becoming one of them could have been the ultimate goal worth fighting for with their entire life. But who was Vulture Liao? How could he bear to be restrained by the old order after making such a great achievement as uniting the 3 sectors? Break the old order and monopolize the new federation. I'm afraid that this is the ultimate goal of Monster Li. Liao could not help but slap his thigh hard and shout. It does make sense. What didn't I come up with it earlier? It is perfectly understandable that Master Spiritual Vulture did not think of that before because you were born in a remote land and too focused on refining. Even I wouldn't have believed that this monster had such a huge appetite if it weren't for the series of events that happened recently. Han Bailing exclaimed in mixed feelings, with both admiration and fear on his face. Monster Li is too far-sighted, sophisticated, and ruthlessly. He is truly a fiend that even the 12 of us must be wary of even when we join hands. Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, why do you think he vanished into thin air 100 years ago when his fame and prestige were at the highest point and has been missing for the entire century since? Blinking hard, Liao had to give up after thinking for a long time. He shook his head hard. I really can't think of any reason. Why did he do that? It's simple. He was making a move by retreating, Han Bailing said solemnly. At that time, Liao's group had already shown its sharpness. With Liao's growing fame and prestige, it would absolutely have conflicts of interests with the conservative forces of the traditional conglomerates. It must be noted that the Federation had already lost the external enemy that was the Blood Demon sector, and it would take another 100 years for the expedition army of the Imperium to arrive. Therefore, with no external trouble for more than 100 years, did they have anything they could do other than fighting each other internally? If Liao had stayed in the Federation and continued leading Liao's group to develop so rapidly, he would have had a head-on clash with the traditional conglomerates. At that time, Liao's group was not fully grown. Despite the ostensible splendidness, it was not well-founded, if it had any foundation at all. How could it have been a match for the renowned sects that had operated for hundreds of years? They would not deal with him openly at all but would restrain, confine, and suffocate him like a boa. They would certainly not allow Liao's group to expand. Or rather, it was allowed to expand, provided that it followed the rules of the game of the old days. New things often decline as abruptly as they arise. Have we not seen enough such examples in the ancient sages' sector? Faced with such a disadvantageous situation, Monster Liao played two very smart moves. First of all, he offered to disappear, claiming that he was out to explore the Sea of Stars. This move achieved two purposes. On one hand, it was a concession for his enemy, a gesture that showed he was not interested in fame, fortune, or power and had no plans to compete with them at all, so that the traditional conglomerates could rest assured about the forces that were still not fully developed yet under his name. On the other hand, it was also a warning. I am going out to travel and train myself, but you'd better watch what you do to my supporters and subordinates. Otherwise, you may regret it years later when I announce my return in a certain way together with certain other forces. Delicate. That was indeed a delicate move. As for the second move, it was even more delicate, which was carried out by Xianxia, Monster Li's favorite disciple. It is also the most critical step in the game. Brilliance shone in Liao's eyes. He held his breath and craned his neck, asking, "What do you mean?" Han Bailing smiled casually and confidently, as if everything was under his control. Of Vulture Liao's 3 disciples, the last disciple Xianxia appears to be the most independent and disobedient one. Unlike the other 2 disciples who were raised from scratch, Xianxia was already an expert in the Demon King stage when she met Liao. She had her knowledge when she was recruited as a disciple. Also, she had her own force behind her, which was the entire Blood Demon sector. After taking over her father's enterprise, she was the well-deserved master of the Blood Demon sector. Many biographies and unclassified materials state that the master-disciple relation between Liao and Xianxia was a political deal that was only carried out for the peaceful coexistence of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. In fact, Liao did not mean to recruit Xianxia as a disciple, and Xianxia was too ambitious a woman to sincerely pledge loyalty to Liao, either. Yes, on the surface it does appear to be the case. When Vulture Liao was still present, he was still able to suppress Xianxia with his invincible techniques and unparalleled reputation. But after Liao disappeared from public sight, Xianxia's ambitions immediately consumed her. Together with all the resources of the Blood Demon sector, she joined the traditional conglomerates. Not only did she barely show any respect for the Glorious Sunlight Group, the Double Dragons Union, and other sects that belonged to Liao, she also even went at loggerheads with those sects to defend the interests of the traditional conglomerates, inevitably impressing everyone that Liao's group was divided or that it simply did not exist at all. Therefore, many core members on Liao's side, such as Ding Lingdang, Wu Mayan, and Xianin, and even the relatively peripheral persons such as Mo Bai Kaisin, Xiong Wuji, Fiend Blade Peng Hai, were not particularly fond of Xianxia. They criticized her and believed that she was a vicious and disloyal woman. Later, Guo Chunfeng, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, was the only one who was still supporting Xianxia for the sake of his old friend Li Yao. He helped her rise in the Secret Sword Bureau and allowed her to establish the Dim Moon Squad, an independent force that was loyal only to her. But as it turned out, Xianxia bit back after she got enough of what she wanted. The contradiction between her and Guo Chunfeng escalated, and they eventually went their separate ways. She led the whole team to grow independent and establish the Dim Moon Fund, the greatest competitor of the Secret Sword Bureau right now, continuing to serve the traditional conglomerates in the core worlds dutifully. Tisk, TSK. Judging from what Xianxia has done on the surface, she is certainly ungrateful and disgusting. No wonder Ding Lingdong's Patriots Front decided to try their best to fight her. Captivated, Li Yao nodded quickly. Exactly. That is exactly what it looks like on the surface, but since you're putting it that way, fellow cultivator Han, there must be things below the surface, right? Han Bailing sneered and said, if we only see the surface, we will underestimate the amazing woman Xianxia, as well as Vulture Li Yao's methods to manipulate his disciple too much. Hehe. At first glance, Xianxia did join the traditional conglomerates, but the so-called traditional conglomerates were not completely united, either. The internal competition was also very intense. There were the bigger conglomerates and the smaller conglomerates. At that time, Li Yao had already gone to travel in space, and Ding Lingdong's Patriots Front had only just begun to develop. Most of its core members were still in prison, smacking rocks on the desolate planets. Xianxia, who boasted the greatest influence, also joined the side of the traditional conglomerates. Li Yao's group was non-existent from whatever perspective. Since they did not need to worry about Li Yao's group, during the years when the new federation developed rapidly, naturally, the traditional conglomerates fought each other hard. Xianxia's strategy, on the other hand, was to join the smaller conglomerates that were slightly weaker and less deeply rooted. With the abundant labor forces of the Blood Demon sector, her position in the Secret Sword Bureau, and her own vicious and sordid methods, she helped them deal with the few greatest conglomerates. Please look, fellow cultivators. This is the deity-slaying sect, one of the top 3 sects on the comprehensive rank of the Federation. It was a super-conglomerate founded 650 years ago, and one of the sects that was most involved in the scandals caused by the exposure of the Dim Moon Plan. However, according to my investigation, the deity-slaying sect ranked only around 15th in the old Federation in terms of comprehensive capabilities 100 years ago. It was by no means one of the largest giants, and only grew to what it is today through the cooperation with Xianxia by exploiting the resources of the Blood Demon sector and eradicating the competitors with clandestine methods. This is the case for most of the traditional conglomerates on the list. All in all, through such a strategy, Xianxia pretended to join the smaller conglomerates and helped the smaller conglomerates defeat the bigger conglomerates. While building up herself, gaining the trust of the smaller conglomerates and turning into a spokesperson for their interests, she also grasped tremendous dark secrets about the smaller conglomerates. Did you know, fellow cultivator spiritual Vulture? One of the greatest hobbies of Vulture Li Yao was to build crystal bombs. Li Yao nodded solemnly. I've heard a thing or two about it. This monster has crafted millions of crystal bombs in his life. But the most powerful and malicious one of all is certainly Xianxia herself. Han Bailing bashed the table hard and widened his eyes. Xianxia is a powerful crystal bomb that is filled with venom. She bound herself to the traditional conglomerates that won the fierce competitions and waited patiently for 100 years until the traditional conglomerates were completely reassured about her and supported her to run for speaker. Then, she detonated herself and blew up all the decayed and worthless conglomerates that were standing in the way of Li Yao's group. In only one moment, when the Tyrannosaur finally rises from the darkness after lurking in the abyss for too long, there is already a clear sky and fresh air in front of Li Yao's group. Nothing at all can compete with them and the name Li Yao. It was the whole plan of Monster Li. Xianxia is in fact his most beloved true disciple who has been most loyal to him. Monster Li was absolutely not content being a vain federal hero. He hid himself for 100 years just to rise and really control the Federation. Not just the dominator of 3 sectors. He was determined to become the dominator of 1,000 sectors and make the Star Glory Federation carry out his will in the next millennium. The more Han Bailing talked, the more excited and convinced Han Bailing became. Slapping the table hard, he stared at Liao and said, "Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, this is my analysis on the whole event. What do you think? Are you rather shocked?" "Indeed. I am very shocked." Liao took out a vintage bamboo cylinder from his pocket and poured out a few balls that looked like goat turd. "Let me calm myself with a few pills first. I am more than shocked. When I inferred Monster Li's arrangements and his entire plan based on my abundant experience when I swept across the dark cloud prairies, destroyed the old sects, and grasped power, I was almost overwhelmed by boundless horror." After a long sigh, Han Bailing put on an indescribable expression, as he shook his head with a bitter smile. "Back in the ancient sages sector, I always thought that I might not be as good as some people such as fellow cultivator Yen Liren in terms of combat ability, but when it comes to strategies, I was as good as anyone. Even after we just arrived at the modern cultivation civilization and saw their starships and metropolises in space, I thought that such things were just fancy wazits and that the modern people were no match for us at all in terms of wisdom and tricks. But today, after I witnessed part of Monster Li's 100-year plan, I finally understood the thoughtfulness and dreadfulness of the experts of this sector. Vulture Liao truly deserves the title dominator of 3 sectors, overturning the entire world with a snap of his fingers and killing people without even showing up. Such an old monster is truly admirable." Not only was Han Bailing sighing with mixed feelings, the other nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators were also amazed and fearful after he pointed out the subtleness of Monster Li's plan. "Well, fellow cultivator Han," Liao said, "I don't think we need to underestimate ourselves so much. We are not underestimating anyone. We are just being honest." Han Bailing said solemnly, "Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, with all due respect, please don't be mad. You were born in the wilderness in the Southland of Sorcerers, and your main business is forging and refining. Even though you have followed Lord Wang for a few days to learn the art of politics, how can you fully understand the essence of power struggles and the horror of Monster Li? Do you know what is most scary about him?" Scratching his chin, Liao narrowed his eyes and said, "What is it?" "His control of timing," Han Bailing said carefully. "The time of detonation that Monster Li selected for Xianxia couldn't have been better. Do you see it?" Liao shook his head. "I'm afraid not. Please enlighten me." "It is very simple but marvelous nonetheless," Han Bailing explained. "Why did he choose the moment the Black Wind Fleet was about to arrive? Not any time earlier or later. Firstly, after 100 years of development, the various branches of Liao's group have grown to the point that they can compete with the traditional conglomerates openly. Secondly, the traditional conglomerates are deeply rooted. If it were peacetime, such a scandal wouldn't necessarily have been able to kill them, although they might have been heavily wounded. If they were not killed, their counterattack would definitely have been fierce, which may even have led to the division of the Federation. That's not something that Monster Li wants to see. But now is different. A wartime speaker is being elected. Once the new speaker is inaugurated, it is certain that they will announce that the Federation will enter the highest warring state. Think about it. In the highest warring state, preparations for war will be the top priority, and the power of the new speaker will greatly expand. Then, won't the traditional conglomerates that are mired in scandals be meat on a chopping block waiting to be butchered? Thirdly, and most importantly, if the Federation defeats the expedition army of the Imperium under the lead of Liao's group, then the war benefits left by the Black Wind Fleet will most likely be entirely devoured by Liao's group, without leaving any residues for the traditional conglomerates. As a result, through the glorious victory, Liao's group will expand more than 10 times in terms of capabilities. As for the traditional conglomerates that were seriously diminished during the war and hungered after it, Will they still be qualified to be conglomerates at all? Based on what can they compete with Liao's people? As the saying goes, whet a sword for 100 years, and cut the throat in one attack. Monster Li seems to have become a figure in the tales, but he launched a critical strike the moment he acted, leaving no chance for the traditional conglomerates at all. Whet a stone for 100 years, and cut the enemy's throat in one attack. Han Beiling's elaborate analysis was indeed logical and flawless. No wonder all the nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators exclaimed in shock after holding their patience and waiting for him to finish. Emperor Phoenix Zhu Zhongyo was the first to speak. The proud young emperor was Han Beiling's old nemesis. He had long grown impatient after hearing the guy talk for such a long time. Exactly. That's what I thought too. Monster Li is immeasurably sophisticated. If he were in the ancient sage's sector, he would have become a devil that turned the world upside down. I fear that even the 3 saints and 4 rapscallions combined would be no match for him. You don't say. Heaven-battering King Qi Chongqing chuckled. Names are sometimes given wrong, but nicknames can never be wide of the mark. Before, I was curious why the dominator of 3 sectors and a great hero who once saved the Federation was nicknamed after such an ill-considered creature, the Vulture. It was not until today that I finally realized that nothing fits the old monster better than Vulture. This is truly unbelievable. What exactly did the monster go through to make him train his wisdom and cunningness to such a high extent? Fellow cultivator Wu and I met a lot of distinguished experts 100 years ago. Honestly speaking, we have been through many shocking things. Meng Qixin, the spectral cultivator in the divinity transformation stage, could not help but sigh. But even the 2 of us have never seen an opponent as formidable as Monster Li before, although we raised our wariness against Monster Li the moment we reached the Dragon Snake space zone. Speculating that he was very likely to be the most tricky opponent in the war to come, it appears that we have far underestimated him however hard we tried to overestimate him. Even sword maniac Yen Liren, who never had any interest in schemes and planning and was only fond of slashing his swords at strong opponents, also joined the discussion. Whet the sword for 100 years, and cut the throat in one attack. The guy is indeed persistent and sophisticated. As the saying goes, every sword takes after its master. I'm told that Monster Li was already one of the few top experts in the Federation 100 years ago. If he has been practicing his sword arts with the patience of his plan, I don't know what terrifying attacks he can perform. Not bad. Not bad at all. If I ever run into him someday, I will definitely have a gratifying fight with him and have a good taste of his sword that has been whetted for 100 years. It is the ultimate dream of a swordsman to be killed by such a sword. Wait. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar was still somewhat confused. He tapped the table and said, "Fellow cultivators, there's still something that is bothering me. If Monster Li is really awesome enough to have planned everything in secret in the past 100 years, why has he still not revealed himself at this point? Why should he?" Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao was the nominal leader of all the cultivators. Naturally, he understood the logic of it quite well. As the traditional conglomerates are swept aside, Li Yao's group will rise unstoppably and completely dominate the new federation. No matter who is elected as the speaker and the leadership in the end, they will be either Li Yao's wife, Li Yao's disciple, or someone else among his family and friends who have life and death connections with Li Yao. There might be conflicts within the gang, but none of the outsiders will get access to the advantages. Monster Li will be the overlord whoever the speaker of the federation is. Speaker of the federation is just a title as worthless as emperor or leader of all the cultivators. The critical problem is, who holds the real power? At least from what we've seen so far, the plan has worked out. The helmsman of the Federation in the next 100 years will doubtlessly be Vulture Li Yao. Monster Li. Also, Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu shrieked. In many cases, it is more convenient to be a dead person than to be a living one. On the surface, Monster Li has been away from the Federation for 100 years. His mysterious status, together with the propaganda of certain thoughtful guys under him, gradually deified him. Dominator of 3 sectors, God Li Yao, Father of Civilization, and even such a shameless title as Father of the Federation have been invented. Would it have been possible if someone hadn't been fanning the flames in secret? If he was still present, wouldn't it too embarrassing for him to boast about himself like that even if somebody else wanted him to? Even if he did, other people would have been highly vigilant of him. Monster Li's moves are indeed unbelievable. My White Lotus cult struggled for decades in the southeast of the Great Qin dynasty, but we never recruited 1,000,000 believers. Yet, the monster turned himself into a god by only playing a false retreat, pretending that he went to travel in space, and he has reaped more than 10 billion worshippers. Getting everything without doing anything, and deceiving other people when they do not notice. This is truly impressive. It was Long Yangjuan's turn to speak. She smiled and said, "In fact, I'm afraid that you overlooked something. Monster Li's scheme is indeed delicate, but in fact, Li Yao's group has already risen unstoppably, and he can show up anytime if he wants. I carefully read the monster's biography earlier and discovered that his favorite move is to return at the most critical moment and save the world. It is his strategy to deceive other people into thinking that he is indispensable. Let's think about it. If Monster Li really plans to reveal himself, he can always announce his grand return in the middle of the fierce war between the Federation and the Imperium. How glamorous, shocking, and deceptive it will be. Hey, why are you laughing, Lord Wang? Han Bailing asked. Excuse me. When I think that the monster is so sordid and meticulous that I can do nothing about it, I can only laugh bitterly now. You do have a point, Lord Wang. Han Bailing nodded. If Monster Li really announces his grand return at a critical moment, his prestige, popularity, and standing will be more than enough for him to be elected as the Speaker of the Federation. I'm afraid that nobody will object even if he changes the Star Glory Federation into an Imperium and makes himself the founding emperor of it. He is essentially a smaller but even more shameless Black Star the Great. Long Yangjun laughed bitterly again and jabbed Li Yao with her elbow. Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, we never thought that Li Yao could be as terrifying as this. What about you? How do you feel right now? Pa! Li Yao could not hold it back any longer. He opened his hands and slapped the table hard. His fingers were so deeply embedded into the metal table that ripples the shape of palm were even spreading out. Blushing and excited, he rose up and glared at everyone. Fellow cultivators. Everybody. Yes, if Monster Li's schemes are real, he is indeed a terrifying, treacherous, and sleazy man. However, as nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators who have been through blood and death in the ancient sages sector for 100 years, we are certainly not so easy to be dealt with either. Where is your bravery and resolution? Hee. You are all so scared that your faces are turning pale. You think that he is a terrifying person. Terrifying my ass. You are simply praising the enemy and spurning yourselves. I am disappointed. You are all horrified by this Monster Li, but I am not. If you are too frustrated to fight him, suit yourself, but I am going to find him and fight him and see if he is as capable as he is supposed to be. Besides, in my opinion, if he is truly so sophisticated, it is not necessarily a bad thing. Li Yao suddenly changed the topic. While tapping the table, he said, "We must make one thing clear. When we decide which side to take while we are on the fence, it is important for us to check which side offers better treatment, but isn't it more important to check which side is more powerful? We should join the stronger party. Otherwise, whatever spectacular treatment we are promised, it will not be fulfilled at all if those who make the promise are crushed, in which case the ancient sages sector will be collateral damage that is destroyed together. Will it help us at all? The general picture right now is that the Imperium is stronger than the Federation. There's no doubt about that. However, specifically in regard to the war here and now at the edge of the cosmos, if the Federation is supervised by such a cunning, sophisticated, considerate Monster Li, won't its odds of winning be greatly improved? The most important thing for us cultivators is to follow a right boss. After hearing what fellow cultivator Han said, I am under the impression that Monster Li is not bad. Do you want the helmsman of the Star Glory Federation to be a merciful, indecisive, and cowardly man instead of him? His words woke everyone up. All the nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators looked at each other, feeling greatly enlightened. That's quite true. Fellow cultivator spiritual vultures' words do make sense. The purpose of our journey, to put it in the urban slang here, is to cling to a thigh. After hearing the analyses of fellow cultivator Han and fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, wow, this particularly thigh named Monster Lee is indeed thick, strong, and dependable. It is definitely worth clinging to. Yes, with this monster supervising it, the Federation will certainly be the winner of the war that will mark its rise. But wait, this monster apparently has a huge appetite. Is it possible that he will devour us from skin to bones without giving us any advantages? I have a feeling that negotiating with such a terrifying monster will be like asking a tiger for its hide. Liao sat down angrily and focused his spiritual energy on his toes, stomping on Long Yangjuan's foot hard. Cough, 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 cough. Long Yangjun stood up again. Taking a long breath, she finally smiled and said, "About that, I think that I have to say something for Monster Lee. Based on the analyses of the fellow cultivators, we can tell that Monster Lee is an ambitious and ravenous man. Do you think that his appetite will be satisfied after the Federation's War of Rise is won? No, absolutely impossible. He will certainly march to the center of the cosmos and compete with the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance to finally become the king of the entire universe. Do you agree, everyone? That sounds reasonable." The nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators all nodded. If we had Monster Lee's power and wisdom, we would not be content to be bound at the edge of the cosmos as a local warlord. If so, since his ultimate purpose is the prosperous worlds at the center of the cosmos, will he devour the ancient sage's sector recklessly just for some petty benefits? Long Yangjun smiled. His enterprise has already been built, but the future road of conquest is still long even if the war is won. If we give him a hand at a critical moment, he will certainly return the favor 10 times over, even for nothing other than showing his generosity. Otherwise, who would dare join him and help him realize his ambitions in the future? He will certainly not kill the goose that lays golden eggs. All in all, to use some local slang, if you don't trust Monster Lee's integrity, you should at least trust his head. Long Yangjuan's words made the nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators from the ancient sage's sector who were unfamiliar with this place and mired in Monster Lee's home feel more or less relieved. Han Bailing pondered for a moment and said, "You do have a point, Lord Wang. If Monster Lee is really ambitious enough to swallow the universe, we will be of high value to him. Even if we are no match for him as individuals, we can certainly play a game with Li Yao's group if we join hands in order to get a good price for ourselves. Also, according to the situation in the Federation right now, the 4 new worlds are in a more advantageous position. If we join the Federation, we will be the 5th new world, and the counterforce of the core worlds will be completely suppressed. The situation in the Federation will be steadier. In fact, it doesn't matter whether the new worlds or the core worlds take the initiative as long as the final outcome is settled. The worst case will be if the 2 sides reach an impasse where irresolvable contradictions are caused. With Monster Lee's sharp eyes, he must be able to see through that. Therefore, hiring us will only do him and the Federation good. There is no harm at all. So, the only problem right now is, where is Monster Lee exactly? And how can we meet him in person and express our intention to join the Federation without causing any misunderstanding? After all, we are bringing the commander of the Black Wind Fleet's daughter with us. If Monster Lee discovers us and regards us as the spies or scouts that the expedition army of the Imperium sent out, it will be pretty bad. Fellow cultivator Han, now that you mentioned it, Long Yangjun sighed gloomily and worriedly. With Monster Lee's cleverness, it is possible that he has long discovered us. Chances are that he is even observing our every move through a certain secret technique. Her words greatly alarmed all the nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators again. Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment. Then, they could not help but look around in the narrow and cold cabin, as if a monster Li was squatting in a dark corner and peeping at them in silence. Liao narrowed his eyes, his teeth trembling. I don't think that's possible. Don't be an alarmist, Lord Wang. If what you said is true, Monster Li would be too invincible. I hope that I'm being an alarmist. Long Yangjun shook her head and smiled bitterly. For some reason, I keep having goosebumps these days, as if a certain invisible eye has been staring at my back the whole time. Today, after hearing everybody's analysis, if I must choose one between Black Wind Fleet and Monster Li to be my enemy, I will certainly not choose Monster Li. Everyone, let's give it some more thought. If we help the Federation deal with the Black Wind Fleet, we can always rectify our strategy and attack the Federation at the last second when the Federation is going to lose, in which case there will still be a slim chance that the Black Wind Fleet will pardon us and spare our lives considering the ignorance of the ancient cultivators. But if we help the Black Wind Fleet fight the Federation, will we necessarily be able to kill Monster Li even if the Federation is conquered in the end? If Monster Li is not dead, will he spare us and the ancient sage's sector? If he hides himself for another 100 years and plays the same sword-wetting and throat-cutting move on the ancient sage's sector and on us, who can ever take that? By then, we won't even know how we are killed. I don't know what you think, but for me, I would rather fight against 10 Black Wind Fleets than piss off Monster Li. Long Yangjuan's words silenced all the other experts from the ancient sage's sector. She was quite right. They were only considering which one between the Black Wind Fleet and the Star Glory Federation would be the final victor, but they had not really thought whether or not they could make sure that Monster Li was killed. Judging from the situation right now, even if the Black Wind Fleet could really destroy the Federation unstoppably, it would not necessarily be able, or rather, would be absolutely unable to slay Vulture Liao. The reason was simple. Monster Li was still lurking in the darkness. The monster was like a sharp sword that was invisible in the darkness. The most lethal poison had been smeared on the edge, and the sword could be waved at the enemy any time. With Monster Li's sordidness and smartness, even if he could not finish the Imperium of true human beings, was he not able to finish the ancient sage's sector? Even if we help the Black Wind Fleet to conquer the Star Glory Federation and earn tremendous benefits for the ancient sage's sector and ourselves, will we still be alive to enjoy them? The experts of the ancient sage's sector looked at each other and shuddered from the bottom of their hearts at the same time. As if it was cooperating with the anxious atmosphere, the carrier also shivered and started decelerating. They had arrived at the 100 Flowers space zone. In front of them was 100 Flowers City, the greatest transfer station for space jumps and the transportation hub at the center of the 7 sectors of the Federation. Han Bailing took a long breath and tapped the table. He said solemnly, 100 Flowers City is up ahead. We will take a brief rest here and refuel. Then we will jump directly to the Heaven's Origin Sector, heart of the Federation. Perhaps Monster Li is waiting for the Black Wind Fleet, and us in the Heaven's Origin Sector right now. With everything coming to this point, we will have to wing it now. I hope that our guesses on Monster Li are not wrong, and that we can show the sincerity of the ancient sage's sector before he launches a thunderous strike. Fellow cultivators, we have all learned of the formidability of Monster Li. The overall situation is also very clear. Is it the whole of Jin Xinyue's plan to destroy the traditional conglomerates under Monster Li's instruction? Or do they still have a series of follow-up moves for greater purposes? I have a vague feeling that the most critical moment will come soon. Let's go back to our room and rest well while we wait for Monster Li to show up in the most unbelievable way. Please don't compete with me, fellow cultivators, Long Yangjun said. I will be the first one to rush forward and cling to Monster Li's thigh. The secret meeting of the 12 experts of the ancient sage's sector ended in the mysterious and grave atmosphere. All the experts returned to their respective cabins, thoughtful and full of worries. There was no telling whether or not they were in the mood for a good rest. When Long Yangjun snuck into Liao's cabin, Liao was making instant noodles. The small cabin was filled with the flavor of the noodles and the spiced eggs in them. Long Yangjun locked the door and leaned against it, staying one table away from Liao. She was wearing such an obsequious smile on her face that she really looked like a eunuch that was serving the emperor. Why are you here? Liao asked. Do you need to ask? Like I said earlier, I'm here to cling to the thigh of Monster Lee, Long Yongjun said. If that's what you want, my thigh is right here. Why are you waiting at the door? Because you are too horrifying, brutal, and ruthless, of course. I am so scared that my soul is threatening to flee my body. My legs are shaking hard and stopping me from approaching you. Long Yongjun eyed Liao up and down for a long time in amazement, as if she had only met him for the first time. Han Bailing and the rest of them are not aware of the real situation, but for me who knows part of the truth, I know more clearly than them that what they described is just the tip of the iceberg. The real you is definitely 10 times more horrendous than that. Now that I think about it, back in the ancient sages sector you were dumbfounded, utterly shocked, and rendered speechless every now and then, as if you were truly confused and overwhelmed by the messes and had to rely on the instructions of us so-called experts. But in fact, that was all your acting, right? In fact, everything was within your calculations. This is the ultimate level of playing the pig that eats the tiger. You do not need to take action at all. All you have to do is chit-chat and pretend to be shocked. And the trap is already set, turning everybody into your chess pieces and puppets. Terrible. Truly terrible. Faced with such a terrible monster, Lee, I was even ignorant enough to bargain and negotiate with you? I must have been asking to be killed, even if I was a Nuwa warrior reborn. Liao listened attentively and nodded. While Long Yongjun was talking, he had already made the second bowl of instant noodles. He pushed it to the other side of the table and said, "Are you hungry? This bowl is for you." Looking at the boiling instant noodles, Long Yongjun was completely frozen. With an indescribable expression popping up on her face, she mumbled after a long daze, "Monster Lee, what kind of person are you? What are you up to exactly?" "I am up to nothing." Liao snapped his fingers, opening a closet behind him. "Look, there are dozens of bowls of instant noodles here. They are all the last stocks I bought in the Uranian ring sector. They are in all sorts of flavors, with even the eggs and the sausages. So after the meeting, I've been thinking about one thing. If I make 12 bowls of instant noodles, adding 1 egg and 1 sausage into each of them, and I deliver them to each of the fellow cultivators with both hands, when they enjoy the noodles and are touched by my friendship, I will confess my identity and tell them that the guy who made the noodles for them is in fact Monster Lee, the legendary dominator of 3 sectors and the overlord of the Federation. But I mean no harm for them at all, and I am seeking cooperation with the fellow cultivators genuinely. The bowl of noodles I offer is a symbol for my friendliness and sincerity. Give my noodles a try first, then think about it carefully. Is it a sound plan?" Long Yongjun looked at Liao and then at the noodles. Liao looked back at Long Yongjun frankly too. "Are you serious? What do you think? Do I appear to be joking? The method is indeed a bit simple and straightforward, but I don't find any harm in it." Tilting her head, Long Yongjun thought for a moment. Then she really stepped forward and sat opposite Liao. Picking up a forkful of noodles and sucking them into her mouth, she chewed for a moment and said with a blurred voice, "Isn't it too spicy?" There was no telling whether she was referring to the noodles or Liao's plan. "You can only cut a knot with a fast sword," Liao said. "Also, I am really a terrible liar. The closer we get to the Heaven's origin sector, the more complicated the situation will become. I don't know what kind of mess there will be. I may lose control over myself at any time." Ignoring Liao's shameless statement that he was a terrible liar, Long Yongjun pondered solemnly for a while. Then she slowly said, "If you put it that way, I think it does make a lot of sense. That's a good solution, except that you must pay attention to Yen Liren when you confess your identity to him in case he suddenly draws his sword and kills you. Not just you, even I can't contain myself much longer now. It was so difficult for me to hold back my laughter during the meeting that I think my intestines are breaking apart." "All right." Liao rolled his sleeves. "I'm going to make noodles for them right now." Wait. Long Yongjun took a deep breath and said, "Your Excellency Monster Lee, dominator of 3 sectors, I am not objecting to your plan, but don't you think you need to give them a rest? Everybody has just finished analyzing the causes and consequences of the whole event, and now you are knocking on their door for a sincere chit-chat. You may scare them into mental derangement, Liao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. All right, then I'll just talk to everyone after they've had a good night's sleep and gotten refreshed. We will explain everything clearly. Look at it now. A simple problem is getting more and more complicated. Whatever you say. Long Yongjun tried to hold back her laughter. Then I must beg you, when you go to everyone to have a sincere conversation tomorrow morning, you must bring me. I guarantee that I will not say a word or cause any trouble. I will simply stand behind you and watch their faces quietly. It is definitely going to be spectacular. Liao frowned and asked, "Is this why you're here?" "Not exactly." Blinking her glamorous big eyes, Long Yongjun smiled. "You know that I'm here for a slightly different purpose from everybody else's. I'm cooperating with you partly to repair the Nuwa warship, but on the other hand, I also want to observe the new world carefully, especially the new heroes and new games in the new world, from the perspective of a Nuwa warrior. In the past 2 weeks, the abrupt and captivating drama that has taken place in the Star Glory Federation has fascinated me. I can't help but applaud it. In fact, I ran an analysis about everything myself. It is basically the same as Han Bailing's, albeit with some disparity in the details. I think that my analysis is perhaps closer to the truth, but I am not certain. Also, many critical points in my analysis are top secrets of the top secrets that I can never know, but I feel that my heart will continue itching if the puzzles are not resolved, and it is impossible for me to go to sleep. Therefore, I am here to ask Monster Li, one of the parties involved." Liao sniffed. "Why do I have to tell you the secrets of my wife and my disciple?" Long Yongjuan's eyes shone. "So, you have figured out the truth of the whole event, too? It does make sense. If Han Bailing has discovered 80% of the truth merely as an outsider, you must have found out what Ding Lingdang and Jin Xinyue were up to long before he did as someone who knows the two women best. How about this? I don't need you to tell me anything. I will tell you my speculations, and all you need to do is to say if they are right. Does that work for you?" No, Liao shook his head. "That's a bit ungrateful, don't you think?" Long Yongjun snorted. "I tried so hard to cover for you during the meeting just now, and you are doing nothing in return for me?" Liao thought quickly. Then he seemed to have figured out something. Staring at Long Yongjun solemnly, he said, "All right, you will make guesses and I will tell you if they are right. But this event is not as simple as it appears. There may be a series of subsequent changes. Once you learn the truth, you will never get to jump off the boat anymore. I will not allow you to stay out of it. I never planned to stay out of the event in the first place." Long Yongjun smiled. "Monster Li's thigh is thick, strong, and dependable. Now that I have clung to it, how could I bear to let it go easily?" Liao coughed and said, "You may begin." "All right." Long Yongjun nodded and spoke in great excitement. In fact, Han Bailing deserves to be one of the rare talents in strategies in the ancient sages sector. It is no exaggeration to call him a great monarch. Also, everything he did when he demolished all the sects on the prairie, established the 8 units of Cloud Qin, and became the leader of the Dark Cloud Prairies is similar to what is happening in the Federation right now. The new powers are crushing the old interest groups that have gradually decayed and are no longer used to the latest changes. Therefore, his speculations on the whole thing are shockingly precise. The truth is a fatal trap that has been prepared for 100 years like he described. However, it is impossible for him to know that the trap was not prepared by Monster Li but Monster Li's disciple, Jin Xinyue. Jin Xinyue is truly one of the best strategic schemers in the Federation who has grown to an extent far beyond her master. Long Yongjun suddenly paused and sighed, while she eyed Liao with envy and jealousy. Liao was slightly dazed. "Why are you looking at me in such a way?" "Because I'm jealous. I'm jealous that you recruited such a distinguished disciple when you didn't do anything," Long Yongjun said. "For the experts of our level who have reached the nascent soul stage, what we want are merely 2 simple things. Firstly, to further move upward in our training. Secondly, to find a few loyal, gifted disciples who will pass on our lifelong knowledge and perfect it. The path of training gets more and more difficult as you walk further. To break through from the nascent soul stage into the divinity transformation stage is a challenging task for anyone. However, To recruit a real good disciple, one that both has distinguished talents and abilities and is loyal to their master, is 100 times more challenging than breaking into the divinity transformation stage. It is essentially the greatest achievement of your life to have recruited such a perfect disciple as Xianxia, who is loyal and willing to sacrifice for the interests of her master. I believe that you will rest in peace even if you die abruptly right now. Is that a compliment? Why does it sound so weird to me? Long Yangjun smiled. Of course it does. It sounds weird because it is not true. At first, I read a lot of biographies about Xianxia and Ding Lingdang. But the thing about biographies is that they are often embroidered to cover the mistakes of the persons and to highlight their achievements, just like how the figure in the Chronicles of Liao is not the real you. Therefore, it is impossible to tell the real character of the persons and the logic of their actions. Later, I began to analyze the videos of their speeches. You know that a lot of videos of their public speeches are available on the spiritual nexus for them to run for the Supreme Speaker. I carefully studied almost 100 clips of their speeches. I dare not say that I know them as well as you do, but I believe I have found something that Han Bailing and the rest of them didn't. What is it? Liao asked. Ambitions. Undisguisable ambitions that flow out of every pore on Xianxia's body, Long Yangjun said. Xianxia is an ambitious woman who has the strongest lust for power. Even if she truly regards you as the dearest and most respected master, it is impossible for her to sacrifice herself for you or your wife. Then, at first glance, the whole plan appears quite illogical. After her self-detonation, Liao's group will certainly rise and will completely control the Federation, but she might be sentenced to prison, and all her possibilities on the surface will vanish. After all, no matter how despicable the traditional conglomerates are, she is the center of the scandal. Suffering such a destructive strike, not just the important posts such as Speaker of the Federation, Leader of the Ministry of Equality and Development, or President of the Dim Moon Fund, even the places of a lower level will not be open for her. For such a woman who was practically born with ambition for power, it is more excruciating than to be minced into pieces. Is my speculation on your little disciple correct? Yes, she is indeed such a woman. Liao nodded. I learned about it 100 years ago. But back then you didn't know that her appetite was so huge, Long Yangjun said. Or maybe Xianxia, who was relatively immature 100 years ago, did not have such a huge appetite then. A minor Speaker of the Federation was enough to satisfy her at that time. However, after 100 years of training and expansion, Xianxia has grown into a rapacious, gigantic beast. What she desires is not a meaningless title such as Speaker of the Federation but the real power of the entire Star Glory Federation. The term for the Speaker of the Federation is 5 years, and one can only serve 2 terms at most, which will be 10 years. Even during the 10 years, they will be hamstrung by Parliament and the many big shots in other aspects. They must take the influence and interests of other parties into account, too. So, does the Speaker really have the dominating power? No. Speaker of the Federation is just a vain title. There's a post that is even more critical than Speaker. Sometimes they overlap, but sometimes they do not, in which case one can totally manipulate everything behind the curtain. The post is the helmsman of Liao's group. In the new Federation that is deprived of the traditional conglomerates and the obsolete forces, Liao's group will rise unstoppably. Whoever works as the helmsman of Liao's group will control the entire Federation. Also, Speaker has terms and is bound by checks and balances, supervision and exposure, but helmsman of Liao's group does not have terms and will not necessarily be checked. It does not need to answer to the general public either. If the person is capable enough, they can work for 50 years, 100, or even longer, controlling the Federation for the next century. Am I right, Monsterly? Liao gave neither approval nor disapproval. However, even if a Liao's group does exist, Ding Lingdang is its helmsman right now. But your wife is neither the materials for the Speaker of the Federation nor for the helmsman of Liao's group. Long Yangjun chuckled. She is not even willing to take the jobs herself, is she? That's why Xianxia went through all the trouble of pushing her to the stage. Because Xianxia is very clear that Ding Lingdang will not fight for power with her. On the surface, Everything Jin Xinyue did was self-sacrifice to pave the way for Ding Lingdang. Such loyalty is truly touching. But on second thought, the core circle of the so-called Li Yao's group is only 4 people, Li Yao's wife and his 3 disciples. Li Yao's wife Ding Lingdang and first disciple Wu Mian are both warriors. They are incapable and uninterested in political power or managing Li Yao's group. There's no need to mention his second disciple, Xianxia, who is the purest refiner. Her ambitions are perhaps even smaller than Ding Lingdang's and Wu Mian's. She was not born to be a leader at all. Then, if a helmsman must be chosen from the core circle, who is more qualified than Jin Xinyue, capable, loyal, and willing to sacrifice herself for Li Yao's group? Li Yao was still expressionless. His face seemed to have been locked by a gate of 1,000 tons, which prevented any emotion in his heart from leaking out. He calmly said, "Even if Li Yao's group does exist, it is not a dynasty after all. Its leader does not necessarily have to be my wife or disciples. I believe that I'm more open-minded than that. The slightly more peripheral members can also control the interest group. For example, Bai Kaisin, Chief of Staff of the Burning Prairie Fleet right now, or Guo Chunfeng, Director of the Secret Sword Bureau, or my senior brother Fiend Blade Peng Hai, whose Double Dragons Union is likely to rise to become the biggest sect in the Federation after the traditional conglomerates are wiped out. Are those people worse than Jin Xinyue in terms of strategic wisdom? I think that each of them is suitable to be the spokesperson of the enormous group. I don't see any reason why I should object." Long Yongjun smiled and unhurriedly said, "Although I do think that Bai Kaisin, Guo Chunfeng, Fiend Blade Peng Hai, and the rest of them are not as good as Jin Xinyue, it is not what really matters here. The key to becoming the helmsman of Li Yao's group is to win the support of the internal big shots. In fact, the way I see it, the strife in the modern cultivation civilization is no different from the conflicts in the court in the world of ancient cultivators or the battles between gangs in the underground world. How can you distinguish yourself in a gang? You must be brave and make great contributions to the gang. But that's only part of it. Contributions and sacrifices do not necessarily strengthen you. It is also possible that you take a blow for the gang and get imprisoned for 10 years, only to discover that all your influence is gone after you are out of prison. Your previous sacrifice would be in vain. Contributions and sacrifices are necessary, but what matters more is the appreciation and support of the big shots. This is exactly the dangerous situation that Jin Xinyue is faced with. Now that she is at the center of the scandal storm, if she intends to drag the traditional conglomerates into the abyss and demolish them, she will have to pay an equally high price. Even if she is not sentenced to prison, she will have to lay low for quite a long time. At that time, if the big shots of Li Yao's group support Bai Kaisin, Guo Chunfeng, or Fiend Blade Peng Hai, they will be taking Jin Xinyue's fruit and become manager of Li Yao's group. Even Jin Xinyue rises again later, everything will have been settled, and she will barely be able to change anything. Therefore, before Jin Xinyue starts the whole thing, she must have the support of the big shots. Then, which big shot in Li Yao's group has the biggest voice? Of course, you are the number 1 big shot, but your whereabouts are unknown. She doesn't know when you will come back, and she is not sure that she can manipulate you when you do. Right below you, the second one on the rank is definitely Ding Lingdang. As your wife, Ding Lingdang boasts the legal rights of the many shares that you have left behind. She is great shareholder in the Glorious Sunlight Group, the Double Dragons Union, and even Skyfire. Also, Ding Lingdang has discovered 2 sectors in a row in the past 100 years herself. Her reputation is even higher than yours for the unbelievable legends that she has created. It is needless to say that her Patriots Front, having toiled in the New Worlds for 100 years, is well supported in the 4 New Worlds and is a remarkable force in Parliament. Therefore, Ding Lingdang is the most influential big shot in Li Yao's group. Whoever is supported by her is very likely to be the helmsman of Li Yao's group. However, Ding Lingdang does not like Jin Xinyue. Not at all, right? Li Yao did not say anything, but the bitter smile on his lips betrayed him. Long Yongjun grew more and more delighted. Understandable. Totally understandable. How can a masteress be fond of her husband's young, beautiful, and even slightly exotic female disciple. In such a case, things are quite tricky for Jin Xinyue. Ding Lingdang dislikes and is wary of her. It is obvious that she will not support Jin Xinyue. Then, even though Jin Xinyue can facilitate the rise of Liao's group with all her schemes and ploys, somebody else will claim the spoils in the end. How can the ambitious woman have worked hard for 100 years for nothing? Jin Xinyue is a very smart woman. She dare not end on bad terms with her mistress no matter what, because she knows that you will return sooner or later. She does not have the courage, nor is it necessary for her, to stand against you. Since betrayal is not an option, and she needs to find a way to win Ding Lingdong's support, she plays the most delicate move in the entire scheme. Yes, when I inferred her whole scheme, this particular move was the biggest surprise for me. Hey, Monster Lee, do you think that Jin Xinyue informed your wife when she prepared the entire scheme? Is it possible that they are role-playing? No, I thought so too. Long Yongjun nodded confidently. Ding Lingdang and you are as opposite as can be. She is not the kind of person who likes acting. Also, the fewer people who know such a delicate scheme, the better. It was absolutely necessary for Jin Xinyue not to let Ding Lingdang know anything. Therefore, it is safe to assume that Ding Lingdang is unaware of the truth even to this moment. She really regards Jin Xinyue as a ruthless, treacherous, churlish, insane woman who has no boundaries. Right? I agree. If I were Jin Xinyue, I would even find a way to meet Ding Lingdang, pretending that I am too arrogant to care about the bond between us, in order to infuriate Ding Lingdang. Hehe. Ding Lingdang would have been angry enough after knowing what Ding Lingdang did on the surface even without provocation. She will only be even more so after it. As a result, Ding Lingdang will truly dedicate all her resources to the investigation and crucifixion of Jin Xinyue. Then, in the near future, after all the traditional conglomerates are wiped out and Liao's group dominates the Federation, Jin Xinyue will certainly let Ding Lingdang learn the truth in a clever way. The little witch will let her mistress know that she has been making sacrifices and contributions while bearing the curses and misunderstandings in silence, not for herself or the demons, but for her master and mistress and for the rise of Liao's group. It means that Ding Lingdang truly wronged the little witch, and the little witch was unable to defend herself in the situation and therefore could only hold back her tears while continuing to make contributions for Liao's group, even if it means that power, reputation, and other things that she cherishes would be shattered. Tisk, tsk. How shocked will Ding Lingdang be after she learns the truth? Shaking her head, Long Yongjun could not help but applaud. Awesome. Truly awesome. Jin Xinyue has truly grasped every possible change in her mistress' mind. Of course, that is also partly because your wife is too easy to predict. But still, I cannot praise your disciple enough. Liao sniffed and said, Jin Xinyue is not nearly as awesome as you. She certainly couldn't figure out so many things with only 100 videos of public speeches. I am not nearly as awesome as you, Monster Lee, because I can tell from your countenance that you have long realized Jin Xinyue's tricks, haven't you? Long Yongjun smiled. What? Since there are only the two of us here, you don't even bother to pretend to be shocked? Ding Lingdang and Jin Xinyue are both most intimate to me, Liao said. A lot of Jin Xinyue's tricks and acting skills were even taught by me. Is it strange at all that I can see through her? It is outrageous for her to trick her mistress like that. I'm going to punish her good after I return. Of course you will punish her, by asking her to drink 3 cups of wine, right? Long Yongjun smirked. What Jin Xinyue has done is all open strategies. No surreptitious schemes are involved at all. At the very least, within Liao's group, and in front of Monster Lee, she is absolutely able to justify herself. Tisk, tsk. I'm growing to like Jin Xinyue more and more. She knows that it is difficult to resolve her mistress' hate and wariness for her. It is not just the private contradiction between two women but also the deep-rooted vigilance of a human against a demon. It may have something to do with the checks and balances within Liao's group too. Under normal circumstances, her mistress, as a big shot, would never support her. However obedient and dutiful she appears, it will only add to her mistress' alert. In such a case, she might as well go the exact opposite way. She set up a trap on purpose to make her masteress misunderstand her deeply or even strike her hard. Then, after what is done, when she is riddled with bleeding wounds because of her masteress, she will suddenly reveal the truth that she is actually a good person who has always been loyal to her master and masteress. She made sacrifices in silence for everyone in Liao's group. Your wife is a straightforward and upright woman. Such people always have the most extreme emotions, both love and hate. They cannot bear owing somebody else a favor just as much as they cannot tolerate themselves for wronging a good guy. Therefore, after discovering the truth, Ding Lingdang, who can't be more regretful, will definitely try her best to make it up to Xianxia, the loyal little disciple. Or rather, haunted by a certain weird sense of guilt, she may even walk from one extremity to the other. She may begin to absolute trust and support Xianxia instead of hating her. Hehe. That's exactly what Xianxia wants. Ding Lingdang is the second big shot in Liao's group, and Xianxia, with most of the demons in her back, can be considered as the third big shot. If the two big shots join hands, who can compete with Xianxia? In the next 100 years, her place as the helmsman of Liao's group will be as steady and unshakable as a mountain. This is Xianxia's whole plan. What she abandons is the title of Speaker of the Federation, which is vain and of no actual use, and the traditional conglomerates in the old core worlds, which are not the real source of her power at all. But what she gains will be the whole of Liao's group and the entire Star Glory Federation. From the beginning to the end, she has never wanted to be a common supreme speaker of the Star Glory Federation. What she dreams, like her father Jin Tui, whose Red Tide plan influences the Star Glory Federation even today, is to control the Federation for the next 100 years as a Queen of Darkness, who will truly lead the new Federation to rise in the Sea of Stars. Liao listened to Long Yangjuan's analysis quietly, but a vague shadow popped up in front of his eyes. Not Xianxia, but her father Jin Tui. Both the father and the daughter were quite a headache. This is how Xianxia's plan goes. I'm certain of it without checking your face. But there's one thing that has been troubling me, which I can't figure out. Xianxia's scheme is too huge for her to prepare alone. Judging from the thunderous strikes that the Secret Sword Bureau performed on her in the past 2 weeks, the operations seem to have been long set. Also, about the girl who claimed to be Moonfall's sister, however professional the training of her soul is, since she failed to deceive us, there is no reason she could have fooled the leadership of the Secret Sword Bureau, especially Guo Chunfeng, who is a seasoned agent himself. Guo Chunfeng is known as the omnipotent nascent soul stage cultivator, with quadruple talents in all 4 fields. He has managed the intelligence frontline of the Federation for 100 years. Is it possible for such a shrew old fox to be tricked by one Moonfall's sister or Xianxia? But as it happened, the Secret Sword Bureau did not raise any suspicions about the confession of Moonfall's sister at all, simply starting a superstorm. Then, the only logical explanation is that Xianxia and Guo Chunfeng have been working with each other. Is it possible? On the surface, Xianxia was once responsible for the dirty jobs in the Secret Sword Bureau after the Blood Demon sector joined the Federation 100 years ago. She was later promoted to be Guo Chunfeng's deputy and the second most powerful person in the Secret Sword Bureau. But the two of them soon ended on bad terms. It was said that they could not meet each other without fighting. In the end, Xianxia led her team to break up with the Secret Sword Bureau and establish the Dim Moon Fund. Not only was the Secret Sword Bureau greatly weakened, it even had a great competitor. Therefore, everybody in the Federation knows that Xianxia and Guo Chunfeng are as incompatible as fire and water. Neither of them will hesitate to hit the other person when they are down. But could it be an illusion? Is it possible that everything is just a trap that Guo Chunfeng and Xianxia laid together decades ago? But there seems to be no reason. The Secret Sword Bureau's sole job was to resist the demons before. Guo Chunfeng, as the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, should have even more alert and harbored more prejudice toward the demons than Ding Lingdang. How could he have trusted Xianxia and the demons without reserve? Is there really a certain foundation between them for their cooperation? Liao took a deep breath and did not hide his appreciation for Long Yangjun at all. Xinyue's marvelous performance was already far beyond his expectations as her master. However, Long Yangjuan's ability to run deductions based on the few traces were even more shocking and chilly. Yes. In the entire Star Glory Federation, other than themselves, Liao was the only one who knew Guo Chunfeng and Xinyu, the heads of two intelligence agencies who seemed incompatible, were actually the same type of person. They were neither pure human beings nor pure demons. They were both transformed from demons into human beings after absorbing tremendous, divine water of chaos. Xinyu was a saintess of demons, while Guo Chunfeng was abyss. The former's real identity was known by the entire world, but none other than Liao was aware of the latter's identity. It was enough as the foundation for their in-depth cooperation. Long Yangjun read something from Liao's eyes and said, "All right, I don't need to know everything. It's enough to know that it is possible for them to cooperate." TSK. The two intelligence agencies of the Federation seem to be at loggerheads, but they are actually the same gang and controlled by Liao's group. How can the rotten traditional conglomerates escape from Liao's group when the plans have been ongoing for decades in secret? For me, the mysteries of the entire event have been resolved now. The feeling of gratification is so rewarding. Thank you for your honesty. I am more determined to cling to your thigh now, too. But in the end, there's still something that I'm curious about. Monster Li, what's your feeling after raising such a terrifying disciple? Will you? Blinking, Liao extended two fingers and said, "Did you know? There are two kinds of people in the world. Some of them make pies and some sell pies." Long Yangjun was dazed. "What do you mean?" "Assuming that I am a guy named Wang Matzi who can make the most delicious pies in the world and has fun making them, it doesn't mean that I am necessarily good at selling pies, or that I can open the largest, the most popular, and the most enduring pie stores in the world, right? Besides, even if I can open branches of my pie store everywhere and earn loads of money, and even if I can decorate my restaurant into the most extravagant hotel and become a king of the food industry, I will have absolutely no time to make the pies that I like making best. In fact, their flavor will definitely be off even if I do find the time. Perhaps, I did not want to open a Wang Matzi chain pie store at all in the first place. I only wanted to make the most delicious pies in the world and watch the customers devour them one bite after another until oil is flowing out of their mouth. I would be as delighted as they were. Therefore, if a person who is good at selling pies has come to operate the Wang Matzi pie store, she is free to be the CEO of the pie store, because I will have more time to be focused on making my pies. Isn't it very good? You may grow a deep understanding about Xinyu through her personal biographies and the videos of her speeches, but you can't know her as well as I do, and you can't know me as well as she does. I know her, and I know that she will not betray me. She knows me, too, and she knows that, like Ding Ling Dang, I don't like operating a pie store but only like making pies. Therefore, as long as she is cautious enough to not cross the lines, I will not doubt or restrict her at all. She can totally do whatever she wants the way she wants. That is the mutual trust between me and her. Lines? What lines? Long Yangjun queried. Liao smiled. He turned on a mini crystal processor fluently and summoned many light beams, which displayed complicated formulas, charts, and statistical data. In the past half-month, all of you have been inferring everything with the best of your wisdom. For the experts of the ancient sages sector who are unaware of the inside information of the Federation, it was indeed difficult for you. But for me, who has a deep understanding about Xinyu, Ding Lingdang, Guo Chunfeng, and the other people involved, it was not troublesome to figure out Xinyu's scheme from the familiar methods. However, that was not the focus of my attention. I don't care who runs Wang Matzi Pie Store, or if it can grow huge and make money. Compared to the schemes and power struggles on the surface, I am more interested in one organization and one person, the CFIA and Lu Qingchen. Narrowing her eyes, Long Yangjun mumbled, "He is just Xinyu's chess piece, an unimportant character." "No, he is very important." Pointing at a few pieces of news on the light beam, Liao said, 42,722 victims were killed in the explosion of the Jade Dust Mines. It was the first attack of the CFIA, the evil organization of immortal cultivators, after it surfaced. Lu Qingchen became the most wanted criminal and the most notorious immortal cultivator nationwide because of the case, too. After the explosion in the jade dust mines, he launched quite a few terror attacks against resource planets in only 10 years, which caused serious damage. The total number of the victims surpassed 100,000. Then, the Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund both spared no efforts striking the CFIA. Lu Qingchen was forced to lie low, and the CFIA never committed any atrocious acts for a long time. But they had already established their brand as the most infamous organizations of the immortal cultivators. Long Yangjun was deep in thought. If Jin Xinyue asked Lu Qingchen to perform the terror attacks, or if she had simply kept the information to herself, it would cross your lines, and you will do what you have to do. But you have met neither Jin Xinyue nor Lu Qingchen. How can you know the truth? I calculated things, Li Yao explained to Long Yangjun. The Federation developed countless resource planets in the past 100 years and established millions of mines, most of which are in harsh, dangerous places. Accidents in the mines are unavoidable, however, many precautions we take. Here are the statistics of all the public mine accidents in the past century. All the irrelevant interference has been removed. Look at the curve. Do you notice anything? Li Yao pointed at a descending curve. Long Yangjun pondered for a moment and said, "There doesn't seem to be anything wrong. As the mining crystal processors are applied on a large scale and the infrastructure is perfected, the accident rate has been dropping every year. It is a very smooth curve, isn't it?" "Something's wrong. Very wrong," Li Yao said. "Look at the average accident rate before Lu Qingchen showed up, the 10 years during which Lu Qingchen was on a rampage, and the dozen years after he disappeared and went underground. It is smooth. Too smooth. What does it say?" Lu Qingchen launched appalling terror attacks on the major resource planets of the Federation insanely and repetitively. However, judging from the big data in the past 100 years, during the 10 years when he was most active, the average accident rate in the mines is almost identical to the years before and the years after. Were his attempts all in vain? Now, we remove all the terror attacks that the CFIA claim to be responsible for. Take another look. Li Yao tapped on the light beam, and a huge collapse immediately appeared at the middle of the curve, as if somebody had bitten a chunk out. During the 10 years when Lu Qingchen was most active, the average accident rate in the mines actually plummeted uncannily, and after Lu Qingchen went underground, the accident rate resumed normal quickly? Long Yangjun examined the data carefully. A moment later, glamorous brilliance beamed out of her eyes. "Do you see it now? There are only two possibilities for such weird data," Li Yao said. Either the heavens were watching over the Federation, and when Lu Qingchen was busy launching his terror attacks, other resource planets were all unbelievably lucky without having any serious mine accidents. Or there were no terror attacks at all. The Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund simply decorated the common mine accidents first, and the CFIA and Lu Qingchen stood up to claim them as terror attacks. In such a way, the CFIA was built into a highly evil organization of the immortal cultivators lurking within the Federation. Long Yangjun blinked quickly. If that's the case, the terror attacks are all fake, and Lu Qingchen never killed 100,000 victims. There is nothing wrong at all even if he works for Jin Xinyue. It is just acting within a reasonable range, right? However, other people can certainly reach the same conclusion with the data. This is perhaps the greatest flaw of Jin Xinyue's entire plan. No, this isn't Jin Xinyue's flaw. Softness finally shone on Li Yao's face. His eyes were completely open, like ponds that were unfrozen in the early spring with ripples spreading out. "It is my disciple's boundaries." Holding the bowl of noodles that Li Yao had made for her just now, Long Yangjun gazed at Li Yao for a long time. Then she suddenly burst into such laughter that she could barely catch her breath. "So, you've seen through everything since the beginning. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I was worried for nothing." She eyed Li Yao, somewhat in dissatisfaction. "I was concerned at first that you and your disciple were going to turn against each other, and the Federation would also fall apart under the scourge of the expedition army of the Imperium. I didn't know that everything was within your calculations. Han Bailing and I must have looked like idiots to you, as expected of Monster Li." This nickname came as a joke, but it seems more and more fitting. I might have been joking just now, but I'm seriously considering if I should cling to your thigh for the rest of the trip. Liao chuckled and devoured the bowl of noodles that were all swollen because they had soaked for too long. He then raised the bowl and drank the soup. In the end, he burped and patted his belly in great satisfaction. His face was glowing. Every pore on his body was opened, releasing a daunting aura to the outside world. The demeanor of Monster Li was fully revealed. Well, I didn't mean to be pretentious, Liao explained dutifully. It was not until last night that I finally calculated everything. When the data and charts are listed here, it is certainly easy to reach the conclusion, but I had nothing in the beginning, and I didn't intend to raise any suspicion by asking for someone to retrieve the relevant files. Therefore, I had to find the pieces of information myself, sometimes even by searching for the news decades ago, in order to slowly complete the puzzle. The job alone took me more than half a month. Thankfully, the result is not bad at all. Despite the lack of conclusive proof, the data is enough for me to prove that the CFIA is not really an evil organization. It does make sense, too. Xianxia is a smart person. Even if I don't trust her integrity, I should at least trust her wisdom. If she intends to control the Federation forever, how could she do such insane things and turn herself into a second Lu Zue, offering a weakness for her opponents to attack her? Since she never crossed the lines, and she made such great contributions and sacrifices for Li Yao's group, I might as well be generous as her master now that she has proved her loyalty. Is it a big deal at all to let her run Li Yao's group? Disciples should cater to their master's needs. With my reputation and influence today, isn't it too cheap for me if I deal with the trivia in the group myself? Isn't this what we recruit disciples for? Seeing that Li Yao talked and laughed casually, Long Yongjun put on a bitter smile for real. She shook her head and said, "You are such a puzzle. Sometimes you make me think that the one hiding in the magnificent statue of Dominator of Three Sectors, Vulture Liao, is an idiot, but sometimes I feel that the idiot is 10 times more horrifying than what Han Bailing described. What kind of person is the real Vulture Liao, and what is he planning to do?" Pausing for a moment, instead of waiting for Liao to reply, she smiled. "Ha! But forget it. It will be a happy ending after all. Xianxia appears to be taking full control of the situation. So, the guests from the Ancient Sages sector can just enjoy the drama jovially." Weird brilliance flashed in Liao's eyes, as he shook his head and said, "No, I don't think you can." Long Yongjun was slightly dazed. "How so?" "So far, everything has been going on too well," Liao said solemnly. "But things shouldn't go so well where I am involved." Long Yongjun chuckled. "There you are starting again. What kind of bizarre theory is that? Do you really believe in destiny or luck?" "Not destiny and not luck. It is some sort of law that exists in reality." Liao frowned, his eyes deep and dark. His mind seemed to have drifted to a long, long time ago, and his voice sounded like the moans in his uncanny dreams. "I don't know how I should explain it to you. Even I haven't entirely figured it out yet. But you may consider me as a person or a foreign object that is rejected by the whole world, like a thorn that has stabbed into the flesh. When a thorn impales the flesh, the body will react out of natural instincts, trying to squeeze it out. Chances are that my body and soul have gone through subtle mutations during the many space jumps in which they are torn apart and recondensed between the third dimension and the fourth dimension. Therefore, this world regards me as a certain foreign object and has a rejection reaction. It is not going to allow me to enjoy the fruit comfortably without doing anything." Long Yongjun was amused. Too many people have performed space jumps repetitively, but I've never heard of any of them having such weird mutations. Since you are so certain about the uncertainties in the future, I believe that you must have found something more than the so-called rejection reaction? Yes, Liao nodded. Since Xianxia has planned for 100 years, her whole plan can't be just what we are seeing right now. She must have calculated everything to help Liao's group rise unstoppably, and to make herself grasp the power of Liao's group and the Star Glory Federation someday. However, the most critical problem right now is the imminent invasion of the expedition army from the Imperium. If the Black Wind Fleet is not crushed, and the Star Glory Federation cannot secure a regional hegemony, her plans will be a great joke however marvelous and meticulous they are. Therefore, the abrupt changes in the past half-month are just appetizers. What is about to happen next will be Jin Xinyue's most crucial plan. Liao did not disguise his attitude. Observing his face, Long Yangjun immediately understood it. But you do not have much hope in your disciple's crucial plan to deal with the Black Wind Fleet? Liao sighed and said, yes, I think that her plans are not perfect enough. On one hand, she is too greedy. She is trying to take Liao's group, the traditional conglomerates, the Star Glory Federation, the Black Wind Fleet, and many other factors into consideration while making her plans for the purpose of taking advantage of all of them. If anything goes wrong in such an interlinking scheme, she will lose the entire game immediately. Even her father Jin Tui might not have been capable enough to calculate so many things. I think that it's too challenging for her. Long Yangjun smiled. Maybe young people prefer challenges. More importantly, as you said just now, by repackaging common mine accidents as terror attacks and fabricating a false evil organization named the CFIA, she has indeed kept her boundaries, but it can also be her greatest flaw. Are you worried that the Black Wind Fleet may see through her? Long Yangjun asked. Who knows? Liao replied. Normally speaking, the immortal cultivators from the Black Wind Fleet who are unfamiliar with the Star Glory Federation wouldn't think that way. However, if somebody enlightens them and explains the whole thing, it will not be too difficult for the Black Wind Fleet to draw the same conclusion with the same curve. Long Yangjun blinked. It seems that you already have suspects? No. I cannot accuse anyone with the little information I have. Liao paused for a moment but went on. However, I do feel ill at ease about one of Jin Xinyue's subordinates. Who is it? Long Yangjun asked. Lu Qingchen, Liao replied. Long Yangjun was slightly dazed. According to your speculation just now, Lu Qingchen is not a real most wanted criminal of the Federation, and he did not plan any terror attacks. He is just a magnet that Jin Xinyue unleashed on purpose to attract all the immortal cultivators. Then, his loyalty to the Federation must be unquestionable. Otherwise, Jin Xinyue wouldn't have picked him at all with her wisdom and keen eyes. But his Immortal Cultivator 2.0 gives me a very bad and creepy feeling, Liao said. Even if it is fake and made up on purpose, I don't believe that a guy who can come up with such a theory is a counterfeit immortal cultivator. Long Yangjun sniffed. Even if he is an immortal cultivator, so what? The immortal cultivators are not necessarily loyal to the Imperium of true human beings. Isn't freedom of thought highly valued in the Federation? Before the rise of the CFIA, theories on the true path of immortality were openly published. Lu Qingchen can be both an immortal cultivator 2.0 and a loyal patriot of the Star Glory Federation. That is not contradictory. His special qualities were discovered by Jin Xinyue with her sharp eyes. It can't be more suitable to ask such an immortal cultivator who loves the Federation to play the role of the leader of the CFIA. Liao nodded solemnly. Yes, I thought so too. Freedom of thought is one of the doctrines of the Federation today. Believing in the true path of immortality is not against the law at all. Since Jin Xinyue was bold enough to employ Lu Qingchen in such a critical and dangerous post, it means that he must have passed multiple tests and proved himself to be the firmest patriot who would never surrender to the Imperium of true human beings. Long Yangjun was truly dazed by what Liao said. She thought hard for a long time but still failed to get things straight. If you think that Lu Qingchen is an unwavering patriot who will in no way betray the Federation and surrender to the Imperium, what are you worried about? Liao smiled bitterly. If Lu Qingchen is truly a determined immortal cultivator who believes in the 2.0 version of the true path of immortality, and a resolute and devoted patriot who loves the Star Glory Federation and is willing to sacrifice himself for the Federation with the curse of most wanted criminal on his shoulder for decades, then how on earth will he stand by and watch his motherland walk further and further away on the path of the cultivators that he deems wrong? He will absolutely not betray the Federation or surrender to the Imperium, But it doesn't mean that he will not reform the Federation at the most critical moment with his own methods, ideology, and path that he believes to be absolutely correct. In the Heaven's Origin sector, 150 kilometers to the southeast of the capital city, there was a tiny, quiet satellite city. It was one of the main demon communities in the metropolis circle around the capital city. At the center of the tiny city were two tall, splendid skyscrapers. One of them was the Blood Demon Natives Association, and the other was the comprehensive building for the offices of the groups of the Blood Demon sector. Between the two skyscrapers, there was also a small square. At the end of the square was a tall wall made of obsidian, depicting the scene where countless miners of the demon race were slogging deep inside the mines to collect resources. Regardless of who was right and who was wrong 1,000 years ago, at least in the past 100 years, for the rise of the new Federation, countless demons had shed their blood, sweat, and tears in the resource planets in all 7 sectors. Their flesh and bones were buried deep in the earth of the new Federation and melded with the name Star Glory Federation, endowing the traditional country of pure human beings a different sense. The statue was established in memory of all the miners of the demon race who were killed in accidents during the rise of the new Federation. Next to the statue was a small museum, in which the names and deeds of all the sacrificed could be found out. Descendants of the demon race that were scattered in the 7 sectors, some of whom had no features of demons at all after drinking the chaos serum and generations of marriage with human beings, often went there after a long journey to offer flowers to their ancestors. Beyond the 2 skyscrapers and the small square for miners, to the north of the city, in the beautiful suburb, a seemingly ordinary villa lay. In the past few decades, the seemingly unattractive villa was one of the centers of the swirls to some extent, or rather, a center to make swirls. The leadership in the capital city and the experts in the circle of cultivators all address the villa as Moon Palace. It was Xianxia's personal residence. The Ministry of Equality and Development was a government agency, not Xianxia's property. The Dim Moon Fund, as the Federation's second intelligence agency, was highly associated with the nation, too, despite its inconspicuousness and independence. Could not be entirely considered Xianxia's private troop. Both the minister and the president of the Dim Moon Fund were positions and power that the federal government endowed her with and could be retreated any time. But the title Dark Lady of the 9 Heavens was different. Xianxia's responsibility, obligation, and power for the demons were not granted by the Federation but earned through her father's prestige and her own methods. Therefore, it was impossible for the Federation to deprive her of the power. The Moon Palace was both Xianxia's home in the capital and the command center for her to control the blood demon sector and the issues of the demons large and small. It was her real nest and the source of her power. However, her nest was in apparent danger after the storm swept for half a month. It could be seen from the number of shuttles landing and taking off in the private parking lots near the Moon Palace. In the past few decades, the private parking lots near the Moon Palace had always been jam-packed by the luxury shuttles from all over the 7 sectors. Not only were there guests from the demon race, some of them also came from the renowned sects that had been famous in the Federation for hundreds of years. When the scandal first broke out, the number of the luxury shuttles did not drop at all. At that time, nobody believed that Xianxia, a giant who had the support of most of the traditional conglomerates in the core worlds, would be crushed by an insignificant scandal. However, the situation escalated each day, especially after Moonfall's sister was exposed and heavily protected by the Secret Sword Bureau. In only a few days, abrupt changes were taking place. Xianxia's fall and the reshuffle of the Dim Moon Fund seemed to have become predictable facts. Therefore, the parking lots immediately turned empty. Xianxia, mired in countless scandals, seemed to have really turned into a bomb that could explode any time. None of the big shots were willing to keep in touch with her, fearing that they might be blown into pieces because of her. Only the bold and determined reporters were arriving at the place like dung beetles that had sensed the stench. They concealed themselves in the corners of the satellite city and played hide-and-seek with Xianxia's ferocious bodyguards from the demon race. Naturally, they were there to shoot the precious picture where Xianxia was caught. As a senior member of parliament, the leader of the Ministry of Equality and Development, and one of the 2 candidates running for the Supreme Speaker, Jean Xianxia was naturally protected by the federal law and could not be caught without good reason. 3 weeks after the scandal was exposed, she still had her basic freedom, and she could still commute between the plaza of her ministry and the Moon Palace, maintaining the functions of the two agencies. However, she did not leave the Heaven's Origin sector for other worlds to give speeches and call for votes anymore. Perhaps the independent investigators had restrained her from doing so. Or perhaps it was because she had foreseen that she could do nothing to change the situation and that her struggles would be futile. Faced with the snowballing scandals and pressure of the case, her high position and special identity could not help her much anymore. Multiple demonstrations targeting her had been held in many places in the 7 sectors, demanding that she be relieved of her duties and even sentenced to prison immediately. The sources and the seasoned reporters familiar with political affairs all concluded that, even by the most optimistic estimation, Jean Xianxia would have to resign in cooperation with the investigation in 1 week. In short, Jean Xianxia had lost everything. She was doomed. On the surface, that was indeed the case. But a secret meeting was being held in an area beneath the Moon Palace that was as complicated as a maze. The attendants did not enter the Moon Palace through luxury shuttles. They were directly teleported to the most critical chamber in the Moon Palace through a secret teleportation array. Naturally, no reporters, agents, or independent investigators discovered them. The secret teleportation system had been buried beneath the building when the Moon Palace was first established. It had never been used even once in the past few decades. So, it was impossible for the federal government to have learned the frequency and features of the system. At the very least, in the few days after it was activated for the first time, nobody would notice its existence at all. The attendants who went deep into the Moon Palace through the secret teleportation array were still the 3 leaders who had met Jean Xianxia last time, the real big shots hiding behind the Parliament of the Federation. This time, they were not just representing their own sex but also speaking for all the traditional conglomerates that had been affected by the scandals and struck hard. Therefore, despite the calmness and resolution from being nascent soul-stage cultivators, the 3 big shots were displaying obvious anxiety and fury. Jean Xianxia, what exactly have you been doing? Half a month ago, you promised me that you would take care of everything. We believed you and offered you so many resources. But the more you did, the messier it became. Right now, so many sects have gotten involved in this. The renowned sects with a history of hundreds of years have been pushed to the brink of collapse because of your own recklessness. The independent investigators, the Secret Sword Bureau, and a dozen other departments have established a joint task force. A lot of our leadership has already been taken away. Nobody can tell what they will confess. Even the few of us, as nascent soul-stage cultivators, will have to be investigated at designated times in designated locations in a few days. This is the greatest humiliation. Leader Pang, Leader Zhao, and Leader Tong, 3 big shots of the traditional conglomerates, vented their anger, hatred, and fear like 3 volcanoes. Jean Xianxia was still wearing the most delicate and perfect black suit. She seemed to be standing opposite them calmly, lowering her head to acknowledge her mistake. However, the uncontrollable twitches of her lips, the slightly disordered brow line, and the tiny fracture on her black silk stockings all revealed the fear in her heart. At first glance, even Jean Xianxia had lost control of herself faced with the immense pressure and the irreversible failure. With everything coming to this point, what are you hoping to achieve by saying all that? Taking a deep breath, she lit up a cigarette with her trembling hands. Then she said gloomily, "Leaders, you are free to burst into fury and curse me however you want. But can you save your sex and family by doing that? All 3 big shots were well-respected celebrities. It had been hundreds of years since they last heard such shameless talks. They were all exasperated. If that is the case, why did you beg us to come here to discuss a great plan with you? With everything coming to this point, we are but meat on a chopping block waiting to be cut. Is there any plan that can reverse our doom at all?" Jean Xianxia smiled miserably. What appeared on her face was perhaps the most miserable, complicated, and vicious expression that the 3 big shots had ever seen in their entire lives. "Kill me." Jean Xianxia smoked the cigarette and spurted the erratic mist toward the 3 big shots slowly. Everything will be ended. The three big shots were dazed at the same time. A moment later, they were even more angry than before. What did you say? Are you insane? You screwed everything up and caused such a huge mess that everybody is trapped in it. There's no telling how many people are going to die because of you, and you're hoping that we can give you a clean, easy death? Not so fast. Kill you? If killing you could solve our troubles, we would mince you into pieces without any hesitation. But is your life really so valuable? Are you qualified to drag so many noble families to die together with you? You. Why didn't we discover sooner that you are such a lunatic? Xianxia smoked the cigarette in silence, only this time swallowing all the smoke. Listening to the beratement of the three big shots patiently, she suddenly raised her head. With craziness beaming out of her eyes, she said with a smile, "Or maybe I can kill you first. I promise that you will leave this world easily and comfortably. You will not taste the pain of witnessing your ancestors' enterprises being ruined by you." The three big shots were stunned again. Then, sensing the undisguisable killing intent from Xianxia, they finally recalled what had happened during their last meeting. See, crap. The woman is crazy. Why did we make the same mistake as last time? Relax. It's just a joke. Xianxia smiled. Her killing intent vanished into thin air like a glass of water spilled in the desert. Snapping the ash at the end of the cigarette that was as smooth as jade, she crossed her legs comfortably and said, "It appears that you do not want me, yourselves, or your sex and family to die, and you want to counterattack to get a chance of survival, right?" The three big shots looked at each other in shock. "Do you have any solution? The entire Federation has learned of what we did. Even the three seniors here can't figure anything out to deal with the situation. What can I propose?" Looking at the three leaders through the orange brilliance at the butt of the cigarette, Xianxia seemed to be targeting her prey in a rifle scope. "Right, speaking of which, would you like to surrender to the Imperium with me, leaders?" Her words were like a cluster of air with a temperature of absolute zero, freezing the entire chamber as well as the three leaders inside. Having managed three renowned sects for almost 100 years, none of the three leaders were fools. They had slightly been out of control just now only because of their fury. But after Xianxia raised the shocking bomb, they calmed themselves down in the shortest amount of time. Xianxia. So, you have long been prepared to. Leader Pang, you're mistaken. I have always been loyal to the Federation. Not once did I think of betraying the Federation in the past 100 years. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot, as if something horrible was about to break out of her eyeballs. My people and I have served the country loyally and dutifully since we joined the Star Glory Federation. We have never hesitated to sacrifice our everything. Let's just talk about myself. During the time when I worked in the Secret Sword Bureau, and the time when I was in the Dim Moon Fund and the Ministry of Equality and Development, how many things have I done for the Federation? How many dirty and exhausting jobs that other people loathed to do were done by me? How many times did I personally suppress the dissatisfaction and rebellions of my own people? I can declare confidently that my loyalty to the Federation in the past 100 has been unquestionable. However, how did the Federation reward me? They turn a blind eye to the so many things that I did and the great sacrifices that I made. But when my methods were only slightly outrageous, they immediately caught my weakness and bit it hard without letting go. Or maybe, since the 7 sectors of the Federation are already steady now, it is time to cook the hound now that all the hares have been caught. They think that someone like me who has blood all over her hands and is responsible for the dirty jobs can be thrown away like a filthy rag. Don't they? Xianxia's eyes grew more and more bloodshot, and her eyes became larger and larger. As her spiritual energy surged out, her hair was standing up and fluttering, making her look like a crazy person. I can contain myself when other people wrong me, strike me, and suppress me, but even Ding Lingdang, my dear mistress, also does not care about our bond at all and bites me like a rabid dog, just in order to crawl to the throne of the Supreme Speaker with me as her ladder. Is the idiotic cow with more brawn than brains qualified to be the Speaker of the Federation at all? Does she deserve it? Can she do the job? I will be a speaker 10 times better than her if I am elected. Injustice calls for injustice. Since this is the way the Federation treats its contributors, since people hate their hero as such, and since Ding Lingdang despises her husband's disciple like that, what should I care about? All in all, you were right about one thing. Those who are not my people will think differently. I am a demon after all who doesn't belong to the Federation. We surrendered 100 years ago. What's the big deal if we surrender again 100 years later? The bottom line is, she snapped the cigarette aside and craned her neck like a creepy cobra that was slithering toward the 3 leaders. 100 years ago, I swore that I would become the Speaker of the Federation one day. It was a vow that I made to my father Jin Tui. Nobody is going to stop me, whatever the cost is and whichever methods I must adopt. I plan to become the Speaker of the Federation through legal approaches and lead the Federation to resist the Imperium. Believe it or not, that was what I thought at the beginning. But the Federation will not give me the opportunity. People will not give me the opportunity. Even Ding Lingdang views me as a mortal enemy. Did you notice how the news describes me nowadays? A second Lu Zue and a traitor of the Federation. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's high time that you look at what a real traitor does, idiots. The 3 leaders looked at each other in deep thought. Flickering light was flowing vaguely inside their eyes, but none of them were willing to talk first. They were all considering in silence. All in all, I have been pushed to desperation, and I'm forced to make counterattack now. Xianxia took a deep breath to calm herself down, but her hands were still shivering slightly. She drew out another thin, long cigarette, but she simply clenched it in her hands and rubbed it subconsciously until it was rolled into broken parts. Staring at the 3 big shots, she asked, "What are you hesitating for? Your situation is no better than mine. We have been bound to each other for decades. We are going to either live together or die together. Yes, with your fame and reputation, you will be able to catch your breath for a while even if you are skinned. You might not necessarily go to prison. You may even still be renowned celebrities standing at the peak of the Federation on the surface. But you know that, after the strike of the scandals, your spine has been lashed into pieces. Your sex and family are like dew before the sun comes out in the morning. You do not have much time to shine. I think that you are not scared of downfall, death, or prison. You are too old to care about any of that. However, you are scared that your sex and families that have been passed on for 1,000 years will be destroyed by you. You are scared that new powers will rise and step on your face forever, making it impossible for you to seek a comeback. You are scared that your offspring will become useless, mundane people. You are scared that your power will slowly fade away until it is completely gone in the glory of the Federation, just like the sects that we crushed together in the past few decades, right? But you can't do anything even if you are scared. With everything coming to this point, is there any way to save your sex and family, or even to make them ascend to higher places, other than surrendering to the Imperium? The 3 leaders were all blushing and breathing hastily, as if they had been filled up with the worst liquor. Xianxia smiled again, with some craziness, some aggression, and some arrogance. Stop being pretentious, dear leaders. I have long seen through the leaders of the major sects and families such as yourselves. In fact, for you, the path of the cultivators does not mean anything at all, does it? You only become cultivators because you happen to be born in a country of cultivators that is the Star Glory Federation. Your loyalty to the Star Glory Federation is on the premise that the Star Glory Federation will bring you tremendous benefits. Your belief and the source of power that supported you to reach the level you are at right now has nothing to do with the difference between the cultivators and the immortal cultivators. It is your sect and family, right? Your sects and families are your everything. For your sects, families, and bloodlines to live long and prosper, you can sacrifice everything, including yourselves and the Federation. That is the idea in the deepest part of your heart, right? The color of the 3 well-respected leaders' faces finally changed greatly. It's all right. It's really all right. This is totally understandable. How many people can really be loyal to their belief? Most people are still ordinary even if they have reached the nascent soul stage. Xianxia opened her hands and squinted. Sniffing the cigarette that she had just broken apart, she put on a fascinated expression and mumbled, "How fragrant!" "You?" Leader Pang, the fattest of the three attendants who was essentially a mountain of meat, finally could not contain himself anymore. His small eyes that were embedded in the wrinkles of his fat rolled for a long time and looked at his friends sitting next to him. In the end, he gnashed his teeth and asked, "Are you certain of victory?" Xianxia smiled. Shaking off the remains of the cigarette in her palm, she slowly said, "There are too many factors involved in a war. Of course, I am not certain of the final victory. However, just think about it carefully. The expedition army of the Imperium is overwhelmingly strong in the first place. Even if we don't betray but fight them united, we still may not be able to win. But right now, I have a batch of elite warriors from the Blood Demon sector in my hands. A fleet in the Federal Army is absolutely loyal to me, too. Together with you and those behind you, how much trouble can we cause in the heartland of the Federation? If the Black Wind Fleet attacks at such a time and loots the burning house, you can infer what the outcome will be by yourself." Cold sweat was popping up on the foreheads of all the three leaders. Xianxia looked at them scornfully and said, "Stop being pretentious. I don't believe that you never considered the possibility of surrendering to the Imperium of true human beings. The big families and sects such as you are the least dependable. To survive the change of dynasties, it is practically your natural instinct to sit on the fence. You are pretending to be loyal and responsible right now, but I guarantee that you will be the first ones to surrender when the situation goes south. After all, even if the Black Wind Fleet does defeat the Federation, those people are pure warriors who are unfamiliar with the local area. How can they expect to govern the region and collect resources without the big sects such as you as their helpers? By then, instead of being destroyed together with the Federation, it is possible for you to change your face and rise to prosperity, extending the tentacles of your family and sects into the 4 new worlds and even more worlds beyond in the future. Am I saying what is on your minds, dear leaders?" The 3 big shots were obviously embarrassed. Xianxia smiled and said, "Tell you what, your smart plans are not going to work out this time. You want to lead the way for the army of the Imperium? I'm sorry, but such a glorious and sacred job has already been taken by me, and the renowned sects such as yours will never have the chance to take the initiative. However, we have cooperated for nearly 100 years after all, and our cooperation has generally been pleasant. You also know that I am not an ungrateful person. I always do things for my conscience, my feelings, and my friends. Besides, my own strength alone is still a bit insufficient after all. Therefore, there isn't any tea today but wine. The Red Guts Dragon Blood Wine, the hardest liquor in the Blood Demon sector. Come on, leaders, seniors, and uncles. Drink the wine, and we will be life and death comrades. Follow me to pledge loyalty to the Imperium, serve the true path of immortality, and lead the way for the magnificent army of the Imperium." For wine cups made of skulls of demon beasts in a hideous and twisted shape slowly ascended from behind Xianxia. Boosted by her spiritual energy, the most eccentric air was flowing out from the utensils. 3 of the cups flew toward the 3 big shots, like 3 ghostly lanterns. The skull cups were filled with the Red Guts Dragon Blood Wine, which was as thick and intense as real blood. It could also be seen that a gallbladder of a demonic dragon that looked like a heart was floating inside each cup. The wine was as dark as blood and as thick as oil. One would feel that their goosebumps rising when they saw it first. Then, they would feel that their blood was boiling, and all their emotions were stimulated to the maximum. The 3 big shots looked at each other in bewilderment, their fingers shivering. None of them were willing to be the first one to drink the wine whose flavor and consequences were unknown. The 3 cups of wind, however, were drawing closer and closer to their mouths, as if 6 invisible people were standing behind them, forcing them to drink the wine. Xianxia's voice grew colder and colder. "Drink it now. Why don't you drink it up?" Xianxia, Leader Tong, who had a baby face, bulged his eyes and slapped his thigh. "We didn't come here alone. A lot of our men are waiting for us outside. Don't be too outrageous." "Oh, so to speak, Leader Tong, you would rather not show me enough respect." You do not consider the helpless, vulnerable woman that is me a friend, and you do not want to drink that wine that I specially brewed. Xianxia smiled casually and gestured at the door. People of different beliefs should go different ways. I don't like forcing people to do anything. If that is the case, you may leave now, Leader Tong. You should know that the job of leading the way for the army is not a complicated one. I don't think that it really requires so many hands. You, Leader Tong rose up abruptly and stared at Xianxia for a long time. Then, he glanced at the other two big shots who were sitting next to him. The two big shots lowered their eyes, as if they were two meditating monks who did not hear a word that he or Xianxia said. With a gloomy face, Leader Tong solemnly said, Xianxia, since you have told me such a clandestine plan, if we don't cooperate with you, I fear that we will never walk out of your moon palace, even if we get out of this chamber. Right? Xianxia smiled and said, What do you think, Leader Tong? Leader Tong's eyes were twitching violently, and he gnashed his teeth. Xianxia, don't you dare. With everything coming to this point, is there anything that I dare not do? Xianxia laughed miserably, sorrowfully, and crazily. She picked up the cup of Red Guts dragon blood wine, floating in midair that belonged to her, and put it next to her lips. She paused for a moment to smell the intense stink of blood before she raised her neck and drank the entire cup of wine. She did not wipe the crimson wine that was dripping from the corner of her mouth at all, but simply allowed it to sprinkle on her black suit, and even her thigh that was enshrouded in the black silk stockings. The gallbladder of the demon beast soaked in the wine was directly devoured by her, too, who chewed it slowly and carefully to squeeze more juice out of it. The wine was as red as blood, and her skin was as fair as jade. They were a shocking contrast. In the past 100 years, my sole dream was to become Speaker of the Federation. Leaders, you of all people should know how much I have paid for the dream and how many painful and dangerous things I have done. Xianxia swallowed the gallbladder that she had chewed up. Then she chuckled. But after only half a month, my dream has been entirely shattered. I am universally condemned, and I will never rise again. Even if Ding Ling Dang and the rest of them do not send me to prison because of the support of so many demons behind me. For someone like me, the feeling of losing power forever is 100 times more insufferable than being imprisoned. Hehe. With that in mind, what makes you think that I dare not do this, Leader Tong? We have cooperated for 100 years. Do you not know what kind of person I am? Do I impress you as someone who will just accept what fate has to offer? All right, enough of the nonsense. I'm going to ask you one last time, Leader Tong, Leader Pang, and Leader Zhao. Are you going to drink my wine or not? Whoever drinks the wine today will be my life and death brethren. We are going to team up and negotiate with the Black Wind Fleet. I believe that we can get a good price for your disciples and family members. If you would rather not, the door is right over there. Be on your way and let's die together. Xianxia finally wiped her lips with the back of her hand, but the crimson leftover of the wine was smeared even wider, as if she had just devoured a beast alive. She smashed the skull cup to the floor hard, breaking it into pieces. Then, she bulged her eyes and glowered at the three big shots. For a moment, the countless demon kings, demon emperors, and even demon gods of the blood demon sector from the past 1,000 years seemed to appear behind Xianxia. Her aura was truly overwhelming. Under her scorching eyes and her irrefutable persuasion, the big shots were all shaking before they made up their minds again soon. Leader Pang, the mountain of meat, was the first to reach for the cup. Leader Zhao, however, was the first to pour the wine into his mouth. But after he drank the spicy wine, he discovered that Leader Tong, who seemed to be the most unwavering one of them all, had already turned the cup upside down to show that he had finished the wine. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Her hair in a mess, Xianxia laughed crazily and opened her arms, shouting, A smart bird knows which tree it should build its nest on. With the help of the 3 leaders here, our great cause will certainly be completed in no time. All right, we have finished the wine. Let's get back to business. Leader Tong wiped every last bit of the wine that was lingering on his lips. He regained his calmness and said, If we are really going to do this thing, it will be much more complicated than shouting slogans. Have you communicated with the other side? What's your specific plan? I think that you can tell us now, right? Xianxia smiled mysteriously. Of course. I'll ask someone to introduce the real dim moon plan to you. She clapped her hands 3 times unhurriedly. The 3 big shots all changed their face color. They were still a bit ill at ease and did not want other people to learn of their defection so early. Rest assured. Observing their faces, Xianxia smiled casually. The few guys to come are the liaisons that I carefully chose for you. I believe that you will definitely find them trustworthy. Before the 3 big shots could object, the door of the secret chamber opened. The 3 faces that popped up from the darkness outside of the chamber, however, flabbergasted the 3 big shots inside. Father, Master, Senior Uncle. 3 middle-aged men in their prime years walked in and bowed to the 3 big shots respectfully. Their casual countenance was a vivid contrast to the astonishment on the 3 big shots' faces. Yes. Those appearing in front of them were the son and the true disciples of their respective family, whom they had always trusted and liked most. They were almost the pillars of their sects and families. As it turned out, they had long been converted by Xianxia. The 3 big shots felt that their heads were dizzy, as if 100,000 volcanoes were erupting at the same time. There was no telling whether it was because of the shock or the attack of the wine. Xianxia. You are so wicked. You've wronged me again. Why has everyone been wronging me recently? Come here. You will explain to them what happened by yourselves. Father, this is not what it looks like. President Jean did not sway us. It was the spies of the Imperium of true human beings who persuaded us to serve the Imperium. We made a poor choice back then and got caught by President Jean. Yes, Master. At that time, we were all frustrated and thought that we were going to die in disgrace. But President Jean was lenient enough to spare us and help us to cover it up. Otherwise, we would have been sentenced to prison. Senior Uncle, you must listen to our explanation. President Jean was truly loyal to the Federation at that time. She let us go because she wanted to know more inside information about the expedition army. So, she gave us an opportunity of repentance. We were asked to keep in touch with the spies of the Imperium, partly to gather intelligence and partly to give false information to them to mislead the Black Wind Fleet. Just like that, President Jean gradually reached out to the Black Wind Fleet through us. We didn't know that such things would happen. President Jean is such a great hero, and yet she has been betrayed by the Federation. Even we believe that she deserves better. If the Federation is so ungrateful and short-sighted, we might as well rise up for real. The Black Wind Fleet has long discovered the coordinates of the Federation, but it is difficult for the main troops to jump over instantly without star beacons, Xianxia said. Therefore, some spies were sent first to convert important figures. People like you and me were too eye-catching to be their primary targets. As for your sons and disciples, they were certainly the best prey. Why were they bewildered by the Imperium? The competition between the Federation and the Imperium is like hitting a rock with an egg. Faced with the overwhelming pressure, it is only normal to be bewildered, and it is actually abnormal to stay awake, isn't it? Besides, everybody has weaknesses, even including the pillars and the heirs of the major families and sections. For example, they may happen to be found in the bed of the mistress of an elder in their sect, or they may have stolen the precious resources in the treasury to break into a higher level. If the spies of the Imperium learn the information, can those people not follow their instructions? As for me, I happen to be the president of the Dim Moon Fund. It is my responsibility to capture the spies of the Imperium. Isn't it perfectly normal that I traced back to the filthy and smelly matters? However, forget it. Just let bygones be bygones. I believe that you must have done a lot of similar things when you were young leaders. So why don't you keep an open mind for the juniors? Come on, let's look forward. A future of infinite brightness awaits us. Your sects, your families, and all your offspring. The brilliance in Xianxia's eyes became more and more intense. Her lips curved into a charming but wicked smile. Straightening her arm and clenching her fist, She made the gesture of the highest courtesy of the Imperium of true human beings. Do you want to give it a try? You will know that it is not difficult at all after you do. Long live the immortal cultivators. Long live the true path of immortality. Long live the Imperium of true human beings. An hour later, after seeing off the 3 leaders who were concocting their own plans, Xianxia reached an underground base that was even larger 3 kilometers away through another secret short-distance teleportation array. Geologically speaking, it was right below the Museum of Demon Miners at the center of the small city. The decorations of the place seemed to imply that it was an underground museum, too. On the dark embossments around, the pictures of countless bizarre-looking demon miners who were working hard in the deep, murky mines had been carved. Some of them were even scenes where the demon miners were struggling to survive collapsed mines, explosions of crystals, or raging floods. Right ahead of Xianxia was a light beam that was flowing slowly. On the light beam, the names of the demon miners who had been killed in accidents in the mines in the past 100 years were displayed in the smallest font. A girl in white was standing below the list of the victims quietly, like a priestess of the shrine of demons. She was truly white. Not only the feather clothes on her body were white and unsullied by dust. Her skin exposed to the air and even her long hair that was running like a river were also the purest white. Even her eyeballs were translucent, so clear that one could see the deepest part of her heart. Xianxia picked up 3 sticks of incense from the girl. The brutality and insanity that she had acted when she was dealing with the 3 leaders in the secret chamber just now had entirely vanished. Wholeheartedly and solemnly, she bowed 3 times to the deceased miners before she stabbed the incense sticks into the tiny burner below the light beam. She also did not forget to straighten the incense sticks nearby that had tipped because they were half burnt. She did not flinch at all when the burning ash fell to her hands. After doing that, she stood straight again. Looking at the list of the deceased miners that seemed to be rolling incessantly, she suddenly asked, "Schwer, do you feel that your master is immoral?" "No. I understand that everything Master has done is meant to eradicate all the uncertainties for the Federation in advance, in case greater troubles arise within the country when the war reaches the fiercest moment. You are doing the right thing, Master. But..." The girl in white named Schwer paused for a moment and said, "Isn't it too cruel? After all, so many people are involved. Some of them might not betray the Federation and surrender to the Imperium without us. Do you think that it is cruel, too?" Xianxia scratched her long hair, somewhat in exhaustion. Schwer, the girl in white who was her true disciple, walked behind her and helped her comb her hair. "It's been so many years since the explosion in the jade dust mines. Schwer, I remember that both your parents were killed in the catastrophe, weren't they?" Narrowing her eyes, Xianxia simply allowed her disciple's hands to press her temples, enjoying the rare pleasure between plots and schemes. She said, "For the outside world, and even to the owners of the mines, namely the big sects behind the mining corporations, we claimed that it was a terror attack and pushed all the responsibility onto Lu Qingqian and the non-existent CFIA. But of course, you know that it was not a prearranged terror attack at all but merely an accident." "But was the accident really an accident? The explosion in the jade dust mines, and the so many other accidents that happened in the mining bases on the major resource planets in the past 100 years, were there no humane factors behind them at all? Were they all destined and unavoidable? No. That's not the case at all. A lot of accidents could have been avoided if some resources were devoted to upgrading the facilities and the education and protection of the Minders, and if a relatively reasonable goal was set to make sure that both miners and the mining magical equipment rested and were checked enough. But 100 years ago, most of the mining corporations in the Star Glory Federation were controlled by the major sects that had existed for hundreds of years. Those greedy guys tried their best to exploit the last bit of strength in the bones of the demon miners in order to get more profits. All they were interested in was expanding the territory of their resource empire and collecting most resources in the shortest amount of them. They never gave any thought to controlling the accident rate or the death rate of the miners. After all, it was demon miners who were toiling on the resource planets back then. The Federation would be steadier if more disobedient and bizarre-looking monsters died. That was what the renowned sects and families that controlled the mining corporations thought. It is the cultivators' responsibility to protect ordinary people. Even if they had really believed in that hollow declaration, how was it possible to ask those voracious guys to treat demons as ordinary people? The Federation at that time was like the Uranian Ring sector 30 years ago, with humans being the heavenly light and demons being the earthly fiend. We appeared to be in the same country, but invisible prejudice was ubiquitous. To finish my father's red tide plan, and to make the demons fully integrate into the Federation, I went through quite troubled times. At that time, my father had accepted his sentence. As an experiment subject of the Human Hibernation Project, he was completely frozen. The hope of unfreezing and reviving him was very slim. My master and your grandmaster went to explore outer space. There wasn't any word from him for a long time. He wouldn't be returning in the next few decades if he returned at all. Without the protection of father and master, I was merely a core formation stage cultivator transformed from a demon king. But I was holding such a delicious cake that was the blood demon sector. What choice did I have except to lower my head faced with the extortion and exploitation of the renowned sects? They asked me to ship a great number of demons for mining in the extremely harsh resource planets that were yet to be developed. It was obvious that a lot of people would die, but I accepted it. They offered us the most ragged and outdated mining facilities, but they demanded an outrageously high quota. I accepted it. There was absolutely nothing on the resource planets other than crystals. Food had to be delivered from the outside world. The miners had to feed on the crudest recycled food, and the fresh food was pegged at a price 100 times higher than it should have been. It was pure blackmail, but I accepted it. Under such high-intensity work and such crazy expansion, accidents were bound to occur, but after every accident, they hesitated and reduced the compensation time and time again. In order not to affect the reputation of their sect and their status in the financial market, they even kept a lot of accidents to themselves. But I gritted my teeth and accepted it again, because I know that if I hadn't accepted it, the renowned sects that controlled most of the seats in Parliament and the entire news industry could have absolutely found more flaws in the demon race and significantly delayed the demons' total integration into the Federation. New changes might have happened, too. Even I could have been killed by them if I hadn't acted so mild and docile, and replaced by a puppet that was easier to be manipulated. Hee. They thought that I did not know their assassination plans and the list of puppets they chose from the demon race. I knew everything. However, neither my father nor my master were not present. What could I do except accept everything in silence? Sensing her master's sadness, Schwer pressed harder and carefully said, "We all know that it is not easy to run the demon race. You've been troubled in the past 100 years, master." Xianxia smiled and went on. "I can accept it, but I will not forget it. With 100 years of endurance, I passed the Bill of Rights for general equality, which brought the equality that demons have today, the in-depth infiltration in Parliament and the news industry, and the Ministry of Equality and Development, the Dim Moon Fund, and the Big Buy Fleet. Most importantly of all, I more or less earned the trust of the renowned sects and made them believe that I was really just a puppet, an ambitious one that had a strong lust for power at best. Therefore, it is time we settle the scores right now. Nobody can bully my people like that without paying the price. The CFIA does not exist. Lu Qingchen need not answer for so many accidents in the mines, either. Those who should really be responsible for the crimes are the wretched mining corporations, the resource giants, and the renowned sects behind them that have dominated the Federation for hundreds of years. This time, I have carefully selected 17 huge sects as the focus of our strike in the plan. They were all deeply associated with the mining accidents in the past 100 years that shouldn't have happened in the first place and were not taken care of properly after they did, causing tragedies for countless demons. I know exactly who owes us debts. No innocent people will be involved. Those fat and greedy sects should have seen today coming during the past 100 years when they sucked the blood of the demon race hard. I am not a rigorous person. Those renowned sects need only pay one life for one life. Today, exactly the same number of people in their sects will be killed as the number of our victims who were killed in the accidents that shouldn't have happened. It is very fair, isn't it? Yes. Schwer emboldened herself and said, But it does not appear to be the fairness of the cultivators. I am not a cultivator in the first place. The whole world knows that I am a demon. The most charming and deceptive demon. Xianxia smiled casually. Besides, I am not doing this entirely for vengeance. What you said just now does make sense. Compared to the ordinary people and the cultivators at the bottom level, those huge, unremovable, and rotting sects are the greatest uncertainties in the war to come. The ordinary people and the cultivators at the bottom level can only count on their country, the Star Glory Federation. Their country is their everything. Even if they want to lead the way for the Imperium, they will not be qualified to do so. However, to the renowned sects that have existed for hundreds of years, country does not matter at all. Their sects and families mean the world to them. To protect themselves, and for their own survival, they have both the ability and the motive to betray the Star Glory Federation for greater benefits. Shuer was silent for a moment. Then, she went on to massage her master's shoulders, neither too heavily nor too lightly. She remarked, "Your words do make sense, master. In the competitions of wisdom and bravery with the spies of the Black Wind Fleet, most of the people that are converted by the Imperium and get caught by us later come from the noble families that have been glorious for hundreds of years. I don't know what has gotten into those people. They can shout the slogan of the cultivators louder than anybody else, and they are doing righteous and high-sounding things on the surface. But when it comes to filthy business, they do not hesitate at all as long as there are enough benefits. Of course." Xianxia smiled casually and said, "The noble families are the least dependable forces. It is the truth that has been well tested in countless changes of dynasties in the history of our civilization. The ordinary people and the low-level cultivators won't even find an opportunity to join the Imperium even if they want to. So we can say that they are incapable of betrayal. But Masteress Ding Lingdong's Patriots Front, the glorious Sunlight Group left behind by my master, or the Double Dragons Union in the Heaven's Origin sector, they are all new forces that have risen together with the birth and development of the new Federation. Their interests and the interests of the new Federation are bound together tightly. Naturally, they will fight for the Federation without reserve. The deeply rooted noble families that existed in the age of the old Federation are not necessarily so. They are all quite independent, and they have formed their own social circles that are not open to the outsiders, making them cancer that is living on the body of the Federation. Furthermore, due to the problems accumulated in the past hundreds of years, they are gradually rotting and failing to catch up with the development of the era. Under the blast of the new powers such as the glorious Sunlight Group, the Double Dragons Union, and the Patriots Front, they are now shaking unsteadily and can already see their doom. Therefore, they have strong motives to reverse the losing trend that they are mired in right now. In such a case, if the war pressure that the Imperium imposes on us is too heavy during the confrontation between the Federation and the Imperium, isn't it obvious who will defect to the Imperium first? Those who are too old should die. It is true for people, sects, or groups. The traditional conglomerates are too old right now to catch up with the development of the new Federation. It is time that they died and spared some room for new sects, new experts, and new groups. If they are too reluctant to die, they will be nothing more than thieves trying to steal other people's time for themselves. Look at what they did in secret in the past 100 years. I don't believe that they are real cultivators who will swear to protect the Federation with their life. What happened today is just further proof of my judgment. Therefore, Xianxia held Shuer's hands and turned back to look at her disciple. There are bound to be dark corners that sunlight cannot reach after a country develops for too long. And a lot of vermin and other filthy things will ferment in such corners. Right now, let's take away all the darkness and filth with our efforts and leave a clean new Federation behind. The demons will rise again in the renewed Federation filled with absolute brightness. When she mentioned demons will rise, sparks were bursting out of the pure and clear eyes of the demon girl Shuer, despite her calmness so far. 100 years. It had been 100 years. According to the deduction of Jin Tui, the greatest strategist of the demon race 100 years ago, this was the time that the Red Tide plan would conclude and the demon race be reborn and rise again. Shuer was breathing fast. Her fair face that seemed to have been the result of staying underground for too long flushed with excitement. Jean Xinyue read the voices in her disciple's heart. She smiled confidently. An hour ago, she had echoed with the three leaders in a different chamber, shouting the slogans of the immortal cultivators at the same time. However, both Jean Xinyue and the three leaders were well aware that none of them truly believed in the slogans from the bottom of their hearts. Long live the immortal cultivators and long live the imperium of true human beings for them were nothing but a yawn, or a fart that could be traded for money. However, when Jean Xinyue and Shuer, two females of the demon race, chanted another slogan that had been sealed for 100 years softly, the master and the disciple understood their destiny perfectly and were willing to carry it out with their life. Obliteration, rebirth, immortality. Obliteration, rebirth, immortality. It was the slogan that 1,000,000 demons had once roared together when Jean Tui led the coalition army of demons trying to lunge at the capital city of the Star Glory Federation through the Eye of Blood demon more than 100 years ago. Today, despite all the assimilation policies, too many demons were still unable to entirely wipe away the slogan and the belief from the deepest part of their bones. All right, open the door. Jean Xinyue held her disciple's arm and transmitted a stream of mild spiritual energy into her body, pacifying her blood that was almost boiling. Then, she smiled. Shuer bit her lips softly, not entirely freed from the anxiety and excitement a moment ago. She took 2 deep breaths and retreated, pressing the embossment of the underground museum gently. The light beam that displayed the names of the victims immediately disappeared. On the wall behind the light beam that seemed to be empty, bloody stripes were slowly popping up. Extending and interweaving, they constituted a brand new teleportation array. It was a third secret teleportation array that led to a third underground base. All the chambers led to tunnels or entrances to the outside world. They were only connected to each other via teleportation arrays. Also, most of the teleportation arrays were point-to-point and one-way. It meant that if someone wanted to reach the real core secret chamber, they would have to find the first secret chamber, locate all the teleportation arrays in it, and decrypt the activation code and the coordinates of the destination, before they jumped to the second chamber and repeated what they had done in the first chamber. Only in such a way would they be able to reach their final destination. Jean Xinyue had enough reasons to be so cautious about the personnel and facilities in the core secret chamber. Schwa, consumed by the red brilliance, she vanished in the underground museum and appeared at the top of a row of stairs that extended downward. The narrow stairs were barely enough for any heavy war machines to pass, but a huge dent was appearing every now and then on the 2 sides of the stairs. Inside every dent, a warrior of the demon race was sitting on alert. In the plaza of the Ministry of Equality and Development in the downtown, the members of the Dim Moon Squad in the public office of the Dim Moon Fund were already hideous and ferocious enough. But the demon warriors there were 10 times more hideous and ferocious than the members of the Dim Moon Squad. President. When Jean Xinyue walked down step by step, the ferocious demons all bowed to her respectfully, without disguising the admiration and reverence in their eyes at all. At the end of the zigzagging stairs, a gate made of super alloys more than 10 meters thick glided into the rocks soundlessly. Behind the alloy gate, what appeared in front of Jean Xinyue's eyes was an underground crystal processor and communication center. The crystal processors there had integrated the features of the technology of spiritual energy and the biochemical technology. They appeared both like a super mainframe crystal processor had grown countless tumors and parasites, and the internal organs of a gigantic beast that had been stabbed with countless crystal processors and computational chips. Dozens of specialists in crystal processors and biochemical brains were working busily in the middle of the crystal wires and synthesized nerves that were as thick as boas. The whole significance of their secret work below ground day and night was to deceive and bypass the grand unified spiritual nexus of the Federation, allowing Jean Xinyue to contact with a certain place beyond the Federation in the depths of the universe through an absolutely clandestine route, and to perform a critical strike on the grand unified spiritual nexus when it was necessary. It was definitely not an easy task. However, if the most professional specialists of crystal processors in the Federation were invited there to dismantle all the crystal processors, they would be able to discover a lot of computational chips and analytical units that far exceeded the current technology of the Federation. They were all gifts from the Imperium, The war had long begun. It was time to decide the final outcome. "Governor Jean, you're here?" A short, sticky-mouthed man who seemed rather plain greeted her. But his attitude toward Xianxia was subtly different from the other people's. He addressed Xianxia in a quite weird way, too. Xianxia glanced at the short man and casually said, "All I want is to keep me alive and find a place for my people to survive. I am not even sure if you will burn the bridge immediately after you cross the river. Just save your governor talk." The short man giggled even more charmingly than Xianxia. His shoulder jiggled quickly as he said, "Governor Jean, rest assured, the Imperium always honors its promises. Our commander will not kill the goose that lays golden eggs. Either. We have come from the center of the cosmos after a long journey. It is impossible for us to stay at the edge of the cosmos forever. March back to the center of the cosmos and reclaim our homeland and our pride. That is the ultimate goal of the Black Wind Fleet. What we desire are just elite soldiers and sufficient resources. Perhaps in-depth technological communication between each other, too. But nothing more. One day, when the Black Wind Fleet has rested enough and gathered the army to march back to the center of the cosmos, won't we need someone most loyal and trustworthy to manage the 7 sectors here? As long as you remain as wise and loyal as today, Governor Jean, why would we bother to consider picking a second proxy for us? By then, you will be responsible for providing the incessant heavenly materials and earthly treasures, crystals and manpower in the 7 sectors for us, and we will return to the center of the cosmos and take our everything back. We will be at the Emperor's court, and you will be at the frontier of the country. Our cooperation will do us both good. Why would we burn the bridge? Therefore, rest assured, Governor Jean, we never treat our friends unfairly." Xianxia stared at the short man and said, "I hope so. Has the secret super remote communication route been established?" "Yes." The short man smiled. "It is ready to be activated any time. With the crystal processor and network technology of the Federation right now, it is absolutely impossible for the Federation to intercept or perceive the signals." "That's good." Her hands behind her back, Xianxia took a deep breath, and the subtlest redness beamed out of her eyes. "Let me speak to your commander directly." 80 light-years away from the Uranian Ring sector, the world at the outermost edge of the Star Glory Federation, deep inside an unknown space zone, there was a brown dwarf. The universe was a boundless place with countless stars. If someone drew a sphere with a radius of 100 light-years centered at the 7 sectors of the Star Glory Federation, more than 5,000 galaxies would be included in the 7 spheres. But most of them were desolate worlds devoid of spiritual energy or life. Although the Star Glory Federation had been launching unmanned mini-exploration starships and highly sensitive space torpedoes to the desolate worlds every day, every month, and every year for the past century, trying to establish a solid defense line or at least a border within 200 light-years from itself, there was still a very long way to go before it filled up all 5,000 desolate worlds. A lot of dark space zones that were yet to be detected or monitored by the Federation still existed around the 5,000 stars. The so-called border was purely an unsubstantial concept and a psychological comfort. Stars, in the meantime, were at least celestial bodies that were large enough for the Star Prior's house, the largest space surveillance state of the Federation on Spider Den, to monitor and keep track of. But the brown dwarf was one level lower than the star. The brown dwarf was a type of gaseous celestial body that had elements similar to a star, but did not have enough mass to ignite a fusion reaction at the core. Its mass ranged between the smallest star and the largest planet. Therefore, it was quite dim and was often known as a failed star. Because their mass was not large enough for them to become burning stars, it was difficult for them to release spiritual waves that could be sensed by the Star Prior's house or any other space surveillance station in the Federation. By the analysis of the astrologists of the Federation, it was likely that more than 3,000 brown dwarfs existed within 100 light-years from the few sectors of the Federation. But the Federation had only discovered and named fewer than 500 of them. There were still 2,500 brown dwarfs that were swirling and drifting in the cold, dark, unknown space zones like invisible eyeballs. Although those brown dwarfs could barely be detected and explored by the Federation 100 light-years away, Some of them were still able to emanate quite a high temperature when the distance was close enough. The temperature could be transformed into feeble energy that would supply a fleet that had just arrived after an exhausting journey to take a brief rest without being violent enough to affect the magical equipment units in the fleet that were highly worn out from the journey of 100 years. Also, it could slightly cover up the spiritual waves that the fleet released itself when it was resting, repairing, and establishing a large-scale array of star beacons. Even if the space surveillance stations of the Federation detected anything, the fleet would only be mistaken for part of the brown dwarf. The Black Wind Fleet had stayed in the orbit of the brown dwarf for 7 years. A space expedition could never be accomplished overnight. 100 years ago, when the Black Wind Fleet set off, the greatest enemy it faced was the unknown universe and time itself. At that time, what they had was merely a small part of incomplete coordinates of the flying star sector. If they had jumped based on the incomplete coordinates, there was a 99.99% probability that they would have ended up in an unvisited desolate world that was not marked on the star map and did not carry any distinctive astronomical features. It would be no different from being mired in a cosmic storm. Jumping out would be highly difficult without a major consumption of resources. Even if they did jump out again, it was still possible that they would find themselves in a second wretched, bleak world. As it happened, the Imperium of True Human Beings expansion had never extended in the direction where the flying star sector was in the past 1,000 years. Therefore, the Black Wind Fleet, unwilling to be swallowed by other worlds after suffering the crushing defeat and losing their home, accepted the glorious but arduous task of expanding the territory and consolidating the rear for the Imperium with whatever soldiers it had left. Their mission was not just to explore and conquer the flying star sector, but also to search all the unknown space zones between the homeland at the center of the cosmos and the flying star sector, especially the sectors recorded in the historical archives and the ancient star maps, for prey that the Imperium might take advantage of. Therefore, the Black Wind Fleet was not in a hurry to jump to the flying star sector through one super long-distance space jump with the coordinates that the Star Child had sent out. Considering the complexity of the space jump and the possible cost of spiritual energy, if the distance of a space jump was doubled, the spiritual energy and resources to be consumed would be squared. It was also absolutely not an option for the Black Wind Fleet to perform a super long-distance jump recklessly when it clearly would not get any supplies or reinforcements from the base. What they chose was a tactic known as stellar frog jump. The distance of their every space jump was no more than 100 light-years and usually between 10 to 50. After every jump, they would search for a suitable star and search for habitable planets and civilizations of mankind near the star while they projected special star bombs toward the particular star. With the technology of the Imperium of True Human Beings, it was barely possible to destroy a star, but the purpose of the star bombs was not destruction but to activate special zones on the star to provide spiritual energy for their next jump. After they were done exploring the star's surroundings, all the parameters and coordinates were recorded in the star map, and large-scale star beacons were established on the stable planets in the local galaxy. This meant that other fleets would be able to travel between such space zones and the homeland of the Imperium conveniently. Therefore, it was a sign that the space zones had been included in the territory of the Imperium. Usually, they had also gathered enough energy during the process by then. So, they would perform the next stellar frog jump and repeat what they did last time. Therefore, during the past 100 years, they had halted every now and then to explore, record, and construct. It was not until 10 years ago that they finally reached the edge of the cosmos. The Black Wind Fleet had been quite unlucky in the past century. They did not find too many habitable planets that were of enough value to be developed. Even the worlds of human beings that had once boasted prosperous civilizations according to the historical files and ancient maps left by the Star Ocean Imperium often turned out to be collapsed and drained after the Black Wind Fleet found them through grueling efforts at the cost of tremendous resources. The so-called civilizations had nothing but dilapidated buildings left in them. Even if some uncivilized barbarians were still drawing their last breath in the desolate worlds where spiritual energy had run dry, they could not make up for the resources that the Black Wind Fleet had consumed in search for them at all. Resources were the most valuable things in the sea of stars, while civilizations were the most fragile things in the cold, cruel universe. After being greatly disappointed several times in a row, the Black Wind Fleet had found themselves in a terribly awkward situation. Yes. At first glance, they had expanded the territory of the Imperium, but most of the new territory was worthless, desolate worlds of the lowest rating. In the sea of stars, the most useless thing was territory. When one raised their head and looked at the starry sky, there seemed to be boundless territory that, theoretically speaking, boasted tremendous resources and was therefore of a higher value. For the worlds that had never been inhabited by intelligent creatures since they came into being, as long as someone raised a flag, sang a national anthem, and built a star beacon nearby, they would be able to announce that the planet was part of the Imperium's territory. But such territory was utterly meaningless. However valuable it was theoretically, it would only be so if the Imperium was capable of developing it on a large scale at an acceptable cost. If a world claimed to boast 10,000 points of resources, but it would consume 20,000 points of resources to collect, purify, and transport the resources after the Imperium decided to develop it, would such a world be of any use at all? It was not counting the construction and maintenance of the star beacons, and the management cost and the cost of the defense of the supply lines that the Imperium would need to pay in order to govern this world. The swift and unpredictable fleets of the Covenant Alliance were definitely not easy to deal with. Unfortunately, the Black Wind Fleet had not even found a lot of such worlds in the past 100 years. The space zones that they had discovered, according to themselves, theoretically boasted 10,000 points of resources if a deep prospection was conducted, but the cost of the prospection would be 5,000 points of resources, and the cost of the follow-up development would probably be another 10,000 to 100,000 points of resources. Such worlds could barely earn any contribution points for the Black Wind Fleet. Without contribution points and having lost their own home, it meant that the Black Wind Fleet could not receive more supplies and brand new warships from the other sectors in the Imperium. It also meant that their only outcomes if they returned in frustration just like that would be either getting devoured by somebody else or being sent to the most dangerous front line to fight the Covenant Alliance until they were all killed. Naturally, the Black Wind people were unwilling to pick either option. They went deeper into space and took their chances. Right then, they received the message that a Claw fleet had been wiped out. They also learned that a regional superpower existed at the edge of the cosmos. They even located the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic, the last mobile territory, which had been lost for 1,000 years. The misfortune that had haunted the fleet for 100 years finally dispersed. But still, there were as many opportunities as challenges. The good news was that the prey was heavy enough. As long as they swallowed the beast named the Star Glory Federation, the Black Wind Fleet's capabilities would be tripled at least. Even if they returned to the center of the cosmos immediately, it would be powerful enough to negotiate with the Emperor, the local warlords, and everybody else. The bad news was that the prey seemed a bit too heavy. What lay inside the behemothic body of the prey was not just fat but also strong muscles, tough bones, and sharp claws. The Black Wind Fleet, caught in a dilemma, was faced with two options right now. They could unfold a large array of star beacons and establish a splendid space gate right there to report the intelligence to the greedy emperor and warlords in the homeland of the Imperium dutifully and summon reinforcements from there. Of course, establishing a space gate, activating it, and maintaining it at a high efficiency would further consume the war resources that the Black Wind Fleet had left and weaken their combat ability, putting them in a passive position in the game to cut the prey later. Or, the Black Wind Fleet could do it by themselves. They could swallow the Federation on their own and devour all the benefits. Although the Black Wind people were best known for their disobedience and ruthlessness in the Imperium, their leader and commander, who had led the defeated soldiers of 5 sectors to sail for 100 years and kept the unity and steadiness of the fleet even though nothing had been found, was certainly not a reckless man. Hai Ming, Highland's father and the Black Wind Fleet's commander, definitely would not make a rash decision when the situation of the enemy was unclear. After he learned the truth about his prey, knowing that he was faced with not a single sector as they had thought when they set sail 100 years ago, but a country 7 times larger with 7 highly developed worlds, as well as Firefly, which belonged to the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic and Kunlun, a star fortress during the Primeval Wars, he was even more reluctant to make a move without more information. Leading the Black Wind Fleet, Hai Ming anchored near the brown dwarf that he had carefully chosen. He began to repair the wear and tear caused during the journey in the past 100 years. The experts in the hibernation state were woken up one after another, too. The enormous fleet was gradually unfolded from the cruise state to the war preparation state. Star beacons and spiritual towers were established to receive messages from the homeland of the Imperium. A lot of spies were also sent to sneak into the Federation in super tiny single stealth shuttles to collect the latest intelligence, corrupt the leadership, and find and make openings. Should he assault the Star Glory Federation with his own strength? Or should he stand by and ask for reinforcements so that he could finish the enemy with a more overwhelming army? It depended on his infiltration in the Federation and whether or not he could find an opportunity to defeat the enemy quickly. But it also depended on the situation in the homeland of the Imperium. The Black Wind Fleet had left the homeland of the Imperium 100 years prior. To some extent, it was sort of a forgotten army. They had set up star beacons and spiritual towers every time they arrived at a new space zone, creating a communication route that linked the homeland of the Imperium. But there was too much interference in space after all. The further away they were from the homeland of the Imperium, the more likely their communication routes would be jammed or even torn apart by cosmic storms, and the more time and resources it would consume during every communication. For the Black Wind Fleet, which was short of supplies and resources, to maintain real-time communication with the homeland for a long time was not an easy task at all. Besides, the messages sent from the homeland and the capital city were the messages that the emperor, nobles, and warlords wanted him to know. They must have been highly embroidered, if not entirely fabricated, and far from the truth. The Black Wind Fleet had been a powerful force in the Imperium for hundreds of years. Naturally, they had a news network that was absolutely dependable and solely belonged to them, but the real intelligence transmitted through such a network could barely be delivered in real time. Considering all the factors, after reaching the edge of the cosmos through a prolonged journey of 100 years, for the Black Wind Fleet and their commander Hai Ming, the so-called Imperium of true human beings had been completely enshrouded in the mysterious mists, making it hard to figure out the truth in it. It was even more enigmatic and unpredictable than the strange Federation in front of their eyes. Personally speaking, Hai Ming did not want to summon new reinforcements, preferring to solve the problem on his own. It was a matter of honor and capabilities. The prey was just a bunch of barbarians at the desolate edge of the cosmos, and they were the elite force from the center of the cosmos, an invincible army. If they were forced to summon reinforcements, would it not be a great humiliation for the Blackwing Fleet? Who on earth would believe in their power, notoriety, and threat in the future? In the Imperium, it was a terribly dangerous thing to lose the ability to threaten. Furthermore, the prey was so fat and appealing. The warships and wharfs in the Flying Star sector and the Uranian Ring sector, the abundant labor force in the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector where so many experts could be absorbed into the Black Wind Fleet as warriors for the Imperium and Kunlun and Firefly. They were enough to boost the Black Wind Fleet into one of the top-tier forces in the Imperium. Hai Ming was highly reluctant to share such fat, delicious prey with somebody else. Once the message was sent, it would be beyond his control as to exactly whether or not any reinforcements would come and how many of them would come if they did. It would be quite awkward if the war at the front line was too intense and the Imperium could not spare any reinforcements for them. But if he described the prey as too valuable, 10 or more reinforcing armies might be sent from the homeland of the Imperium. Those armies would not be exhausted by a journey of 100 years at all. They would be healthy, strong, well-trained, and full of supplies. After they jumped over, would there be anything left for the Black Wind Fleet at all? It would be an awkward situation. Such concerns were of the same logic as Xianxia and the other pioneers of the immortal cultivators who discovered the high value of Kunlun 100 years ago but were unwilling to summon Hai Ming and the rest of the Black Wind Fleet. However, as the commander of the Black Wind Fleet, Hai Ming was more rational and paid more attention to the big picture than Xianxia at that time. If the mission was too difficult, he would not be too stubborn and place the entire Black Wind Fleet in peril. After the spiritual towers and the first batch of star beacons were established, Hai Ming did not activate the star beacons recklessly or report the real situation here to the homeland. He kept the existence of the Star Glory Federation to himself but simply reported to the homeland that no major discoveries had been found despite the long cruise at the edge of the universe, and that the strategic resources on board were running dry. Now that they were about to arrive at the periphery of the range of the civilization of mankind expanded by the Star Ocean Imperium in the past, He asked the homeland if the expedition could be concluded and the desolate worlds that they had found before could be considered their final accomplishments and traded into contribution points so that they could return to the homeland. But in secret, he demanded the intelligence network in the homeland that was loyal to the Black Wind Fleet to send the analysis of the latest developments in the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance at any cost. The situation at the center of the cosmos was quite bad. It was not because the Imperium of true human beings had suffered losses in the war. On the contrary, the Imperium had been fighting too smoothly and unstoppably in the past 100 years. Quite a few epic victories had been secured. When there were victories, there would be new heroes, and the new heroes could possibly lead new forces to rise or revive the previously declining old forces. All in all, the balance among the previous forces and warlords would be shaken. It was exactly the case right now. In the 100-Year War, a small family that had long declined and had not been heard about for almost 200 years rose again and became one of the influential forces in the capital city. What was bad was that the decline of the long-declined small family had a lot to do with the Black Wind people. A lot of experts of the family had been killed by the Black Wind people. Right now, the Black Wind Fleet had been banished to the edge of the cosmos. Yet their old nemesis was prospering in the capital city, securing one victory after another. Even the Emperor had shown fondness for them. Was it not terrible for the Black Wind Fleet? According to the intelligence on the surface, because of the smoothness of the war on the Imperium side in the past 100 years, the Imperium was planning an unprecedented strategic counterattack, hoping to change their role from the defender to the attacker. The elite forces of dozens of core worlds had been mobilized. Even if it might not be a life-and-death battle with the Covenant Alliance, the Imperium was determined to completely reverse its losing trend in the past 300 years with the next campaign. At such a critical moment, how could the Imperium spare more forces to help the Black Wind Fleet fight a bunch of barbarians? Would it not be too absurd? Then, his own intelligence network delivered messages in secret. The main focus of the strategic counterattack was probably going to be the worlds lost 100 years ago, including the Black Wind sector. His Majesty seemed determined to recover the Black Wind sector in the battle. Things became awkward. It was likely that the Imperium would perform a strategic counterattack and recover the Black Wind sector, but the Black Wind Fleet was not involved in any of that. The Black Wind Fleet had made 0 contributions after wandering for 100 years outside. By then, not only would it be impossible for them to brazen themselves to ask for their hometown from His Majesty, they even risked being swallowed by the new forces that had earned countless military credits while they were away. The Black Wind Fleet had been pushed to desperation. This was truly a moment of life and death. At this moment, if they had reported the truth of the Star Glory Federation dutifully to the homeland, the capital city would certainly ask them to stand by and keep the Federation locked onto. Or, they would be asked to wage a war of attrition that would drain the strength of both the Federation and themselves. Then, after the Imperium completed the strategic counterattack and digested the Black Wind sector and the other lost worlds, the so-called reinforcements, led by the Black Wind people's old nemesis, might be sent to reap the dying Federation. There was no doubt that the Black Wind Fleet, which would be dying, would also be reaped mercilessly. Hai Ming had seen and done such things before. He would not allow such a thing to happen. He would not allow the Black Wind Fleet to be a stepping stone for someone else. The intelligence from the Imperium and that sent by the spies in the Federation finally forced him to make up his mind. He decided to do it on his own. He was going to assault the Star Glory Federation with the Black Wind Fleet and the defeated soldiers of 5 sectors, to swallow the remote country that had yet to rise and boasted infinite potential. After the Star Glory Federation was swallowed, with the docks of the Uranian Ring sector, cannon fodder of the Blood Demon sector, warships of the Flying Star sector, crystals of the Water Crystal sector, and technology on Kunlun, combined with its own strength, the Black Wind Fleet would definitely be one of the toughest war monsters in the Imperium. Only if he tamed such a monster and took it back to the capital city would he have enough leverage to negotiate with the Emperor, the warlords, and their old nemesis, and reclaim the Black Wind sector and even other prosperous worlds at the center of the cosmos. If they could not win the battle, the Black Wind Fleet would be doomed. They could only return to the Imperium in frustration. The proud name of Black Wind would be gone forever. Hai Ming made the decision. He would win the battle of survival for the Black Wind Fleet. From the moment Hai Ming made the decision, the Black Wind Fleet, which was being unfolded unhurriedly in the most resource-saving way previously, accelerated the pace of the preparation for war. The space jump itself was a repeated process of being torn apart and regrouped. It would deal a certain amount of damage to the starships. After 100 years, the starships that had performed countless short-distance space jumps would be like a sheet of foil that had been contorted and restored over and over again. Even if nothing seemed wrong on the surface, tiny fractures were in fact everywhere inside them. In the past few years, the Black Wind Fleet had been repairing the fractures while it was anchored near the brown dwarf. But right now, in order to accelerate the progress of maintenance, they adopted a more radical approach. They simply declared some seriously damaged starships to be total losses before they dismantled the fuel, plate armor, ammunitions, and magical equipment units on those starships that were still usable and installed them on other starships. In such a way, they would get a renewed, aggressive fleet in the shortest time possible. The starships were like a series of black diamonds that floated in the orbit of the brown dwarf. Such an attempt would greatly reduce their zone of activity and the potential of their development, but did it really matter? Very soon they would have everything. Black Swirl, the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, seemed like a mountain of crystals almost 100 kilometers long that was made of tens of thousands of translucent black crystals. Elegance and brutality were perfectly melded on the starship. It was completely awakened, too, and had finished the highest preparation for war. Arg! Deep inside Black Swirl, the honeycomb-like hibernation cabins, illuminated by the cold brightness, appeared to be silent graves. The covers of the hibernation cabins were lifted one after another. Roars resembling ferocious beasts were echoing from the thick, dirty nutrition liquids. The last batch of hungry, thirsty experts who had slept for decades woke up from their nightmares and were about to bring everything in their nightmares to the entire world. Countless slave soldiers, who were ordinary people but also armed with strengthening drugs, artificial bodies, and intrusive armor, crawled up and down like agile ants, helping the immortal cultivators get up from the hibernation cabins and reach the common area. They also wiped and massaged the warriors who had just woken up and offered drugs and other heavenly materials and earthly treasures to make them recover from the hibernation state sooner. Who? The immortal cultivators who had hibernated for decades absorbed the recovery drugs that contained immense spiritual energy into their internal organs through intravenous injection and other ways. As they activated their arts in silence, their slightly withered bodies expanded again. The thick veins and nerves seemed to have turned from earthworms into boas, and from boas into dragons that seemed to be breaking their magnificent bodies of flesh and blood and soaring into the sky. Sensing the explosive strength running in their blood, the immortal cultivators roared, venting the lust for destruction that had been restrained for decades. Boom! Right then, an immortal cultivator who had just recovered suddenly lost control of his spiritual energy. After a casual punch, an ordinary slave soldier who was massaging him was blown away. The ordinary person, or to quote the immortal cultivators, the hominoid soldier, flew 100 meters away and smashed into the cabin wall. After cracking explosions, he collapsed like a pile of mud, with blood flowing out all over his body. He was obviously dead. After a hibernation of decades, the recovery speeds of the soul, brain, nerves, and flesh were often different. It was not rare for one to lose control over their spiritual energy because of the discoordination of the body and the brain. The immortal cultivator did not intentionally kill the guy for pleasure. The immortal cultivators were not perverts who had fun murdering. They were quite reasonable. For the experts of the Black Wind Fleet, the hominoid soldiers were like the most loyal, obedient, and helpful military dogs. Would a distinguished warrior kill a military dog just for fun? Therefore, the Black Wind warrior, who had just accidentally killed a military dog, put on a regretful expression after a slight daze. He said in a low voice, "How can he be so weak? Blown up after only one punch? He's too incautious." Waving his hand, he called another hominoid soldier. "Check the number of that guy and see if he has any family. Transfer 20,000 credit points from my account to them. Consider it compensation, right? If he happens to have an adult family member, they will be allowed to join the next Iron Blood trial. There's a chance to upgrade his bloodline. Just say that I recommended him. Such a remedy was not very generous, but it was not harsh either. It was basically how things were done there. Regardless of whether they treated the hominoids as military dogs or military assets, they certainly had to pay for them after they damaged the goods. The body of the hominoid was soon dragged away. Even the bloodstain was cleaned up in the blink of an eye. From the beginning to the end, not a single immortal cultivator or a hominoid soldier ever slightly raised their head to show any concern for the tiny accident. It was because they were all dwelling in excitement. All their brain cells were occupied by the same thing. A war was coming. On the bridge of Black Swirl, Hai Ming observed everything through the ubiquitous surveillance light beams. Not only did he pay attention to the recovery speed of the hibernating immortal cultivators, he also checked the filling speed and boost efficiency of the main power rune arrays, the maximum level of the spiritual shield and the twisting force field, and the stock of attack magical equipment and ammunition on the main force warships. Of course, most importantly of all, he was supervising the last testing and debugging of the space jump array, which would help them jump to 80 light-years away instantly and launch an unexpected assault on the heartland of the Star Glory Federation. Hai Ming was 2.1 meters tall. He had been a famous general in the Black Wind sector when he was young. His most glorious feat included charging into the core of a fleet of the Covenant Alliance on a ragged starship on his own and boarding the flagship of the enemy's fleet, eventually helping his side crush the hostile fleet. Right now, he was old and his hair was gray. Interconnected scars were everywhere on his body. He had also been heavily wounded by the bombardment of the Covenant Alliance when he personally covered their retreat in the crushing defeat 100 years ago, which severely affected the circulation of spiritual energy in his internal organs. Nevertheless, he was still one of the toughest men in the Black Wind fleet. No one had dared violate his authority in the past 100 years. He was the living embodiment of the Black Wind sector. He was a block of black ice, a piece of dark iron, and an obsidian crystal that did not seem dangerous at all, but actually boasted destructive power. Had it not been for his arduous negotiations and compromises with the Emperor and the warlords in the capital city 100 years ago, the Black Wind fleet would have been carved up. There would not have been a chance for them to make amends in the edge of the cosmos at all. Right now, Hai Ming sensed the spiritual waves behind him. He moved his deep, indifferent eyes from the hundreds of ever-changing surveillance light beams and turned back, staring at the slightly twisted and mysterious shadow that was gradually popping up on the communication light beam. Xianxia, we finally meet, Hai Ming said coldly. Even if someone analyzed the syllables with the most advanced magical equipment, it would be impossible for them to detect any of his emotions. General Ming. On the communication light beam, Xianxia bowed to Hai Ming neither arrogantly nor humbly. In comparison, her emotions seemed much easier to be captured and analyzed. Excitement mixed with anxiety, mixed with disobedience, mixed with helplessness. A common emotion when the traitors of a higher level betrayed their old masters. We've been opponents for 10 years, Hai Ming said casually. I'd always been imagining what the Dim Moon Queen, who captured and killed so many of my elite warriors, actually looked like. I even told myself that I would invite the lady to my flagship for a good chit-chat after we conquer the Star Glory Federation one day. I didn't realize that my wish would come true so quickly. That's because the Federation is too idiotic. There was a smile on Xianxia's face, but the deepest discontent and hatred were beaming out of her eyes. Had it not been for the greedy morons who were determined to push me into desperation, you would never have been able to break into the Star Glory Federation if it was under my supervision. Even if the Federation was to be destroyed, we would drag the Black Wind fleet to die with us. Even if we couldn't, we would destroy all our resources. At least in the next 30 to 50 years, you would not get 1 ton of crystals from the mines in the Federation. Hai Ming was silent for a moment. Instead of arguing back, he simply said, "Thanks to the idiocy of the Federation, we now have a chance to perform the decapitation strategy. Xianxia, we don't have much time. Do you need more guarantees from me?" "No," Xianxia said. "Empty talk does not mean anything even if it is repeated 100 times. With everything coming to this point, I can only wager on the chances that General Ming is both rational and ambitious enough to march back to the center of the cosmos instead of spending the rest of your life in the desolate world at the edge of the cosmos." Enough of the nonsense. I'm going to send over the last batch of defense plans, distribution of armies, and sailing maps of the Heaven's Origin sector to you, so that you will know every corner of the Heaven's Origin sector as clearly as you know your own hand, General Ming. With the destructive power of the Black Wind Fleet, as long as you jump to the Heaven's Origin sector smoothly, it will be absolutely impossible for the local troops to resist. The only problem is the space jump. Regarding that, I have snuck a few space gates into the Heaven's Origin sector on a large scale. Everything is under control. Also, right now, the wealthy, powerful, and deeply rooted traditional sects in the Heaven's Origin sector have been grasped by me and will cooperate with our plan. When the day comes, my men will attack the capital and the few space gates at the same time. We will control the space gates and send the coordinates to the Black Wind Fleet, summoning you to the Heaven's Origin sector and launch a critical strike on the capital city. All the space gates will be controlled by me. The shocking bombs that we will spray near the Heaven's Origin sector will affect the stability of the space and prevent the fleets of the other 6 sectors from jumping to the Heaven's Origin sector. The heart and brain of the Federation will be blocked. Even if the Burning Prairie Fleet can break in by force, I still have the Big Bai Fleet under my command. When the Black Wind Fleet secures victory on the ground, the Big Bai Fleet will certainly defect. The Burning Prairie Fleet does not stand any chance of winning if we join hands. After the capital world falls and the most powerful fleet of the Federation is crushed, it means that we have taken down the Star Glory Federation with the minimal price and time cost. Hai Ming paced back and forth on the bridge of Black Swirl, which looked like a palace in the abyss. As if he did not hear Xianxia's prediction at all, he calmly replied, "My war experience in the past hundreds of years tells me that, if a plan can secure the greatest victory with the minimal price and shortest amount of time, then something terrible will probably happen to the plan later." Xianxia smiled and made a suit-yourself gesture. "Indeed, this is a wild gamble. Whether or not you would like to take the chances depends on your wisdom. Of course, General Ming, you can reject the plan and adopt a more secure strategy. After all, as the cradle and the heartland of the Federation, the Heaven's Origin sector is too heavily defended. One moment of carelessness, and you may be mired in a swamp of steel and fire. If your target is the one of the newly developed worlds such as the Forest Ocean sector, the Netherworld sector, or the Water Crystal sector, the Black Wind Fleet will certainly be able to assault, crush, and occupy them easily with your overwhelming power, right? However, will it mean anything at all for the Black Wind Fleet to occupy the worlds that are either yet to be developed or full of desolate deserts everywhere?" Hai Ming sniffed and said, "After we occupy the barren worlds, we can develop them into logistical bases for the Black Wind Fleet. We can build them up slowly in 10 to 20 years. Can the other 6 sectors do anything? But you do not have 10 to 20 years." Mysterious flames were burning in Xianxia's eyes as she said expressionlessly, "Although I am not aware of the situation in the homeland of the Imperium of true human beings, you must have a good reason for hiding your fleet behind the brown dwarf near the Federation for such a long time without launching an attack." Hai Ming narrowed his eyes. "Are you probing me for where exactly my fleet is anchored?" Xianxia chuckled and said, "You don't need to be worried, General Ming. There are too many brown dwarfs near the Federation that are yet to be scouted. Also, compared to the vastness of the universe, even the most enormous fleet is but a speck of dust. It is practically impossible for the Federation to discover you. I just feel that now that our cooperation has reached such a level, we should be more open and sincere to each other on many issues. You have discovered the Federation for 8 years, General Ming. 8 years are more than enough for you to establish a massive space fleet and highly penetrative communication devices. If you could summon reinforcements from the homeland of the Imperium, you would have done it a long time ago. I assume that there can only be 2 reasons you are still holding back. Perhaps it is because the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance is too intense for the Imperium to spare more armies from the front line to jump to the harsh land at the edge of the cosmos at the cost of astronomical resources just to eliminate a bunch of barbarians. Or it is because you do not want anybody else to share the big cake with you, and you would like to swallow it on your own. Hehe. From Su Changfa, an immortal cultivator of the Imperium in the past, and the captives of the Claw Fleet, we have learned a lot of intelligence about the Imperium. We know the common practices of the expedition armies from the Imperium after they discover a new world. We also know that the Black Wind Fleet situation in the Imperium is certainly not the best right now. Fine. If you are unwilling to gamble, we can always fight a positional warfare or a war of attrition exactly like regular wars are fought. General Ming, you are free to attack the weakly defended new worlds of the Federation. The Netherworld sector, the Forest Ocean sector, the Water Crystal sector, or any other one you want. After it is occupied, you can spend another 20 years building and consolidating it. In the meantime, we will just drain each other. The Federation will still have another 6 sectors where starships can be produced incessantly. 5 starships on the Federation side in exchange for one of your starships. That is quite viable, right? I would very much like to know what the Black Wind Fleet will have left after such a bloody war of attrition. Also, even if you do occupy the Federation in the end, what can you get in the Federation? Believe me, the Federation at that time will have none of the resources you desire left. No crystals, no steel, no heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Nothing. All you will find is hatred. Oh, right, I almost forgot. If you are engaged in a fierce battle with the Federation for 10 to 20 years, it's unlikely that the homeland of the Imperium will hear nothing about the matter, right? Hehe. If I was one of the ambitious nobles and warlords in the homeland of the Imperium, would I reap the fruit of victory after the Black Wind Fleet and the Star Glory Federation both suffer great losses? I would swallow 7 new worlds and the remaining force of the Black Wind Fleet. It is truly a tempting thought. Hai Ming hesitated for a long time. His entire body seemed to have been melted with the bridge and turned into something similar to the mainframe crystal processor on the starship. The voice uttered from his throat was devoid of human feelings. 2. Xianxia, you are very smart. But smart people often do not end well. I know. Xianxia smiled bitterly and opened her hands. My everything is at stake. The arrow has been placed on the bow and must be shot. The things that I've done in secret, including the conversation we're having right now, cannot be kept confidential for very long. If you abort the operation at the last moment, I will have no choice but to wait to be captured and sentenced as the greatest traitor in the history of the Federation. General Ming, my own life, the continuity of the demon race, and the future of the Star Glory Federation and even the Black Wind Fleet depend on your decision right now. Come on. Please make your decision. Xianxia craned her long, fair neck, revealing the bright blue veins, as if she were completely at Hai Ming's mercy. Hai Ming was quiet for such a long time that he was almost frozen into a statue. There was no telling what kind of thoughts were hidden deep inside his lead-gray eyeballs. But he eventually said, Xianxia, you will certainly become the greatest traitor in the history of the Federation, but you will also be a frontier governor of the Imperium of true human beings that rules over the Blood Demon sector, the Forest Ocean sector, and Boneyard. If you prove yourself to be capable enough in resource collection and soldier recruitment after the Federation is occupied, when the Black Wind Fleet sets off to return to the center of the cosmos, I will even entrust the 7 sectors here to you. According to your military credits and contribution points, you will even have a chance to be nominated as a Marquis of the Imperium. If your ambitions cannot be satisfied by the 7 sectors at the edge of the cosmos, then just return to the center of the cosmos together with us while leading your troops. Believe me, the Black Wind people will certainly reclaim our past glory, and you will also make great accomplishments at the central area of the Imperium. Hai Ming's promise made every pore on Xianxia's body open. The air named ambition was spurting out uncontrollably, forming a bouncing halo of fire around her. Her voice was shivering as she said, "Thank you for your appreciation, General Ming. I am a grateful person, and I will certainly do my best and die for General Ming, the Black Wind Fleet, and the Imperium of true human beings." You will not die, Hai Ming remarked. Now that the Black Wind Fleet is here, only the Imperium's enemies will die in the most miserable way. Xianxia was both excited and thrilled. She suddenly straightened her left arm and clenched her fist, gritting her teeth to roar, "Long live the Imperium!" Hai Ming straightened his arm and solemnly echoed, "Long live the Imperium!" So, licking her dry lips, Xianxia took a deep breath but still asked somewhat anxiously, "The real dim moon plan will begin in 24 hours? Yes, 24 hours, Haiming said. The Black Wind Fleet is not entirely ready, but since you have done so much work on your side, and you risk being discovered by the Federation at any moment, we might miss the opportunity altogether if you are caught. The sooner we activate the plan, the better. Do not underestimate Gua Chuanfeng's secret sword bureau at all. We must launch a critical strike on the heart of the Federation before they realize what is going on. In 24 hours, the Black Wind Fleet will land in the Heaven's Origin sector and finish everything in one battle. Go now and make preparations. This is perhaps going to be the longest 24 hours in the history of the Federation. You must ensure that nothing can possibly go wrong in our plan. Governor Jean." The future Marquise in the Imperium, Xianxia trembled from the bottom of her heart. "I will. I certainly will." Haiming cut off the super remote communication between them. The shadow of the future Marquise of the Imperium, who was shaking in excitement, gradually faded away, and the bridge regained its previous coldness and darkness. Haiming stood in the darkness for a long time, frowning, as if he was considering a very important strategic question. A moment later, he activated another communication route, triggering another 3D light beam that was so vivid that the scene seemed to be right in front of him. What appeared on the light beam was a tiny chamber, which was clean, delicate, and quiet. The interrogation devices in the corner that were finely made and dustless, however, made the chamber look like some sort of weird operating room. In the center of the chamber, a man was hung by a thick, iron rope. The man had been confined tightly by shackles made of superalloys all over his body. The shackles that overlapped each other, together with the plate armor that had been carved with layers of barriers, had essentially nailed him into an upside-down iron coffin. Only his head was still exposed to the air. But even his head had been locked by a gapless iron mask, making it impossible for him to speak, see, or hear anything. Vision, hearing, smell, touch, taste. All his senses had been blocked. Only the sense of pain was left and enhanced to 10 times what normal people could bear, placing the hanging man at the bottom level of an infinite hell. Dozens of crystal cables extended from the hanging man and were connected to the crystal processors and the interrogational magical equipment. The modern interrogational facilities from the Imperium of true human beings did not require any physical torture. They could stimulate the nerve endings directly and create pain dozens of times more excruciating than the feeling of being cut apart. The device's precise control over muscles could even make the captive unable to scream or cramp. The captive would be like a piece of dead meat with lingering nerve reactions that was about to be cooked. It was exactly the case for the hanging man right now. Haiming made a gesture, hinting for the agent who was controlling the interrogational magical equipment to stop and open the barriers that blocked the hanging man's eyes. Xianxia said exactly what you guessed she would say. The commander of the Black Wind Fleet said to the hanging man peacefully, "Squeak, squeak." The noises that the iron rope that held the hanging man uttered were particularly annoying in the quiet room. Haiming hinted for his subordinate to open the bottom half of the hanging man's iron mask, giving back his ability to speak. But so much saliva spurted out of the hanging man's mouth that the agents of the Imperium had to pump the mucus away from his mouth. Of course, I was speaking the truth. The hanging man's voice was calm, steady, and even dull. It did not sound like he had just been through the most miserable torture, or that he was still hanging in midair without being able to move his little finger. As the commander of the expedition army of the Imperium, even if you don't believe me, you should at least trust the power of the interrogational and soul-searching magical equipment of the Imperium. I want you to repeat Xianxia's plan, Haiming said coldly. I've already repeated it 22 times. The hanging man replied equally coldly. But you never repeated it under 19 times the pain limit, did you? Based on the experience of the Imperium, even the most brilliant conmen cannot lie in the state of beyond 15 times the pain limit. So, forgive me. After saying that, Haiming made a gesture at his subordinates without waiting for the hanging man to reply. The so-called pain limit far exceeded the pain that women went through during natural labor. If it was multiplied by 19 times, Even the tough nerves and soul of a cultivator could barely grit their teeth through it. The hanging man grunted. The mucus in his mouth was pouring out again, and pink bubbles popped out of his nose, making him look like a fish that was about to die. Hinting for his subordinates to monitor the breathing, heartbeat, and brainwaves of the hanging man closely, Haiming said, "Speak now. Repeat everything you said in 5 times the pain limit, 9 times the pain limit, and 13 times the pain limit. This is the last time." The hanging man spat out thick saliva and blood one mouthful after another, but his voice was as flat and monotonous as before. The real dim moon plan is much more complicated than a fake surrender. It has been launched and pushed forward since almost 100 years ago as a follow-up, or rather a twin of the Red Tide plan. The main target of the plan is not just the Black Wind Fleet but also the renowned sects and even all the human beings in the Star Glory Federation. Or, in other words, the Federation itself. Xianxia has 3 identities. She is the demon's leader, Li Yao's disciple, and a leader of the Federation. Therefore, the full version of the Dim Moon Plan has 3 purposes. Realize the renaissance of the demons, achieve the complete rise of Li Yao's group, and help the Federation defeat the Expedition Army, securing the regional hegemony at the edge of the cosmos and therefore turning into a critical factor in the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. Wait! Haiming frowned. He looked at the few agents on the light beam and asked, "Is he under 19 times the pain limit? Why are his breathing, heartbeat, and brainwaves no different from when he was in 9 times and 13 times the pain limit?" "Yes, Commander. It is 19 times the pain limit," the agents replied. The hanging man laughed. Compared with the future of mankind, the pain of an individual is too insignificant. For the Imperium, for the truth path of immortality, and for my billions of compatriots, I'll try to control myself and convince General Ming of everything. Haiming sniffed. "Continue. You must have seen how Xianxia dealt with the traditional conglomerates in the Federation. It is exactly what I predicted. Xianxia attached herself to some of the renowned sects 100 years ago and pretended that she could only count on them after the division with Ding Lingdang, Guochunfeng, and the rest of them. Then, she helped those sects crush the other big sects that were not as easy to control. In fact, while she did not get along well with Ding Lingdang, she should be in the same gang with Guochunfeng. The rivalry and disagreement between the Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund were all faked. It was part of the Dim Moon Plan. Why did Guochunfeng cooperate with Xianxia? Haiming asked. What's the foundation for their mutual trust? I don't know, the hanging man said. It's a top secret that only the 2 of them know. Haiming looked at the agent who was operating on the polygraph. The agent nodded, confirming that the hanging man was not lying. The hanging man's eyes were still covered by the mask, which prevented him from seeing anything. Yet he seemed able to see everything. There's no need to check. I'm not lying. I will be the one to judge if you are lying. All you need is to talk, Haiming said. Xianxia and Guochunfeng, with the 2 intelligence agencies, gathered enough proof to overthrow the traditional conglomerates over decades, the hanging man said. In the end, they detonated everything with the insurgency on Firefly, and Xianxia dragged all the renowned sects to die with her. The arrival of Firefly was an accident, but even without Firefly, Xianxia would have arranged another shocking scandal at that point to detonate herself as well as the traditional conglomerates. In such a case, all the obstacles in the way of Li Yao's group have been cleared. More importantly, it created the illusion that Xianxia is grasped by desperation and is about to be sent to prison and lose everything, which is a perfect excuse for her betrayal. Haiming nodded. Indeed, fake surrender is an ancient tactic that was perhaps invented during the first war human beings ever fought, but planning a fake surrender for decades. Xianxia is truly a dreadful woman. The hanging man went on peacefully. The Star Glory Federation does not want a protracted war, nor can it withstand a war of attrition for 10 to 20 years. After all, the Black Wind Fleet is not the sole army of the Imperium. Even if the Federation kills the Black Wind Fleet after decades of battles, what's the point? After the Second Expedition Army arrives, it will swallow the Federation in no time. Therefore, the Federation has no choice but to swallow the Black Wind Fleet's main force in a quick battle and force your remnants to surrender. Then, it will build up its strength as fast as possible so that the Imperium will not dare send a second fleet after calculating the cost and the gains of the war. That will be the only chance of survival for the Federation. Swallow my main force? Xianxia has a good appetite, Hai Ming said coldly. The hanging man smiled and said, under normal circumstances, it is certainly impossible, but things may be different at your most vulnerable moment after you finish a space jump. General Ming, you are familiar with the history of the Federation. So, you must remember the battle in which Xianxia's father Jin Tui completely controlled the power of the Blood Demon sector. At that time, Jin Tui was a puppet who had yet to control the coalition army of demons, but through the collapse of Eye of Blood Demon, the super teleportation array, he trapped and killed countless insubordinate experts and troops, turning himself from a puppet into the real lord of the Blood Demon sector. Hai Ming nodded. Xianxia wants to follow her father's example and copy the collapse of Eye of Blood Demon. Not copy but upgrade, the hanging man replied. In 24 hours, she will certainly betray the Federation, control all the space gates in the Heaven's Origin sector, and summon the Black Wind Fleet to pierce the Federation's heart. However, during the vulnerable period when half of your main force has just been teleported to the Heaven's Origin sector, and the other half is still being teleported in the four-dimensional space, she will extinguish the star beacons, turn off the space gates, and change the navigation signals. The Big Buy fleet that is supposed to give you a hand will immediately attack you and confound your fleet that has not stabilized in the three-dimensional form yet. The Burning Prairie fleet will also jump to your location and launch Thunder's Strike under Xianxia's guidance. Half of your main force will be lost in the dimensional turbulence, and the other half will be struck hard before it has stabilized. How can you not lose? The shocking intelligence did not even make Hai Ming bother to blink his eyes. Got it. This is the way to defeat the Imperium, but what about the rise of demons? Xianxia has a highly confidential team of daring demon warriors, the hanging man said. They are the most loyal and passionate soldiers that she carefully selected in the War of Darkness in the past 100 years. Their loyalty to the demon race is as indestructible as the immortal cultivators' loyalty to the Imperium. Xianxia must have set up a certain secret weapon in the space zones outside of the Heaven's Origin sector, which must be maneuvered by the daring team. It may be a critical blow for the Black Wind Fleet. Once they succeed, those demons will be the decisive factors of the victory. They will be the greatest contributors to the war. So what? Hai Ming asked. Don't you understand, General Ming? The hanging man smiled. Spiritual energy is getting more abundant in the sea of stars today. Demons, as a race, are destined to wither and decline, with no prospect of prospering again. Right now, the Federation has a population of 100 billion, and demons make up 30% of it. Their voices are large enough in the Federation, but this is already the best they can do. The Star Glory Federation will not be content at the corner of the cosmos. They are bound to march to the center of the cosmos full of ambition. After the Federation has 10, 20, 30, and even more worlds that are exclusively inhabited by human beings, how much will the ratio of demons in the population and their influence in the Federation drop? Demons are destined to decline. Even Jin Tui's Red Tide plan 100 years ago was not trying to save the demons as real entities, but a belief, a lineage, a symbol, a sign. All the hard work of the Star Glory Federation in the past 100 years has been for the war against the Black Wind Fleet today. This is also going to be the war that really founds the new Federation. If the war is won, the new Federation will be qualified to march to the center of the cosmos. Therefore, if the war is won by demons, demons will be heroes who rescue the Federation at the most crucial moment. Then, they will leave a glorious and ineffaceable mark on the history of the new Federation. From then on, nobody will ever talk about the grudge between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector in the past. Nobody will dare discriminate against demons. Even if the Star Glory Federation governs the entire universe one day, the most important chapters in the history books will still include the epic stories where demons fought and sacrificed valiantly for the Federation in this war. Flesh and blood will decay, but spirit and will last forever. Xianxia inherited her father's last will and developed the Dim Moon Plan on the basis of the Red Tide Plan. She is not going to revive the body of the demon race. She is preparing to redefine demon. In the past, people of the Federation thought of blood, slaughter, ugliness, and hatred when they heard demon. But after this war, all the people of the Federation in the next 10,000 years will only think of one thing after they hear demon. Heroes, isn't this the rise of demons? The hanging man was tightly confined by the shackles, as if he had been inserted into an iron coffin. There was no emotion in his speech at all, either. He simply introduced everything in the flattest tone. However, his peaceful narration seemed to penetrate the light beam and the space like surging tides, sweeping across the bridge of Black Swirl, and soaking the commander of the Black Wind fleet in soundless waves. Xianxia. What a horrible woman to come up with such a horrible plan, Hai Ming remarked. Indeed, the hanging man said. If the full version of the Dim Moon Plan works out, as the daughter of the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons in the past and the leader of demons right now, Xianxia will lead the demons to a real renaissance. As a disciple of Vulture Liao, she will also help Liao's group to completely seize the power of the Star Glory Federation. Anybody in Liao's group, Ding Lingdang, Wu Mian, Bai Kaisin, Fiend Blade Peng Hai, Guo Chunfeng, Xiong Wuji, Lei Dalu, they will all thank her, trust her, and support her after hearing of her sacrifices. As one of the leaders of the Star Glory Federation, she will also crush the expedition army of the Imperium, accomplishing an unparalleled achievement. A leader of demons, a disciple of Liao, and a leader of the Federation, she lives up to all the three identities. It will be one stone that kills three birds. One victory will mean the rise of demons, Liao's group, and the Star Glory Federation. After that, as long as the entire plan is slightly decorated to release part of the truth to the public, she will immediately become the greatest hero in the history of the Star Glory Federation. Later, she can ask Ding Lingdang to be the speaker while she controls everything behind the curtain, and she can also go out to be the speaker herself. She can even change the election law right now to extend the term of the speaker and grant herself great power. Wouldn't it be simple? Hai Ming smiled thoughtfully. What a great strategy, and what a greedy mouth. She has taken both her own people and her enemy into her delicate scheme. Impressive. But did she not consider the possibility of me not being fooled? After all, fake surrender is not an innovative tactic but an ancient strategy that anybody can think of. The Dim Moon Plan is a low-coupling, highly independent plan, the hanging man explained. Although all the procedures are connected with each other, the effects of the previous procedures will not be affected even if the last procedure goes wrong. Even if you are not fooled, so what? The guys in the traditional conglomerates who have ill intentions have all been instigated by Xianxia and will surely take action in 24 hours. Then, even if you are not fooled, the treason of those renowned sects will be doubtless. In such a way, it will be simple to tell who is unwaveringly loyal to the Star Glory Federation and who might defect when they can't hold the pressure. The hidden problems will be eradicated in advance. Wouldn't it be good, too? After the purge operation is over, Guo Chunfeng, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, and certain powerful people in the Burning Prairie Fleet, mostly likely the chief of staff Bai Kaisin, will stand up and testify for Xianxia that everything was just a special pressure test. Yes, Xianxia, Guo Chunfeng, and Bai Kaisin are the iron triangle of the scheme. The traditional conglomerates that are too fat and corrupt after hundreds of years of good days will be better saboteurs than contributors in the war to come. Eliminating all of them and confiscating the tremendous resources under their control will only do good to the unity of the entire Federation. But I can take the chance to assault other worlds instead of the Heaven's Origin sector, Hai Ming said. Even if Xianxia does not carry out her Dim Moon Plan, wouldn't you still be free to choose any of the 7 sectors to attack? The hanging man asked. But would you do that, General Ming? Hehe. Everybody knows that, while the Star Glory Federation does not want a protracted war of attrition that will turn their homeland into a wasteland, the Black Wind Fleet also wants to finish the war as quickly as possible, in case new unexpected factors come from the Imperium, say, The arrival of an expedition army that is far stronger than the Black Wind Fleet, in which case it will swallow all of us. General Ming, you need to occupy the most fundamental world of the Federation quickly and crush the main force of the Burning Prairie Fleet in order to destroy the Federation's will to resist. So, the Heaven's Origin sector is the only option. Therefore, although fake surrender is an ancient strategy, the odds of success are still well above 50% if it is carried out at an appropriate time in a way that is most convincing for the hostile commander. The Federation does not have much hope against the Imperium in the first place. Is such a high likelihood not enough for Xianxia to take a gamble? Haiming nodded slowly. Everything you said makes sense. But there's one other thing. How exactly did you learn of it? Would Xianxia tell such a plan to you? Of course, Xianxia never told me anything, the hanging man said. Despite our years of cooperation, she never really trusted me. There's no way that she would reveal such a secret plan to me. However, decades ago when my master was still alive, I had already got my eyes on Xianxia. I liked studying the woman because I smelled the same scent from her body that was identical to the scent from mine. She and I were the same type of person. I knew that she was not content to be a puppet for the traditional conglomerates, and she was definitely not foolish enough to end on bad terms with the big backers such as Ding Lingdang and Guo Chunfeng. What she wanted was much more than Speaker of the Federation. With her identity and environment, if she wanted to become the Speaker, she shouldn't have kept such a high profile. But since she did talk about her dream all the time, it meant that Speaker of the Federation was just a disguise for something greater and more profound. Because I discovered that Xianxia was such an interesting woman, I approached her after my master passed away and let her know about my supposed ambitions. As I expected, she thought that I was of high value. You know what happened next, General Ming? Although Xianxia never told me her real plan, is it strange at all that I can infer everything based on the things she asked me to do and the psychological analysis and studies I performed on her over the following decades? So, Haiming said, just like what she appreciated most in you, you are both a pure immortal cultivator and a firm patriot who loves the Star Glory Federation unwaveringly. Yes, the hanging man said. Xianxia had her test methods, too. If I were not truly passionate about the Star Glory Federation, I wouldn't have been selected by her at all. But you've betrayed Xianxia for the Imperium, Haiming said. I only betrayed Xianxia. I have not betrayed the Star Glory Federation, the hanging man said. Or rather, I only betrayed the name of the Star Glory Federation and its government, but I never betrayed the 7 sectors and all the compatriots under the name. As a pure immortal cultivator who has a profound understanding about the invincibility of the Imperium of true human beings, I believe that ending the war as soon as possible and implementing the system of the immortal cultivators in the 7 sectors sooner are the only salvation and the real future. I cannot allow my compatriots to walk further on the wrong path anymore. They will only bring more pain to themselves and the people of the Imperium. This is the only reason I'm cooperating with you, General Ming. You must believe me and save the deviant fellow humans at the edge of the cosmos. Please. Haiming, a brutal warrior who had earned his fame through life and death battles, could not help but slightly tremble. He gloomily said, for some reason, I am scared of you, both you and Xianxia. People at the edge of the cosmos like you are as scary as vipers. We are not as powerful as the high-level immortal cultivators in the Imperium of true human beings at the center of the cosmos, the hanging man said. For survival, the poor folks at the edge of the cosmos waiting to be saved can only develop insignificant plots and schemes. But they are not worth mentioning at all in front of the invincible Imperium. Haiming sniffed. Tell me, why should I trust you? Xianxia is faking her surrender. How do I know that you're not? Maybe you are up to something else. Maybe you work for Xianxia, and this is just a double fake surrender. I can't tell you, the hanging man said. You have exploited all the information from me and gathered enough information from Xianxia too. As the commander of the Black Wind Fleet, it is your responsibility to figure out the correct answer from the complicated information, not mine. All in all, you have 24 hours. If you do not take action in 24 hours, Xianxia will know that you have not been fooled. Then, both parties will lose the opportunity to finish the war quickly. So, a war of attrition will be inevitable. Hai Ming stared at the hanging man hard, trying to see the truth deep inside his brain. But the eyes and upper face of the hanging man were still covered by the iron mask. Nothing could be seen at all. Hai Ming was silent for 3 minutes. The hanging man was equally patient. Except for the bloody bubbles coming out of his nose, he gave absolutely no reaction, as if he were already dead. Fine. Hai Ming finally made the call. Rebar-like muscles popped up on his face, as he gritted his teeth and threw out his words like cannon balls. Since Xianxia has prepared delicate traps in the Heaven's Origin sector waiting for me to step in, if I don't go there, won't her hospitality be in vain? She wants me to go to the Heaven's Origin sector, and I will do so. I will show her the invincibility of the Black Wind Fleet and the feeling of being killed by her own scheme. The hanging man was still silent, as if he did not hear Hai Ming's choice at all, and as if he was dwelling in a certain deep, profound world inside his head. Stop stimulating his nerve endings, but do not loosen his shackles and barriers. Keep blocking his senses, and do not put him down. While making the gestures, Hai Ming said, "Lu Qingchen, you are too dangerous. Before the war is completely settled, I'm not planning to let go of you. Are you fine with that?" Lu Qingchen, the hanging man, the president of the CFIA, and the leader of local cultivators of the Federation, nodded within the range of the shackle. Of course. Right? One other thing. What is the Immortal Cultivator 2.0 theory that you have been preaching? Hai Ming suddenly asked. I've read a few of the books that you wrote. You talked as if it was a real thing. I can't help but feel quite curious. Lu Qingchen smiled, baring his white teeth. However, since his face was upside down, it looked like intense mockery. The new generation Immortal Cultivator from the edge of the cosmos smiled at the old generation Immortal Cultivator from the center of the cosmos and said, "There's no Immortal Cultivator 2.0 at all. That's just bullshit that we made up to attract all the Immortal Cultivators in the Federation and fish them up." The conversation between the commander of the Black Wind Fleet and the head of the CFIA lasted 17 minutes and 22 seconds. There were 23 hours, 42 minutes, and 38 seconds to go before the Black Wind Fleet launched a space jump and arrived at the Heaven's Origin sector, the heart of the Federation. At exactly the same time in the 100 Flower Space Zone, the transfer station at the center of the 7 sectors of the Federation, 100 light-years away, Liao was still having his delicious and spicy noodles. Therefore, I vaguely have a bad feeling. Noodles were dangling from Liao's lips. While sucking them into his mouth quickly, Liao spoke to Long Yongjun. I feel that Xianxia's plan has been seen through, and a great scheme targeting the entire Federation is slowly unfolding right now. One moment of carelessness, and the Federation will be consumed by the very fire it started itself and be doomed forever. Also, the scheme will likely break out very soon, faster than we anticipated. Do you believe me? Looking at Liao, Long Yongjun tried her best to hold back her urge of rolling her eyes. You sound very reasonable. It is truly as expected of the wise and meticulous monster Li. By logic, I should have more faith in you. But this is the 3rd bowl of noodles you have eaten. The 3rd. Blinking blankly, Liao picked up the 3rd egg with a disposable fork and said, "What's wrong about having noodles? You can only fight the bad guys bravely and smartly and announce your glamorous return if your belly is full. Do you know what the critical problem is? The most critical problem is that Xianxia's plan is too precise and too well organized. She seems to have taken too many things into her calculations. It is the same logic as refining. The more precise a piece of magical equipment is, the more likely it will have faults. The more you want it to be perfect, the more likely it will collapse. When you want to install dozens of functions into one piece of magical equipment, you may end up with a device that cannot carry out any of the functions well. The bottom line is, based on the tip of the iceberg that we have seen, I think that Xianxia's plan is so gigantic that it far exceeds the limits of her ability to control. Perhaps nobody can ever control such a plan. Not even her father Jin Tuyi if the guy was reborn right now. If we get to the bottom of it, that is because she is still too young, too simple, and sometimes even a bit naive. But that's not her fault. The situation that the Federation is faced with right now is much more perilous than the situation her father was in. Not only do we have to take care of a Black Wind fleet, we also have to take care of it in the shortest amount of time at the minimal cost without losing much of our own capabilities in case the Imperium sends out a second expedition army. It is a mission that is practically impossible to accomplish. No wonder Xianxia decided to wager on such a risky plan. Having finished the egg, Liao picked up a piece of sausage that had already become soft after being soaked in the soup for a long time with the fork and bit it hard as he both complimented and felt sorry for his disciple's plan. Long Yongjun narrowed her eyes to try to avoid watching his gluttonous face. Then, what do we do now? Up until so far, according to our analysis, Xianxia is still loyal to the Federation and to her master, Liao said solemnly. She never crossed the boundaries of the cultivators either. So, she is still my good disciple. Now that something might be wrong with my disciple's plan, I'm naturally obliged to clean up the mess for her as her master. Otherwise, why does she even need a master? Long Yongjun nodded. Fair enough. But everything is just our speculation so far. We don't even know who the enemy other than the Black Wind Fleet is or if they have any other schemes. If I may ask, how do you plan to clean up the huge mess that your disciple Xianxia has left for you? Liao smiled. That's exactly why I requested when the Federation arranged the sailing route that we take a detour in the 100 Flowers Space Zone. The 100 Flowers Space Zone does not have any habitable planets or enough resource planets. It is even more barren than the Dragon Snake Space Zone, with barely any value to be developed. However, this place is at the center of the 7 sectors of the Federation. It is a very important node in the space jump. Also, it has a dual star system. The spiritual waves that the 2 stars release during their interaction can be condensed into an excellent gravity slingshot, which can save a lot of spiritual energy for the starships being teleported. Space jumps cannot be performed randomly, especially now that the Federation has so many sectors and starships. Tens of thousands of starships are jumping on a daily basis, creating temporary wormholes one after another. If the routes and jump points are not well planned, it is very possible that the starships will affect each other and cause a great accident. Traffic accidents in space are rare, but when they do happen, it will be a tragedy where thousands of people may get killed. Therefore, after the water crystal sector and the forest ocean sector were discovered, the Federation began to develop the 100 Flower Space Zone on a large scale and established the super space metropolis 100 Flower City as a transportation hub. Around 100 Flower City, more than 100 space gates and 10,000 star beacons have been set up for navigation purposes. The starships traveling among different sectors of the Federation often jump from their mother planet to the 100 Flower Space Zone first. Then they refill their supplies, repair their vehicles, and recalculate their sailing routes. In the end, through the gravity slingshot provided by the dual star system, they jump to their destination. This is the safest, most organized, and most energy-conserving means of transportation for them. Long Yongjun nodded. I know that, but this starship, with the delegation on board, does not really need to conserve a tiny bit of spiritual energy and could have asked the federal government to establish a dedicated sailing route for us, right? I've been meaning to ask you for a long time. Why do we have to transfer at the 100 Flower Space Zone when we could have directly jumped from the Uranian Ring sector to the Heaven's Origin sector? It is a great waste of our time. The Federation spent a great fortune and decades of time constructing the 100 Flower Space Zone into a transportation hub that connects the 7 sectors, Liao said. Countless sailing routes and starships transfer at this place. To calculate the complicated sailing routes and the space ripples after the jump of the starships, a computation center of an enormous scale is required. Therefore, 100 Flower City boasts the most awesome supercrystal processor of the entire Federation. There are only 3 supercrystal processors of the same level in the country. One of them is in 100 Flower City to control the routes in space. One of them is in the Heaven's Origin sector, responsible for the big data calculations of the federal government. The last of them is in the Star Prior's house on Spider Den in the Flying Star sector. It is used to monitor the astronomical anomalies and analyze the star map of the Pangu civilization in order to find more sectors. The last supercrystal processor, or a group of supercrystal processors, was left by the Star Ocean Imperium and only repaired after the arduous efforts of our specialists. It was with the calculation and search of the crystal processor that we managed to discover 4 new sectors in a row in only 100 years. But the computation center in 100 Flower City has a computational ability equal to the Star Prior's house. Isn't it awesome? Long Yangjun frowned. Does it have anything to do with the scheme we just talked about? Don't be hasty. Let me finish. Licking his greasy lips, Liao spoke confidently while holding the sausage in his mouth. 100 Flower City is not just a transportation hub in the Federation, but also the center of the entire Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus. The computation center here is actually divided into 2 parts, one responsible for transportation and the other responsible for the functioning of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus. It is quite easy to understand, right? The enormous streams of information on the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus also need to be reflected in the 4-dimensional space in order to reach a world 100 light-years away instantly. Is there a place more suitable than the 100 Flower Space Zone as the center of the spiritual nexus? Since the center of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus is here inside the largest computation center nationwide made of countless supercrystal processors, naturally, the control and development center of the game civilization has been set up in this place, too. It is no exaggeration to say that this place is the heart of the virtual world of the Federation. Brilliance was beaming out of Long Yangjuan's eyes as she remarked, I understand it now. You're worried that the Black Wind Fleet's target is not one of the 7 sectors but here, right? Once they launch an assault here, the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus and most of the routes in space will be paralyzed. This is a critical weakness for the Federation. Not exactly. Liao shook his head and said, At first, after noticing that the 100 Flower Space Zone is the transportation hub of the new Federation and the center of the virtual world, I also wondered if the Black Wind Fleet would attack this place. But if you think about it more carefully, you will realize that the gains can't outweigh the losses. It's because both the sailing routes and the nodes of the spiritual nexus are scattered and interconnected. Even if the hub and center are destroyed by the enemy, it is not possible to entirely paralyze the Federation's transportation and information transmission on the spiritual nexus. The best the enemy can expect is to slow down the speed and efficiency and greatly increase the cost. All in all, the strike will be serious, but it won't be fatal. But for the Black Wind Fleet, mobility and abruptness are their greatest advantages right now. If they jump to such a place where barely any resources are available save the 2 stars, they will lose their mobility and abruptness. It will be difficult for them to jump out again. You must know that the space jump of an entire fleet is different from the space jump of a single starship, right? It's like how an ordinary soldier in ancient times can march 50 kilometers a day after training. But you want an army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers to march 50 kilometers in one day. Even the best troops may not be able to achieve that. Long Yangjun nodded. The smaller a unit was, the faster it would be. A team of scouts made of elite warriors and cultivators could march 1,000 kilometers a day and a night, but a large army could barely move 20 kilometers in the same time. The Black Wind Fleet, with its thousands of starships, was like a dinosaur weighing 100 tons. It would not jump easily, and it would be difficult to jump out if it was mired in a swamp. Destroying the transportation hub and the center of the spiritual nexus would mean that it would be completely exposed to the Federation. Harassed by the federal fleets, it would barely be able to jump again. Since there were not enough resources in the 100 Flower Space Zone, the 2 parties would have to start a war of attrition until they both died. It was definitely not the outcome that the commander of the Black Wind Fleet wanted. Long Yangjun was surprised. If so, why are you here? I thought that you wanted to defend the 100 Flower Space Zone with our help. Liao blinked and said, I'm here for my teacher, Professor Xianxia. Xianxia, the Star Spirit, a new generation spectral cultivator who resides in liquid metal, and a firm advocate for the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus. Long Yangjun pondered for a moment and said, Wait, you are not still considering the threat of the virtual life, are you? Let's focus on the more imminent issue here. With the current level of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in the Federation, it will be tens of thousands of years before a virtual life is truly born. But the threat of the expedition army of the Imperium is real and devastating. No. At first, I was thinking about looking into Lu Qingchen. After finishing his noodles and drinking up the last drop of the soup, Liao tapped the table with the fork and said, I feel that something is greatly wrong with Lu Qingchen. His whole theory about Immortal Cultivator 2.0 makes me stunned and creeped out. I met him when he was still a teenager. He was much more sophisticated than his age and definitely not someone who was willing to work below anybody else. I'm scared that Xianxia may not be able to control him or even be swallowed by him. Therefore, I studied his life when I was free, especially the collapse of the virtual spirits sector, an event that caused him to completely degenerate into an immortal cultivator. As it turned out, few articles on the collapse of the virtual spirit sector could be found on the spiritual nexus. Even the so-called in-depth reports mostly lacked a main focus and did not explain the causes and consequences of the event well. But then it does make sense. The grand unified spiritual nexus that covered multiple sectors was being constructed at that time. If the news of experimenters being killed by the spiritual nexus had spread, people would inevitably have become suspicious of the safety of the spiritual nexus. Besides, the victim Xianxia was an immortal cultivator from the Imperium, who was in an awkward position in the Federation in the first place. Therefore, the thing simply passed and got forgotten by everyone together with the virtual spirits sector. But I felt that something was not right. Despite the deep bond that Lu Qingchen might have had with Xianxia, his master's death was an accident. It was far from enough for him to loathe the Federation and surrender to the Imperium, wasn't it? What exactly happened in the virtual spirits sector at that time? Why was Xianxia killed? Why did Lu Qingchen change? Why did Professor Mo Xian abandon the studies on virtual life? My professor is one of the most resolute people I've seen. Even when he was transformed into a phantom entity, because of the great explosion years ago and lived half-dead for years, he never gave up on his dream of refining after he was brought back to life. The greater a failure is, the braver and more unwavering he will be. It doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense. After further investigation, I discovered that the experiments on the virtual spirits sector were conducted in the 100 Flower Space Zone years ago. At that time, 100 Flower City had just begun construction. All the supercrystal processors had been shipped from the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, the Uranian Ring sector, and Kunlun to this place to be assembled and debugged again. According to the public reports, it was because something went wrong with the debugging of the computation center next to the laboratory that Professor Mo Xian, Xianxia, Lu Qingfa, and the mainframe crystal processor in the laboratory were affected. In the end, the collapse of the virtual spirits sector was caused. Today, the relics of the virtual spirits sector must be hidden somewhere below the computation center of 100 Flower City, right? The development and control center of civilization is here too. As for my professor, although he has left the research team of civilization and abandoned the virtual spirits sector, he is still currently living in 100 Flower City, supervising other research projects. Long Yangjun understood it. So, you want to find Professor Mo Xian to learn the truth about the collapse of the virtual spirits sector in the past, in order to decide if something is wrong with Lu Qingchen? That was my original plan, Liao said. However, after careful studies, I discovered a new lead. As it turned out, not just Lu Qingchen, even my professor was not right. Long Yangjun was slightly dazed. She lowered her voice subconsciously and asked, "What was not right?" Liao narrowed his eyes and said, one word after another, "He got divorced." Long Yangjun. Liao slapped the table hard and said, "He got divorced, and only because he got caught by his wife, Professor Yuan Manchio, who is another teacher of mine, when he was cheating on her." "Forgive me," Long Yangjun said. "It suddenly occurred to me that there's something I need to do. Why don't I leave you to enjoy your noodles?" "Wait, listen to my explanation," Liao urged. Professor Mo Xian and Professor Yuan Manchio used to love each other and supported each other for more than 100 years. That couldn't have been easy. Why on earth did Professor Mo Xian cheat on her and then get divorced? It's freedom of marriage and none of your concern. I only have limited patience, and it ran out when you had your third bowl of noodles. No. Trust me and think about it. The whole thing happened soon after the collapse of the virtual spirit sector. Do you not feel that it was a weird accident? Long Yongjun took a deep breath, only to smell nothing but the spicy flavor of the noodle residue. She waved at her nose in disgust and managed to think for a while. Then, she nodded and said, "Now that you put it that way, it is indeed a bit weird. Isn't your professor a spectral cultivator? How could he cheat on his wife?" "That's actually not a problem," Liao said. "He is a piece of erratic liquid metal. Technically speaking, he can totally make what he needs by himself, and even more than one of them if he wants. Also, even for the regular spectral cultivators, thanks to the developed artificial limb industry in the Federation nowadays, special limbs have been devised for them. How should I put it delicately? It's like the so-called Mr. Horn, Dr. Rod, or Lady Oyster in the ancient sages sector. You are a eunuch, aren't you? Shouldn't you be most familiar with that kind of stuff?" "Who's a eunuch?" Long Yongjun bashed the table hard, leaving a deep dent on the table. "Since it is not a technical problem, isn't it perfectly normal? Star spirit or spectral cultivator, he is a human being after all. Every human being has their feelings and needs. The two of them have spent 70 years together. It is only natural that they grew tired of each other. Think about it. Professor Mo Xian was responsible for part of the development of the game civilization and supervising the project of the virtual spirit sector in the 100 Flower Space Zone, while Professor Yuan Manxia worked as the dean in the refining department in the Grand Desolate War Institution in the Heaven's Origin sector. The two of them must have been more often separated than united. In the past, they were both focused on the studies of crystal suits, and they could support each other and communicate better. But after Professor Mo Xian turned into a star spirit and had a soaring computational ability, he changed his focus to the studies of the spiritual nexus. Then, would they still have any common language? At this point, the project of the virtual spirit sector, to which Professor Mo Xian devoted his life, failed and even caused the death of a researcher. I don't need to remind you how regretful, frustrated, and depressed he must have been. If a charming nymph, or a female researcher who also focused on the studies of the spiritual nexus and crystal processors, approached him while he was vulnerable and healed his wounded heart with her gentleness. Is it strange at all that something happened between them? Liao scratched his chin hard. Now that you mentioned it, it is exactly what happened. According to the gossip I read, my professor's mistress seemed to be a female researcher of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Computation Center. She was also some sort of experienced algorithm specialist. Then, what is your problem? Liao shook his head hard. No, I have to figure the whole thing out. It won't take much time anyway. I'll simply pay a visit to Professor Mo Xian while our starship is being repaired and refilled with fuel. If everything is all right with my professor, I'll send the message that I'm back to Ding Lingdang and Jin Xinyue through him. I don't trust anybody else right now. Long Yongjun pondered for a moment and said, "That's very reasonable. It's true that we should contact Ding Lingdang and Jin Xinyue, the two giants, now in case of any misunderstanding in the future. Then, what is the project that your professor is responsible for in the 100 Flower Space Zone? Where can we find him?" Liao opened a light beam. Here. The Tinder Plan originated from the monument plan proposed by Gue Suesho, the oldest demon emperor of the Blood Demon sector, 100 years ago for the purpose of passing on our civilization. After that, the Glorious Sunlight Group, the Double Dragons Union, and some other sects in the Federation all invested in the project to put it into practice. Because monument sounded too ominous, it was renamed as the Tinder Plan. After the collapse of the virtual spirit sector, Professor Mo Xian was frustrated and abandoned most of his previous work. He dedicated himself to the Tinder Plan and became its supervisor. With his help, the progress of the Tinder Plan was greatly accelerated. Right now, the first batch of Tinder has already been produced and is ready to be launched into space. In fact, because the Black Wind Fleet is drawing near, and nobody can tell when they will suddenly lunge out, the very first piece of tinder will be launched tomorrow. I learned of the arrangement from the news. That's why I specifically requested for our starship to arrive at the 100 Flower Space Zone and visit the project team of the Tinder Plan so that we could communicate more with Professor Emotion on the succession of civilization. It has been approved by authorities. The trip will only take half a day. Our itinerary will not be affected. Long Yong-jun narrowed her eyes and read the news fast. The first deep sky exploration starship that carries the tinder of the Star Glory Federation will be led by Wei Qingqing, a famous novelist and educator in the Federation. Miss Wei is highly likely to be the first person in the history of the Federation to hibernate for tens of thousands of years and to pass on our civilization in the distant future. Miss Wei, Wei Qingqing. Oh, I get it now. Liao blinked hard. What did you get? Long Yong-jun looked at him thoughtfully and said with a fake smile. So, after all your garbage talk, it is not Professor Emotion that you want to meet but your old lover. Liao's face immediately turned pale. What old lover? We are in my wife's turf right now. You'd better watch your mouth. Isn't Wei Qingqing the girl in the refinement stage who sacrificed herself to save you on the train north to the Grand Desolate War Institution before your spiritual root awakened? Long Yong-jun chuckled. It is said that her encouragement helped you set up the goal of being a cultivator. For you, she is always some sort of sacred and glorious big sister. Don't glare at me. All your biographies say exactly the same. I totally understand it now. The big sister who saved your life and encouraged you to embark on the path of cultivation is about to set off for a journey of 10,000 years tomorrow. And you will never see her again. Now that you have heard such a piece of astounding news, it is perfectly normal that you want to bid her farewell. It does not conflict with our business. Either. I get it. I totally get it. Why didn't you tell me more straightforwardly? It's only natural that you want to see your life savior who is in a pure relationship with you for the last time. I support you and definitely won't tell your wife. Just rest assured. Sister Qingqing and I are pure friends. Liao said solemnly. You can stop being so nosy. Also, my primary purpose is to visit my professor to figure out the truth about the collapse of the virtual spirit sector and Lu Qingqin. Listen up. This is my plan. Soon, Ling Shaola of the Secret Sword Bureau will come and lead me to the Tinder base. I prepared to go there alone. But since you've already guessed so much, you might as well come with me. We can take care of each other if something goes wrong. After we reach the Tinder base and get to know the Tinder plan, we will certainly speak to Professor Emotion. I will take the chance to ask him why he left the production team of Civilization and why he and Professor Yuan Manchio got divorced. After everything is sorted out, I'll contact my wife through Professor Emotion's communication route. As one of the most influential celebrities in the Federation, Professor Emotion must have his private routes that connect to the capital city or the Grand Desolate War Institution. Also, Ding Lingdang is from the Grand Desolate War Institution and was in a good relationship with Professor Emotion. Even if Professor Emotion cannot reach out to Jin Xinyue, he can certainly speak to my wife. All right, after I contact my wife through Professor and tell her the good news that I'm back, we will be able to communicate with the Federal Army through my wife and gain part of the control permissions of the 100 Flower Space Zone. At the very least, we can summon a batch of troops or soldiers of the Patriots Front. After my wife learns everything, and with the support of the Patriots Front and the Federal Army, we will return and tell the truth to the other 10 experts of the Ancient Sages sector. We will tell them that I am in fact Monster Li. When they are flabbergasted and soaked in sweat, I will talk sense into them and allure them with benefits. In their astonishment and gratitude, can they do anything but join the Federation? Even if something goes wrong, I will have arranged a lot of experts from the Federation. We'll have everything covered. In such a case, before the enemy knows it, the Federation will have gained 10 experts at the peak of the nascent soul stage and even 2 in the divinity transformation stage. I don't care about the tricks and schemes of the enemy. This time, I'm going to beat them with overwhelming strength. When the enemy plays all their moves and thinks that they are sure to win, the 12 ancient cultivators will slap them in their face. Tell me, how can we lose the battle? This is my plan. Simple, straightforward, and absolutely effective. Do you feel that it is secure? Long Yong-jun frowned and pondered for a moment. Probably. I guess. That will do. Liao clapped his hands. Of course, if time allows, and if we happen to run into each other, it is perfectly understandable to bid farewell to Sister Qingqing, catch up with her, and ask her to bring bliss to the people in billions of years' time. All right, enough talking. Ling Xiaola is here. Let's go to the Tinder base to meet Professor Mo Xian. 100 Flower City, at the center of the vast 100 Flower space zone near the overlapping gravity sphere of the two stars, was made of an array of hundreds of round space stations. Not counting the workers and their family on the hundreds of space gates nearby, the main district alone already had a population of 150 million. Although it was not the largest space metropolis in the Star Glory Federation, it was definitely a future city, with the highest education on average and the most cutting-edge techniques and arts. Because it was at the center of the sailing routes of the Federation, it was naturally suitable to be a center of transportation and data interaction, which also attracted the talents of the 7 sectors and countless sects, groups, research teams, and academic institutions related to crystal processors and the spiritual nexus to migrate to this place. After decades of development, especially after the core database and supercomputation center of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus, the Control and Interaction Center of Civilization, and future University of the Star Glory Federation, were established there one after another, the city became the well-deserved think tank of the Federation. According to the statistics of the Guy-level supercrystal processors in the Federation, which had the highest computational ability nationwide, 100 Flower City had 1, and of the Jing-level supercrystal processors secondary to the Guy-level, the city had 69, which was more than 1/3 of the total. The city was an out-and-out city of crystal processors. It was thanks to the computation, analysis, interaction, and transmission of the supercrystal processors that the smoothness of the sailing routes and the stability of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus were ensured. After Li Yao and Long Yongjun boarded the shuttle that was the shape of a silver water drop under the lead of Ling Xiaola, the half-fox demon, and traveled inside 100 Flower City without a sound, they truly felt the extraordinariness and profoundness of the city that far exceeded Fish Dragon City, Firefly, or the Orbit City in the Uranian Ring sector. From the outside, 100 Flower City was a perfect cube made of hundreds of balls that were dozens of kilometers in diameter and had absolutely no flaws on the surface. Such a shape that was in complete violation of natural law and the universe's regular form was the best symbol of mankind's ambition to challenge nature. However, when the shuttle traveled inside 100 Flower City, it seemed to be traveling in a splendid natural landscape. They were traveling on a boundless prairie and appreciating the cows and goats through the transparent floor below their feet, then seeing lakes in the middle of raging deserts and the green oases next to them, and then passing through deep, dark canyons reaching primitive forests. They witnessed the exotic views on many resource planets. It was truly dazzlingly beautiful. Such natural views were all the illusions constructed by super large-scale 3D light beams. Such facilities were almost installed in every space city with limited space as a virtual comfort for human beings who originated from a planet. The illusions in 100 Flower City were particularly vivid and almost felt real. One might even say that they were an enormous grand illusionary land that covered the entire city. Normal people would inevitably feel that they were on a certain planet as the scenes changed several times. Future University lies in the mountains up ahead. It is a supreme university founded together with the new Federation. The most excellent talents in the 7 sectors have been gathered there. The silver, egg-shaped buildings in the deserts are the data interaction and control center of the game's civilization. Also, the production center for new plots and new DLCs is here, too. For the needs of the supercrystal processors, the climate here has been set to be very dry. In front of us is the Tinder base. Ling Xiaola, Li Yao's tour guide, wagged her foxtail and introduced the city to them enthusiastically. While talking, the little girl stuck her tongue out. I must thank you for bringing me here. Many research centers and bases in 100 Flower City are not open to outsiders. Even I did not have a chance to visit them, even though I am a distinguished employee of the Secret Sword Bureau. Wow! After the shuttle moved into the Tinder base, the picture in front of their eyes changed drastically into a dirty undersea world, as if they had passed through a non-existent gate or pierced through a bubble. No, it was not a dark, blue ocean as seen today, but one from the time when the planet was just born. Volcanoes were erupting at the bottom everywhere, turning the ocean into a pot of boiling soup. Black pillars of smoke were rising from the highly unstable prehistoric ocean, like the hands of fiends that were extending from the cracks at the bottom of the ocean. However, it was exactly because of the amazing reactions between the precious metals and minerals brought by such fiend hands from the depths of the crust and the materials in the seawater and the raw air that the first batch of monads was born. Although they knew that it was just an illusion, Li Yao and Long Yongjun were still greatly astounded by such a magnificent picture of a prehistoric undersea world. The tinder base seemed to have a deeper meaning by setting up such illusions at its edge. The shuttle kept pushing forward. As if they were traveling through a channel of time, the illusions around them were changing nonstop, too. The undersea volcanoes gradually fell dormant. The seawater turned shallower. Thick ancient fungi grew out of the craters around the ancient volcanoes and extended to the end of the ocean like a white carpet. The prehistoric ocean creatures who fed upon the ancient fungi gradually showed up, too. Red algae, green algae, trilobite, anomalocaridids, nautili, Devonian fish. The shuttle moved forward from the prehistoric ocean to the medieval ocean. Suddenly, it leapt out of the ocean and barged into a paradise of gymnosperm and fern. All kinds of reptiles and enormous insects were growing blatantly inside the woods. A monster that looked like a tyrannosaur crawled out of the dense forest and opened its bloody mouth at them, as if it was about to swallow the shuttle whole. Naturally, the shuttle was safe and sound, but Ling Shaola did utter a half-true half-fake exclamation. After a brief period of darkness, mammals and primates gradually replaced the reptiles and governed the world. Very soon, a few apes with black hair all over their body, whose eyebrows were high and cheeks hollow, became the focus of the picture. They were dancing around a campfire. An enormous starship of the Pangu clan seemed to be observing them coldly from the sky. Starting from that scene, time began to flow much faster. The twigs in the hands of the apes turned into sticks, the sticks transformed into stone axes, and the stone axes evolved into bronze spears. Flying swords showed up, armor appeared, and caves and tree houses turned into pavilions and into flying mountains and islands in the sky. It was the first brilliant and glorious outbreak of the civilization of mankind, the age of the ancient cultivators. After that, it was 30,000 years of the Great Dark Age that was dominated by demons, followed by the Star Ocean Imperium. Then, the second collapse caused by the Armageddon Rebellion and the Second Renaissance that came right next. In the end, 7 broken worlds at the edge of the cosmos were condensed into the Star Glory Federation. From the birth of ancient creatures, to the enlightenment of the Pangu civilization, to the 100,000 years of development of the civilization of mankind, the whole civilization's history was reflected in the time channel that was not very long. Every illusion stood for a phase of the development of life, but the skyscrapers and the tide of starships that represented today's Star Glory Federation were only put at the second to last phase. The last phase, which should have represented the future of the civilization of mankind, was actually a picture of many silver metal balls that were floating in midair like balloons. There was no telling what it meant. As if they sensed that honorable guests had arrived, all the silver metal balls melted like liquids, before they turned into 4 huge, glittering words. Tinder lives, civilization lives. Li Yao was deeply astounded by the river of time that flowed from the primeval age to all eternity. He had thought that the so-called monument plan or Tinder plan was merely the most insignificant one of the thousands of whimsical plans that were raised in the Federation 100 years ago in a hurry under the dual pressure of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. At the very least, it did appear to be the case before he left. The monument plan was a flea solution that was derived from absolute pessimism, which was destined to be unfavorable in the Federation that was determined to fight a bloody battle of resistance until the end. Although the Glorious Sunlight Group, of which Li Yao was a major shareholder, invested in the monument plant at the beginning for Gue Suisho's sake, it soon left the plan to develop on its own. Gue Suisho, the old demon emperor and the initial leader of the monument plan, was not a guy that was good at real-life operations, either. He was a historian and sociologist, or in the more fashionable theory of the Federation, he was a civilization specialist. He could propose a set of groundless and yet astounding theories that could shock everyone who heard them, but as for exactly how theories could be put into practice, it was not really what the old tortoise was best at. Therefore, until Liao left the Federation, the monument plan had never made much progress and probably would not have achieved any substantial results in the next decades by his estimation. It was just a plan on paper. It had never occurred to Liao that the monument plan, after being changed into the Tinder plan, would already reach the point where the first batch of Tinder could be sent after 100 years. The time channel constructed by the 3D light beams alone was enough for the visitors to see the ambitions hidden deep inside the Tinder. The researchers were truly trying to condense the origins, development, peak, and future of mankind into one short moment and pass it on to the brand new species that would appear in billions of years. Moreover, in the time channel, the ancient fungi were replaced by red algae, the green algae were replaced by trilobites, and then Devonian fish, dinosaurs, apes, and human beings, they replaced, or rather eliminated, their predecessors. In the last scene, human beings were replaced and eliminated by silver balls. What did it mean exactly? Liao was deep in thought. He had a vague, uncomfortable feeling. Then he was amused, wondering if he was being too sensitive. If there was really some clandestine arrangement off the table, it would not be displayed openly just like that. Right then, Long Yangjun spoke to Ling Xiaola with a smile. I'm told that in the age of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, a lot of ancient sects would set up illusionary arrays in front of their headquarters so that the guests would be inevitably awed and impressed by the sect after witnessing the splendid and intimidating illusions. At that time, the illusionary arrays in front of the headquarters represented the capabilities of a sect. Many ancient classics described the illusionary arrays of the most renowned sects to be so grotesque and gaudy that a new world seemed to have been established in front of the headquarters. I thought that it was merely the ancient people's exaggeration, but after seeing the modern illusionary array in front of the Tinder base, I finally realized that the ancient people were not lying at all. The decorations of the modern illusionary array alone are indicative enough that the Tinder plan is meant for great purposes. But it is rather strange that I barely heard about such a magnificent plan that crossed billions of years before. Tomorrow, the first Tinder is going to be launched. Why are there so few reports in the media outside? This is too low-key, isn't it? The Tinder plan is indeed very low-key and mysterious, Ling Xiaola said. Even I don't know the inside information about the project. Honestly speaking, if it weren't for you, a secret sword agent of my level wouldn't be qualified to enter the base at all. Even the speaker is not free to visit the base, because the Tinder plan is not entirely a government project in principle. Professor Mo Xian has the absolute majority of shares. Most of the investment comes from him, too. This base is essentially his private property. So, it is only with Professor Mo Xian's consent that you are allowed to visit this place. Oh! Long Yangjun blinked. Is there anything in this place that must be kept confidential? Not exactly confidential. Ling Xiaola thought for a moment and said, how should I put it? The Tinder plan was previously known as the Monument Plan, and monument sounded too ominous. In fact, that was the truth, too. It was a plan of the pessimists and escapers. It could barely be called a flea but equal to a declaration, stating that since we are all going to die, we might as well make a beautiful monument and launch it out in memory of us. Then we can all rest in peace. Think about it. The Federation is vigorous and rising unstoppably in its golden years right now. Who would be interested in learning about such a plan? Long Yangjun pondered for a moment and was amused. It does make sense. Nobody likes a jinx. Ling Xiaola nodded and said, yes, the general public prefer blood-boiling, inspirational plans. The government does not want the monument plan to be exposed too much too, in case the morale of the people is struck. The theory that mankind is destined to be destroyed in billions of years sounds too nihilistic. Nobody likes to hear that. The general public do not like it, and the government is unwilling to promote it. It is only natural that the project has been kept low profile. More importantly, as a plan of the pessimists, the ultimate success or failure of the project will forever be a mystery to us. By us, I am not just saying people of our generation but everyone in the civilization of mankind from the past to the future. Long Yangjun frowned. I don't understand. They are going to launch the first Tinder tomorrow. Of course, our deep sky cruise technology is quite mature right now, and the launch of the Tinder can't go wrong, Xianxia said. But the Tinder is set to drift in the sea of stars for millions of years in search of brand new species. Then, can the Tinder remain undamaged after a voyage of millions of years in the universe? Will everything contained inside the Tinder, including Wei Qingqing herself, be completely shattered? Can she locate a suitable planet and discover a new life, or will she float in the desolate and boundless universe forever? Also, even if she does find a new life, will the new life be a carbon-based species made of flesh and blood that can comprehend our civilization, or will it be something terribly bizarre? Assuming that a certain life is born in the metal lakes on a planet with a diurnal temperature variation of more than 500 degrees, I find it hard to believe that such a life will be able to understand and accept the legacy of the civilization of mankind. All the questions that we are faced with right now cannot be answered immediately. They probably won't be found out for 1,000,000 years, 1,000,000,000 years, or even 1,000,000,000,000 years. Now, do you think that the Tinder plan, which is utterly meaningless to here and now, can attract the interest of the general public and the media? Also, Professor Mo Xian is an unsocial man who prefers to keep a low profile. He never promoted the project on a large scale or invited any media to introduce it. In fact, the requests for interviews and visits from a few major media outlets were all declined by him. Only the Federal Army, the Parliament, and the Secret Sword Bureau sent a few guests to attend the ceremony. To be honest, I was quite surprised that he agreed to your request to visit the base. Long Yangjun smiled. Is there anything special about us? According to Professor Mo Xian, the Tinder plan is a plan of the escapers, and the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic has fled for 1,000 years, Xianxia said. Since you and he are all refugees in a certain sense, he thinks that you will perhaps appreciate the Tinder plan and understand him better than other people. Therefore, he is willing to meet the honorable guests from Firefly and have a good conversation with you. Looking at Liao, Long Yangjun said, Then we will be greatly honored. Professor Mo Xian sounds like a weird guy. I once watched a debate between him and Professor Xie Wufeng on the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus and the virtual life. It left quite a deep impression on me. How come Professor Mo Xian gave up the more promising projects such as the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus and the studies on virtual life and chose to manage the Tinder plan instead? Xianxia shook her head and replied, I don't know about the details. It seems that Professor Mo Xian simply transferred all his passion and his lifelong efforts into the Tinder plan for some reason after the major frustration he suffered in the project of the spiritual nexus and virtual life. In fact, before Professor Mo Xian participated, the previous monument plan was in a half-paralyzed state. The initial capital invested by the Glorious Sunlight Group had already been spent. The project manager Gue Suesho was a pure theorist who was not good at pushing forward such an enormous, complicated project of many different levels, either. Also, because his connections among humans were not very extensive, and because of the ominous nature of the project, few experts were willing to join him. After all, the Federation was prospering in all aspects back then. There were too many thrilling projects and programs to count. As long as you were a talent, you would certainly find a suitable place to work. Why would you dedicate your entire life to such a pessimistic, unpromising plan? When the monument plan was about to die of natural course, Professor Mo Xian joined the game aggressively and acquired the project from Gue Suesho. He also renamed it the Tinder Plan. In the past 100 years, Professor Mo Xian has worked as the president of the Grand Desolate War Institution, the Refiners Association, the Association of Spectral Cultivators, and many other organizations. He has put dozens of major projects into practice and pushed them forward. His experience and his connections in the circle are incomparable to Gue Suesho's. Besides, Professor Mo Xian also invested his lifelong savings into the project. He even raised a large sum of funds by selling his shares in the Glorious Sunlight Group and the authorization of all the magical equipment that he designed and produced in his entire life, including the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. The funds were all invested into the Tinder project. With the participation of such a powerful leader and the investment of incessant capital, a team of experienced specialists was soon gathered. The base was constructed later, too. The Tinder plan was revived and rushed forward at an astonishing speed. After only decades, there are already products. Professor Mo Xian's lifelong savings. Liao was greatly shocked. As Mo Xian's disciple, he knew exactly what it meant. It was no exaggeration to say that his professor was one of the biggest magnates nationwide with wealth as great as the national treasury. Yes. More than 100 years ago, when Liao joined the Grand Desolate War Institution as a freshman student, Professor Mo Xian, who was the dean of the refining department at that time, had invested all his belongings into the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit project. He had been so destitute that he had been borrowing money from everyone he knew. However, as the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit became the first mass-produced crystal processor designated by the military of the Federation and was equipped by more than 10 legions, Professor Mo Xian's poverty was changed for good. The Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit project did not belong to the Grand Desolate War Institution but was essentially managed by Professor Mo Xian and Professor Yuan Manqiu themselves. Not only was the earliest framework of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit devised by the two of them based on the remnants of the crystal suits from the Star Ocean Imperium, even most of the research funds were raised by them too. Therefore, they were the greatest profiters of the project. Liao was merely a researcher and a test pilot who had joined the project at the last phase, so he had only gained a tiny slice of shares in it. But the tiny slice of shares brought Liao endless wealth every year incessantly, which was then exchanged for countless resources. It was the solidest support for his soar in cultivation. When Liao returned from the Flying Star sector for the first time, the earnings generated by the authorization of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit were already astronomical. Today, the family of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit were the best-selling crystal suits in the Star Glory Federation in the past 100 years. Their cheap cost, sturdiness, and easy maintenance were made best use of in complicated environments in the 7 sectors and the terribly harsh resource planets. They were extremely popular among people of all social classes, especially ordinary people. One might say that in any place where the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem of the Federation could be seen, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuits that were rusted and riddled with holes but still function well could be found. They made great contributions to the golden development of the Federation. Leaving the pirate producers aside, for the crystal suit manufacturers who were officially authorized, they had to pay the original designer a certain fee for every Mystic Skeleton battlesuit they built. After 100 years, as the best-selling crystal suit series, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had already given Liao an astronomical income, although he only had a slice of shares. It was unimaginable how much Professor Mo Xian had earned as the major shareholder. That, on the other hand, was only one part of Professor Mo Xian's wealth. Years ago, when the Glorious Sunlight Group was founded in the Flying Star sector, it was mainly for the purpose of covering up the Glorious Sunlight Magical Equipment Laboratory under its banner. The owner of the particular laboratory was Professor Mo Xian, who had already turned into a star spirit back then. Therefore, Professor Mo Xian had quite a lot of shares in the Glorious Sunlight Group too, almost as many as Liao's. Liao had always respected his professor. Neither himself nor his professor were ever greedy about money. Naturally, they never cared about such insignificant issues. Right now, the Glorious Sunlight Group was developing quite well as one of the top 20 corporations in the Federation. Professor Mo Xian's shares, boosted by the rise of the group, were worth an astounding fortune. Furthermore, Professor Mo Xian had absorbed a lot of computational ability from the Star Child in the battle against Xianxia and saved the Flying Star sector at the most critical moment together with Liao, which indirectly changed the course of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the entire new Federation later. His personal computational ability soared crazily after the battle and could be called the best in the country in terms of many parameters. With his amazing computational ability, he was essentially a super crystal processor with the soul of a human. That was why he had become one of the earliest developers of the game Civilization. The initial development of the game was basically as such. Liao and Su Changfa would raise many creative ideas after their discussion and debate. Lu Qingchen would note them down, and Professor Mo Xian would find a way to put them into practice. Naturally, Professor Mo Xian had a lot of shares in the Civilization project. Today, Civilization had already developed into a behemoths creature of national influence. Did anyone need to question Professor Mo Xian's wealth? And now, he had spent all his savings, which should have been enough to buy a whole planet, on the seemingly unattractive Tinder plan that could only affect the future species that would be born in billions of years. How immeasurable this mysterious Tinder plan must have become after being developed by him for so many years with such funding. The more Liao thought about it, the more he felt that something was not right. Professor Mo Xian is one of the most notable celebrities in the Federation, Long Yongjun noted in surprise. I believe his personal wealth must be abundant, but he's putting all of his money into an unsubstantial plan of the pessimists. What a devoted man! I couldn't agree with you more. Ling Xiaola opened her hands. It is said that he had a big fight with Yuan Manqiu, his former wife, who was another famous master of refining in the Federation. They even got divorced because of that. He has indeed dedicated his efforts, his savings, and his entire soul to the Tinder project. Liao and Long Yongjun looked at each other, both amazed. So it was not just because of an affair. The whole thing was getting more and more weird. Liao was there mainly to meet Professor Mo Xian. Investigating Lu Qingqin was not his primary concern. Most importantly, he was hoping to reach out to Ding Lingdang and Jin Xinyue through a reliable channel with Professor Mo Xian's help. But judging from the latest information, Professor Mo Xian seemed to be the one he should really focus his attention on. Professor, what happened to you? Who have you become after 100 years? Or maybe, while Liao was pondering, the shuttle trembled softly and slowly stopped on a silver rail that was close to the ground. Green grass grew around them, a refreshing breeze was embracing them, and a blue sky, white clouds, and warm sunlight were overhead. Although they knew that everything was illusionary, they could not help but feel reinvigorated. Liao heard giggles and laughter that were ringing like a pleasant bell. He looked at the source of the sound, only to discover that almost 100 elementary school students were playing on the lawn with each other. A few teachers in white dresses were also involved, playing the game together with the kids. They seemed to be on a spring hike together. But unlike normal spring hikes, every kid there was followed by a weird thing. Liao blinked and did not know how to describe it. Some of the objects floating around the students looked like some sort of furry, round, and cute pets, like the pudgy critters with short and stupid wings in Liao's memory. But some of them were raging dragons that were hovering above the students. They looked rather intimidating, but the kids were not bothered at all. Even the most vulnerable girls did not seem to have noticed the ferocious animals above their heads at all. Some other students were followed by glittering puppets or even living human beings. Those human beings were in different attires. Some were wearing robes or sword suits in a vintage style, as if they had traveled through time from 40,000 years ago. Some were wearing a mustard seed combat suit, with the demon beast detector that Liao was quite familiar with on their faces. Some of them even had sacredly white wings in their back and glamorous horns above their head, like kings among the demons. Every elementary school student was accompanied by such a being. Before Liao figured out what was going on, two little boys who appeared brawnier than their age, and the two beings that were following them closely like guardians collided. I finally got a chance today. Look at my old grandpa. This is the 9th generation of the latest model. Have you ever seen one before? It is going to beat your old grandpa to the ground. What's the big deal about the 9th generation? Although my old grandpa is the 8th generation, his combat system was just upgraded yesterday, and he learned quite a few new techniques. You are bragging. Let me teach you a lesson. Come on. Do you think that I'm scared of you? Bring it on. The two young boys began wrestling with each other on the ground until they were covered in grass and mud. The two old grandpas behind them drifted to the midair and fought each other. What slightly surprised Liao was that the two old grandpas were quite professional warriors and looked like real experts. As they began fighting, glamorous saber and sword auras were spreading out like fireworks. Had it not been for the fact that Liao sensed no spiritual waves, he would have almost mistaken the two old grandpas for real persons. But soon, the teachers leading the team noticed the two wrestling students. One of them quickly ran close and pressed the crystal processor on her wrist. The old grandpas that were having a heated battle above the two little kids turned into two streaks of brilliance before they were absorbed into the teacher's crystal processor. Little Long, Little Chi, it's you two again. Old grandpas are supposed to teach you knowledge, not horse around. The white-dressed teacher said angrily. You will be forbidden from using old grandpas for 3 days as punishment. 3 days? Please don't, teacher. The two boys immediately begged for mercy with tears in their eyes. Liao looked at Ling Xiaola. Ling Xiaola stuck her tongue out and shrugged, indicating that it was the first time that she had ever seen such a weird scene, and that she did not know any more about the base than he did. While the three of them were suspicious, a little green bird made of clear, beautiful crystals hovered for a moment above the shuttle and slowly landed before it. Then, it turned into a girl who was pure, serene, elegant but somewhat as lonely as an orchid flower in an empty valley. The girl looked at them with a smile. Liao felt his heart palpitate. He had seen the image before on the train north to the Grand Desolate Plateau 100 years ago. It was Wei Qingqing, the one with the lowest cultivation and the weakest combat ability, and the one who had been the least obliged to stand out of the 7 cultivators who sacrificed themselves valiantly to save a train of ordinary people. It was the free little green bird. He had not seen her for 100 years, but he had never forgotten her. It had nothing to do with romance. It was something much more intense than romance. Before, it had been under the encouragement of Wei Qingqing and the rest of the heroes that Liao had awakened his spiritual root and embarked on his path of cultivation. The scene of the valiant sacrifice of Wei Qingqing had been etched into his soul as part of his belief, never to be effaced. Greetings. My name is Wei Qingqing, and I am a teacher here. I'm going to set off to billions of years in the future tomorrow. You are free to see me off if you want. The virtual image of Wei Qingqing said gently and calmly. The unique opening put Liao and his companions into a deep and solemn atmosphere. There was no need to mention Liao, who had been through a lot with Wei Qingqing before. Even Long Yangjun and Ling Xiaola were quite interested in the female teacher who had volunteered to pass on the tinder of the civilization of mankind to billions of years in the future. However, what they were more curious about was the children and the old grandpas. Sensing their confusion, Wei Qingqing smiled and gestured for them to walk on the lawn on which the children were playing with each other. The tinder base includes quite a large park. More than 50,000 workers and their families live in this place. So, this is more or less a town that has everything that you need, she explained. Schools, hospitals, stores, and entertainment facilities can all be found here. Naturally, we have our own kindergartens and elementary schools. These little guys are all the children of the researchers of the Tinder Plan. I've spent the last 5 years with them in a school here. Miss Wei, Miss Qingqing. Seeing that they were walking close, many children stood up and greeted them. It was not hard to tell from their smiling faces that Wei Qingqing was quite popular among the kids. Wei Qingqing smiled. She suddenly looked at the kids while she closed her hands and opened them, presenting a blossoming flower from her palm. Then, she pouted her cheeks and blew at the flower, and the flower flew out in the wind like a dandelion, attracting a lot of children to chase it amid laughter. There was nothing but joy on the lawn. Wei Qingqing's body of flesh and blood had already been destroyed in the beast tide outbreak more than 100 years ago. As a spectral cultivator, she did not have a real entity. Her current shape of a human and the colorful dandelion were naturally both illusions. However, the fact that she could create such a vivid, almost real illusion and make it drift 100 meters away was still indicative enough of her high level of cultivation. She was an illusionist in the first place, one of the weirdest professions in the world of cultivators who had the ability to shape their writing into all kinds of illusions. Miss Wei, what are the old grandpas over the children? Long Yangjun asked. They were known as half-intelligent virtual educational telepathic thought amalgamations when the patent was published, Wei Qingqing said. But since it is too long and awkward, everybody simply calls them old grandpas because they are truly like old grandpas who are knowledgeable and answer our every need. It is a virtual educational program or some sort of virtual teacher, if you will. Technically speaking, it is not complicated. All you need to do is combine the curriculum of the 12 years of compulsory education together with all the content on the Grand Encyclopedia of the Federation. However, in the Tinder base, the Research Institute wants it to be more independent with a higher performance in decision-making. Not only should it be a good teacher for a student, it should also be a good life companion and even a good helper in a battle. Let me put it this way. They are hoping to project an old grandpa onto a harsh, unpopulated, alien planet. As long as it detects a life form similar to mankind, it will automatically formulate the entire education system and upgrade route according to the environment to help the life form learn everything of our civilization from scratch. From the most basic baby babbles and arithmetic to the most complicated arts of refining and combat techniques. When the student is in danger, the old grandpa should be able to foresee the unpredictable factors and protect the student. It's like this. Wei Qingqing raised her hand. Bright green, hazy mists of light surged out of her non-existent fingertips and condensed into a translucent shadow in midair. It was a white-haired old man who looked amiable but had intimidation deep inside his eyes. Liao scratched his chin hard. Why did he feel that the old man looked somewhat similar? This is the old grandpa of the 10th generation that we are currently developing, Wei Qingqing said. The standard template is named Old Yao. It is built with Li Yao, the great hero of the Federation, as the prototype. Li Yao. Wow. How interesting. Long Yangjun exclaimed. The old Yao waved his hands, and an enormous blank light beam suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, he began teaching the simplest words such as people, mountain, sky, and sun, while simple figures, pictures, and characters appeared on the light beam. Then, the content on the light beam suddenly changed into the fundamental disciplines of the college level. After a presentation of a literacy lesson, Old Yao demonstrated the most standard body exercise from the Federation's military. Then, he made quite a few typical postures where one could absorb and summon natural spiritual energy. In the end, he became motionless. Wei Qingqing smiled. From the 1st generation to the 10th generation, the development of the old grandpas has seen significant progress. But there still seems to be a long way to go for them to meet the needs of all unknown environments and species, which is our goal. So, we have brought them to our kindergartens and elementary schools as toys for the children in order to collect more usable data. Liao and Old Yao stared at each awkwardly for a long time. In the end, Liao coughed and said, "So to speak, you are planning to send the old grandpas to billions of years in the future to edify new civilizations?" "Yes, of course." Wei Qingqing opened her virtual arms and bathed in the virtual sunlight comfortably. "I've spent my whole life teaching children. I've seen so many young and naive children gradually grow up. In fact, from the perspective of a higher level, isn't the so-called Monument Plan or the Tinder Plan a compulsory education program on a universal level? Many civilizations that are in an ignorant state may exist in the universe in billions of years' time, like the naive children. Whatever their life form is, if our old grandpas can bring the essence of the civilization of mankind to them and offer them enlightenment, won't they be the continuation of our civilization? Of course, the lives bred on different planets and different environments are bound to be in different forms. Perhaps it will be difficult for them to understand the entirety of the civilization of mankind, but one tiny bit will be enough. Think about it. On a bizarre planet in billions of years, an intelligent life form that looks like a metal octopus is born in a boiling swamp. Such a life form and their social structure will definitely be vastly different from mankind. But with the help of an old grandpa, they begin to understand our concepts of love and protection, and even include the concepts into their own civilization because they feel that such feelings are good. What a beautiful universe it will be. To achieve such a purpose, even the 10th generation of the old grandpa does not have enough robustness and universalness. The specialists in the Tinder base are still working on it, but I can't wait any longer. Just let me be the first old grandpa and search for the children in the universe. Oh, that's not right. If I am the candidate, I should be an old grandma. Ripples spread out on Wei Qingqing's body, and she truly turned into a friendly, adorable grandma whose back was hunched and whose hair was white. Seeing the image that he had never seen before, Liao was somewhat lost. "Miss Wei, I'm rather curious about one thing. Have you ever considered the danger of the Tinder Plan?" Long Yangjun asked. Will certain alien species deep inside the universe take advantage of certain information carried by the Tinder plan and threaten the civilization of mankind? After all, the universe is too vast and dark. Other than children, tremendous ferocious and voracious animals are lurking, right? Wei Qingqing smiled casually and replied, "Of course, we've thought over the problem. That's why every piece of Tinder has been installed with the barriers of the highest level. Cannot be opened for 1,000,000 years. If it is opened by brute force, the self-destruction procedure will immediately be activated. The information stored inside the Tinder, on the other hand, will not exceed the college level in the Federation today. It should be fundamental knowledge for all the civilizations in the universe. After 1,000,000 years, if the civilization of mankind still exists, it will probably have developed into a form and a level that none of us can imagine right now. How can the unknown alien species, however ferocious they may be, use our fundamental theories that are outdated by 1,000,000 years then? On the other hand, if the civilization of mankind goes extinct within the next 1,000,000 years, which, based on the mind-boggling path of development in the past 40,000 years, is a highly likely possibility, then the alien species will not be able to jeopardize us because we no longer exist. Yes, we don't deny that the Tinder plan entails some danger. Perhaps the universe is truly full of darkness. But that is why we should throw torches around to ignite the grass and bushes and illuminate our environment so that we can find more of our kind and companions that we can communicate with. Otherwise, won't we spend our entire life shuddering in fear in the darkness, fearing that we can never get out of it? Wei Qingqing's words cast Li Yao, Long Yongjun, and Ling Xiaola into silence. Wei Qingqing continued smiling and said, "In fact, don't underestimate the difficulty of searching for a civilization in the universe. By the calculation of the specialists in the Tinder base, the odds of us finding an alien species in the next 1,000,000 years are no higher than 1/100000th. Perhaps we will have to drift for tens of millions of years in the sea of stars before we have a chance of finding a new life. By that time, there is a great chance that the civilization of mankind will have already been destroyed, just like the Pangu civilization and the Nuwa civilization were. It is possible that the brand new species who receive our old grandpa and inherit the essence of our civilization will return to the homeland of their teacher and help the offspring of their teacher make a new mankind and recreate our civilization. Who knows? If one isn't enough, we will send thousands of old grandpas into the universe. Some of them will certainly run into a good student, right? Circulation brings prosperity. Perhaps this is the best solution to keep the civilization of mankind alive forever." Li Yao had a lot of mixed feelings after hearing Wei Qingqing's words. He felt that he saw the free and joyful green bird from 100 years ago again. She had always been such a person, always willing to pursue the tiniest happiness even if she had suffered the greatest misfortune. "That explains a lot," Li Yao mumbled. "Is that why you volunteered to join the Tinder plan?" "Yes, I am the best candidate," Wei Qingqing said with a smile. At first, the Tinder plan aimed to launch a bunch of cosmos rings that store the old grandpas. However, as you have seen, the old grandpa right now can only serve as an educational tool for human beings. If it is an unknown life form that is the opposite of mankind, say not a mammal and not even made of flesh and blood, the old grandpa will be rendered helpless. Even the 10th generation of the old grandpa can hardly teach a fish, not to mention a bizarre metal life form, magnetic life form, or energy life form. It will take a long time to improve the old grandpa. Maybe the subject of the old grandpa's teachings can only be universally indiscriminate after hundreds of years of development. But we cannot afford to wait that long now because the expedition army of the Imperium is arriving anytime. If we don't launch the Tinder, we may never get to launch it. Later, we also thought of launching a hibernating person, but the hibernation technology of the Federation was our bottleneck too. We are not talking about a hibernation of decades or hundreds of years but millions of years or even longer. Even the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan might not have had such hibernation technology, considering that our parent civilizations have only been gone for less than 1,000,000 years so far. A hibernation of less than 1,000,000 years greatly impinged on the hibernating individual, to the point that a member of the Pangu clan was even killed by our hero Li Yao after it woke up from hibernation. While the incident proves the invincibility of Li Yao, It also indirectly suggests the unreliableness of the Pangu clan's hibernation technology. If the member of the Pangu clan had hibernated for millions of years, it's possible that it would have rotted and died without any foreign interference. After much deliberation, we concluded that if someone must be launched, spectral cultivators such as myself are the best choice because spectral cultivators are not burdened by fleshly bodies. All we have is just an unsubstantial soul, which is almost weightless and consumes little energy. The specialists in the Tinder base have produced a very powerful and stable silicon chip with an amazing material excavated from the 17th mining planet in the water crystal sector, known as Silicon 41. The shortcoming of common silicon elements that they are easy to break is overcome. Theoretically speaking, once the structure of the new element is stabilized, it will not change for 100 million years. My soul will be melted into the silicon chip and sealed with special barriers. Then, I will enter a prolonged sleep like the hibernation for other people before I march toward the depths of the universe. This is the most energy-conserving solution that can last the longest time. Due to the limited time, this is the best we can do for the first batch of Tinder now. If we can defeat the expedition army of the Imperium, we can take our time to develop more advanced Tinder. Liao had hibernated for 100 years himself and understood the feeling of loneliness and insignificance very well. He could not help but grow respectful of Wei Qingqing. Almost blurting out, "Sister Qingqing," he quickly shut his mouth and calmed himself down before he asked, "Miss Wei, you will be launched into the vast universe for a journey of millions of years by yourself in a tiny chip. Do you not feel that it may be lonely?" "Lonely? I don't think so. I've tasted the feeling of being sealed by the barriers. It's equivalent to sleep. You close your eyes, you have a long dream, and millions of years will have passed. Besides, looking at somewhere far, far away, Wei Qingqing smiled. I grew up in a mountain village in the Heaven's Origin sector. For the people living in the information age with a highly developed, grand unified spiritual nexus, it might be hard for them to imagine that there was once such a secluded place in the universe. You couldn't find a second village within dozens of kilometers of my hometown. Many people never left the mountains in their entire life. Even light beam projectors were rare. Had it not been for my teacher, who was a cultivator from a major city and volunteered to teach in the village, I might never have been able to leave the place or know that so many people outside were living such a wonderful life. After I witnessed the great world out there that is full of wonders and possibilities, when I recalled my childhood in the small mountain village, I realized how lonely I had been before. So, after I graduated from the Sky Fantasia Academy, I became a village teacher like my teacher in the past. I worked in the Heaven's Origin sector first and then went to the Blood Demon sector after the new Federation was founded. Later, I went to the Water Crystal sector, the Forest Ocean sector, the Netherworld sector, and the mines in the Uranian Ring sector, to all the places that were as remote and secluded as my hometown. I told the children there how big the world outside was, and that they were not lonely even if they were living on a tiny oasis in the middle of a vast desert. I lived such a life for almost 100 years. I introduced the outside world to the isolated villages, and I brought a lot of children on the lone islands out and helped them find a greater and more wonderful world. But then I gradually grew dissatisfied. For both the civilization of mankind and the alien species that probably exist in the depths of the universe billions of light years away, if we are forever trapped in every corner of the dark mists, blocked by our prudency and suspicion of each other, and never have the courage to talk to each other, won't we be too lonely? Compared to the solitude of an individual, I think that this is the real loneliness. The eternal great loneliness. I want to break the loneliness. I want to find our own kind in the depths of the dark forest. If there aren't any, we will create some to make the cold and grave universe livelier. Allow me to brag about myself a little bit. I consider myself as a village teacher that the civilization of mankind will send into the universe. I'm sure that a lot of children will be waiting for me in the future. I almost can't wait to meet them. Why should I feel lonely? Liao sighed with complicated feelings. Then he said, Miss Wei, this is the first launch of the Tinder after all. The performance of the so-called super-stable silicon chip is purely theoretical, too. Nobody can guarantee that it can persist for 100 million years. Have you ever considered that you might die? Of course, death is a possibility. Wei Qingqing blinked. However, I should have died 100 years ago on the train north to the Grand Desolate Plateau. I am unbelievably lucky to have transformed into a spectral cultivator and lived another 100 years. During the 100 years, I flew over mountains and rivers in the 7 sectors, enjoyed countless splendid landscapes, heard many soul-stirring stories, made friends with a lot of very interesting people, and tasted the best feelings in the human world. Everything is perfect. Just let me walk into the dream with hope. Even if everything comes to an abrupt end in the dream, what's there to be regretful about? Wei Qingqing stopped. Without them knowing it, they had arrived before a silver gate, which stood on the lawn in quite an out-of-place way. At first glance, there was nothing behind the gate except for the boundless grass and hills. Liao extended his hand to the air next to the silver gate, but his hand was immediately pushed back gently but firmly. It appeared that the lawn and hills far away were all illusions. A certain enormous building must be standing there, but it was covered by some sort of brilliant 3D light beam and grand illusionary land to create the illusion of a great natural scene. Now, do you understand the true significance of the Tinder plan? It is not a plan of absolute pessimism and nihilism as many people in the outside world say. Wei Qingqing said with a smile. The Tinder plan is as glorious as the Heavenly Road Plan, the mainstream space exploration project in the Federation today. The main focus of the Heavenly Road Plan is to explore the greater universe from the perspective of space, while the Tinder plan is trying to explore from the perspective of time and to march billions of years into the future so that the civilization of mankind can defeat time itself. All right, please come in. Professor Mo Xian is waiting for you. The silver gate seemed to be made of liquid metal. Ripples spread out as it faded away. Liao and Long Yongjun looked at each other. Together with Ling Xiaola, the 3 of them entered the research and launch center of the Tinder plan under Wei Qingqing's lead. At the same time, the last immortal cultivator in the core formation stage in the Black Wind Fleet had been awakened. He was absorbing spiritual energy crazily, nurturing his veins and nerves that had withered from decades of hibernation. The final war preparations were finished. At this moment, there were 21 hours, 33 minutes, and 59 seconds to go before the Black Wind Fleet jumped to the Heaven's Origin sector. The Silver Hall of the Research and Development Center of the Tinder Plan was similar to the lobby of the Game Center of Civilization. Ball-shaped light beams were flashing in midair, in which a myriad of small worlds were blossoming like illusionary lotus flowers. The content of the small worlds were the episodes on the history of evolution as they had witnessed when they passed the time channel a moment ago. Ancient fungi were struggling in the boiling ocean. Trilobites and nautili dominated the ocean. The first batch of fish crawled on the muddy seashore. Dinosaurs, tigers, wolves, and monkeys claimed the continent in turn. Ancestors of human beings were picked and enlightened by the Pangu clan, eventually growing into a vigorous, glorious civilization that occupied the 3,000 sectors. The billions of years of development of life were highly summarized by the hundreds of small worlds. They were not games that required real-time computation but mere videos. Therefore, they did not take much space. The hundreds of video clips could be stored in a tiny chip and launched together with Wei Qingqing. For the alien species millions of years later, even if they could not understand the language of mankind or communicate with Wei Qingqing, as long as they boasted vision, they would be able to get the gist of mankind as a civilization from the videos that depicted the evolution of life. If the alien species were not very developed yet, it was possible that they would be fascinated by the skyscrapers, flying shuttles, and blazing lights in the videos and consider it a miracle demonstrated by the gods. Then, they might mimic certain things on the light beam and become the heir of mankind without them knowing it. Other than the videos about the origins and evolution of life, the remaining storage of the crystal chips was naturally occupied by the tremendous data including the Grand Encyclopedia of the Federation. Some of the rough star maps that had been publicly published were inside them, too. If the alien civilizations in billions of years' time understood such information, those star maps could possibly help them locate the 3,000 sectors that the civilization of mankind had once flourished in. Of course, such data and files would not be given away easily. According to Wei Qingqing, the several hundred psychologists in the Tinder base had devised a series of secret tests regarding the succession of civilization, which could examine the morals and worldview of the potential inheritors without them knowing. I have recorded all the test content, Xianxia said. The old grandpas to be sent in the future will be installed with such test procedures, too. The old grandpas will only release a tiny bit of information and techniques at first and run a series of tests, while they observe the behavior of the acceptors of the knowledge. Only after they ensure that the morals and worldview of the acceptors are similar to ours will they release all the remaining information, including the star maps. For example, after our old grandpa locates an alien world that has a not-so-developed civilization, he will perhaps find an ordinary, if not underprivileged, specimen in the alien world first and fall to the side of the specimen as a cosmos ring. Then, he will release part of the information and techniques and fabricate an origin for himself according to the myths of the alien world by claiming he is a prehistoric god, a sealed demon, or a lost artifact. Later, he will arrange a series of fortuitous events and adventures and secretly observe what the acceptors will do with the old grandpa's techniques. If the specimen is interested in nothing but murder and entertaining himself, then we'll have to say sorry. Such an alien race is probably not suitable to pass on all the information from the civilization of mankind. It is also too dangerous to let them know it. The old grandpa will automatically destroy most of the remaining information and prevent the alien race from learning of the civilization of mankind's existence. Then, the old grandpa will release special waves and slowly corrode the brain of the specimen. In the end, the specimen will live in the illusions created by the old grandpa, unable to free itself. To people who are sober, the specimen will be a complete psycho whose words must not be believed. In such a way, nobody in the alien world will know anything about the truth of the civilization of mankind. On the other hand, if the specimen makes good use of the old grandpa's knowledge by helping other people and protecting the ordinary people, it will suggest that the alien world has a worldview that is similar to ours and that it is qualified to accept our legacy. In the meantime, the old grandpa will arrange a series of tests for the specimen. With every test passed, more common morals and worldviews will be confirmed, and the old grandpa will release more techniques and information accordingly to make the specimen grow stronger to reform and lead their world in our way. In the end, after all the tests are passed, the old grandpa will reveal all the truth and inform the specimen of the existence of mankind. He will also give our star map to the kind and upright specimen so that they and their offspring may be able to return to the home of their teacher one day. We believe that an alien race that can pass all the tests will definitely share a similar worldview to ours. It will be possible for us to understand and communicate with each other. We will also be able to give each other a hand and pass on each other's knowledge. Xianxia paused and smiled brilliantly. Now, do you understand? We never underestimated the ambitions and lust of the alien species that are possibly lurking in space, and we will certainly look for a suitable inheritor according to the highest standard. In fact, the slow progress of the old grandpa's development is mostly because we need to devise the test procedures. It is also for this reason that I have been selected as a member of the first batch of Tinder. Liao was rather curious. I don't quite understand. Because I am an illusionist. Xianxia smiled. Because of our unique skills, the illusionists are able to affect other people's brains through words and language and construct vivid illusions for them. Therefore, if we can really locate a rather underdeveloped alien civilization, I will be able to find an individual in the civilization and fabricate a series of bizarre, intriguing adventures for them, allowing them to achieve anything they want in the world of illusions, in order to test their morals and see if they are suitable to accept the great legacy of the civilization of mankind. Tilting his head and thinking for a moment, Liao was amused. If the specimen does have evil thoughts, they will be quite pitiful. It can't be helped. I believe in the brightness of the universe, but I can't turn a blind eye to darkness and evil, Xianxia said. We have to be responsible for the future of mankind. All village teachers have a whip in their hands to discipline their students. For the success of the Tinder plan, I've spent the last few years in deep meditation. With the help of hundreds of other illusionists, I have constructed many wonderful virtual worlds for tests to ensure that our legacy will not fall into the wrong hands. So, there is no need to worry at all. We're here. Passing through a long silver pathway, they reached a magnificent round hall. The wall of the hall was embedded with countless light beams and mystic ray launchers that projected tremendous holograms. Together, they built a vivid, half-step grand illusionary land. All the light and shadow interweaved with each other into an unworldly paradise. They seemed to be placed in the most perfect scenic spot. Quiet lakes that were as smooth as a mirror were nearby, and mountains covered in snow were far away. At the foot of the mountain was a town in an ancient style. Laughter and songs faintly drifted over from the town. Liao was getting used to the style of the Tinder base where reality and illusions were mixed. He was aware that most of the views were false illusions created by the mystic rays that were projected to his retina. He blinked and covered his crystalline lens with feeble spiritual energy. Then he immediately saw the staff and the group of enormous crystal processors hiding behind the illusions. There was also a black cube that was 2 meters tall, 1 meter long, and half a meter wide at the center of the hall. The surface of the cube was as smooth as a mirror without the slightest flaw. This is the super-strong silicon chip that can be stable for 100 million years. It is going to be my new home, Wei Qingqing said with a smile. After pausing for a moment, she added, "Our new home, our..." Liao pondered the deeper meaning behind the world. So to speak, Wei Qingqing was not going to be the only spectral cultivator sent in the Tinder? While he was thinking, a man of liquid metal who was glittering in silver strode toward them with a confident smile. "Representative Lin, Representative Long, and Miss Ling, greetings. I am Mo Xian, supervisor of the Tinder plan. Welcome to the Tinder base." It was his professor. Observing Professor Mo Xian, whom he had not seen for 100 years, Liao immediately felt that something was wrong. He could not describe it precisely, but Professor Mo Xian 100 years ago always gave a feeling that he was a dutiful researcher who did not like causing unnecessary attention. However, in the video where Mo Xian and Xia Wufeng debated on the spiritual nexus and virtual life, the professor already looked a bit aggressive and radical. Professor Mo Xian appeared to be glowing even more than in the video. The moment he showed up, everybody was unable to move their eyes away from him. The 3D projection technology in the Federation was quite advanced. If Professor Mo Xian wanted to, he could have covered himself in illusionary clothes and made himself look like a vivid human being, as Wei Qingqing did. But he kept his liquid metal body nonetheless, not disguising the difference between him and a living person at all. There was no telling whether it was because he did not care about such details or for some deeper reason. Liao vaguely felt that it was no longer the professor that he was familiar with. Then he realized that it made perfect sense. Professor Mo Xian had not hibernated in the past 100 years. He had been through many things and even an affair. Of course he had changed. Despite that, looking at Professor Mo Xian, who appeared both familiar and strange, Liao was suddenly reluctant to expose his identity or contact Ding Lingdang and Jin Xinue through him. Professor Mo Xian glanced at Liao and Long Yongjun and smiled. "Representative Lin, Representative Long, Firefly can be compared to a piece of tiny tinder launched to the edge of the cosmos by the Star Ocean Republic 1,000 years ago. I believe that it's easier for you to understand the significance of the Tinder plan with your background. Right?" "Exactly." Long Yongjun hurried to reply. "Miss Wei has explained a lot to us on our way here. The Tinder plan is truly inspiring. We were moved by Miss Wei's ambitions to march into the future and pass on the Tinder of mankind. However, Miss Wei just mentioned our home. Also, can such a giant, black cube called a chip? So to speak, you are not going to send one soul but a virtual world with countless spectral cultivators." "Yes," Professor Mo Xian replied sharply and thoughtfully. "But I'm afraid it's a poor choice of words. What do you mean by virtual world? For those who live in it for a long time, the world constructed by the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors is as real as the world outside. It is neither virtual nor simulated. Also, you may not know this, but I worked as the president of the Association of Spectral Cultivators in the Federation for a long time. Now, ghosts are an important part of the Federation, too. However, we are not very satisfied about the name ghost. Ghosts are human beings after they die, but we are not dead yet. Our life is changed into some sort of virtual form, but we are still alive. Why are we called ghosts? Ghost is an unpleasant and inaccurate name. So, the Association of Spectral Cultivators is now preparing a motion to change our name. Oh! Long Yongjun rolled her eyes and looked at Liao. Excuse us, we don't mean to be rude. Then, according to you, what should we call you if ghosts and virtual world are inappropriate? The Spiriters. Professor Mo Xian condensed another arm from his body of metal liquid, which pointed at the black cube at the center of the hall, before he said, "We are not ghosts. We are the Spiriters, the third evolution form of mankind after humans and demons, who can live in crystal processors with just our soul. The virtual worlds created by the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors are the best home for the Spiriters. So we have named them the Spiriters' Realms. Welcome to the Spiriters' Realms, honorable guests from afar." Yes, the Tinder plan is finally having its first launch after decades of hard work. But it is not one Spiriter that we will send, but a small Spiriters' realm. The Spiriters. The Spiriters' Realms. Every hair on Liao's body was standing up. He observed the surroundings subconsciously, fearing that 100 Spiriter assassins were lurking nearby and would lunge out at him when Professor Mo Xian gave them a signal. Could not be helped. His occupational disease got the better of him. It seemed a routine now that plots and schemes happened wherever he went. "Is everything all right, Representative Lin?" Professor Mo Xian asked. "Yes, of course," Liao said. "Is the federal government aware of the Spiriters thing?" Professor Mo Xian was slightly dazed and amused. "Of course. Like I said just now, we are trying to raise a motion in Parliament to regulate our legal name. How can the government be unaware of the issue? In fact, not only does the government know it, many people in the leadership are also incredibly supportive. 100 years ago in the Star Glory Federation, the birth rate of ghosts was quite low. They took up only 1,000th of the whole population. It was not a big deal that they were addressed as ghosts, the conventional name. However, as the technology on souls developed, more and more people have become able to survive for a while longer in the form of souls after their physical bodies perish. The participation of the netherworld sector has brought us countless ghosts too. The population of ghosts is now over 1 billion and has long surpassed 1% of the whole population. Naturally, we have our own living environment, social form, and customs. Besides, a lot of Spiriters are war heroes who made great contributions to the Federation and sacrificed themselves. They spent their entire life serving the country, and yet they are called ghosts after they unfortunately lost their bodies. Do you think that's fair? Liao thought carefully for a moment and replied, "It does seem inappropriate. Yes, there are also the young and innocent children who unfortunately passed away early," Professor Mo Xian said solemnly. "They will have to spend the rest of their life being called ghosts and feel visible and invisible prejudice everywhere. It is highly unsuitable, too. That's why we are legalizing our life form. We are not ghosts but Spiriters. We are proud members of the Federation like humans and demons. We serve the people as much as they do, don't we?" Liao was rendered speechless. "Well, that sounds reasonable. Moreover," Professor Mo Xian continued, "in the past, ghosts often lived in the outside world with artificial bodies like regular humans. However, as you must also know, Representative Lin, artificial bodies are not made of flesh and blood, and their protection for the soul is not as high. Souls are highly vulnerable, too. Intense spiritual waves, solar radiation, and ionic storms will all damage, if not destroy, them. Therefore, ghosts in the past could barely live a quality life even if they survived. Also, their longevity wasn't long. It was already impressive if they could live decades. For ghosts, we are essentially a cluster of unsubstantial souls. The best solution is to melt our soul into the silicon chips and then bury the silicon chips deep underground, where all radiation and waves are blocked. That's the only way to sustain a long life for them. In the past, such a lifestyle that is no different from being imprisoned was definitely an unfavorable choice. However, as the technology of the spiritual nexus developed, we are now able to construct illusionary but vivid worlds and even connect them to the vast universe that is the grand unified spiritual nexus. Ghosts do not need to be prone to natural influences in their artificial bodies in the outside world anymore. They can satisfy all their social, work, and emotional needs on the spiritual nexus. As a result, many ghosts do not need artificial bodies. They only need a tiny chip that stores their soul. After such chips are stored in underground warehouses and connected to the spiritual nexus, they will be able to live in the spiritual nexus for a long time. Think about it. The ghosts spend almost all their time on the spiritual nexus. Cyber communities are their everything and their real life. Isn't it preposterous to call it a virtual world? What does virtual mean? Is their life not real but false, illusionary, and simulated? Therefore, the cyberspace that the ghosts or the spiriters live in is fundamentally different from the game worlds of regular players. We treat our new home very seriously. This is not a virtual world but the spiriters' realm. It is a new territory of the Star Glory Federation and will be a boundless new world for all humanity. Liao had learned a few days back that, because the technology of the spiritual nexus was quite advanced, not just the ghosts, even a lot of living people spent days and nights on the spiritual nexus. The spiritual nexus meant everything to those people. Therefore, the spiriters' realm might truly become a vast world itself. Professor Mo Xian went on. The trickiest problem during our implementation of the Tinder plan is how to lower the size and weight of the super-strong silicon chip. Please take a look, Representative Lin. This time, we have adopted a brand new element named Silicon 41. Although all the shortcomings of regular silicon elements have been overcome, and it can keep stable for more than 100 million years theoretically, we find it difficult to continue compressing the crystalloid structure. This is the minimal size we can get. Wouldn't it be too wasteful to store the soul of one spiritor in such a large block of a rare element? One individual alone, however smart they are, will be unable to pass on the knowledge of the entire civilization. Therefore, we recruited within the Association of Spectral Cultivators and vetted almost 10,000 volunteers. In the end, we picked out 122 spiritors who covered all aspects of our society. Some of them are war heroes with incredible accomplishments. Some are famous mathematicians, psychologists, sociologists, and specialists of other disciplines in the academic world. Some are government officials who once ran big cities of millions of people. Some are romantic, liberal artists. Of course, some of them are just ordinary people who worked in ordinary posts. The 122 spiritors have established a town in the tiny spiritors realm here. They will enter the seal state, which is a more stable way to preserve life than regular hibernation, together with Miss Wei Qingqing at the same time. Then, the Black Cube will be launched by the most advanced tiny deep sky exploration starship of the Federation and embark on a journey of millions of years in search for a new life. Millions of years later, after new life is detected, the Black Cube will automatically be activated, and the town in the spiriters' realm will be brought back to life and create a new tomorrow for mankind. Liao took a long breath. He did not know that the seemingly unattractive Tinder plan had such a grandiose background. Ever since I joined the Tinder plan, Professor Mo Xian said, the project has always been entirely open to the government. Many officials in the government who are spiriters have given us a lot of support, too. After all, for the prolonged exploration in space, the spiriters are much more suitable candidates than regular humans. Right now, of the project team of the Tinder plan, people from the federal government make up 15%, specialists from the military take up another 15%, and many scholars from the Secret Sword Bureau and several major universities in the Federation are involved in the project too. So, the progress and content of the project are purely open and upright. Did you notice the troops stationed outside and the grave-looking security here? Tomorrow, the Tinder plan will have its very first launch. It is quite a big event of a very high level. The local garrison of the 100 Flowers Space Zone and the heads of the Secret Sword Bureau are all here with their tough subordinates to monitor everything closely. Therefore, you do not need to worry about your safety at all, Representative Lin. This project is not open to the public because we do not want to cause unnecessary conflicts before the name Spiritor is officially recognized. After all, too many spies from the Imperium are out there nowadays. It will be no good if they instigate trouble. After we defeat the expedition army of the Imperium, we will certainly release everything to the public exactly as it is. But right now, in case anything goes wrong, let's just buy insurance for the Federation with the first Tinder. Professor Mo Xian burst into laughter. Liao, however, felt as if his heart had been pierced by a needle. Felt weird. Professor Mo Xian in the old days had certainly not been as humorous as that. Liao would not call him the one who was most familiar with Professor Mo Xian. But if Professor Mo Xian's character had been slowly altered in a time span of 100 years, even those closest to him might not be able to notice the slight change every day and accept the new Professor Mo Xian without them knowing it. After all, everybody could change. It was perfectly normal. But for Liao, although he had hibernated for 100 years, less than 3 years had really passed in his mind. He felt quite uncomfortable seeing such drastic changes in his professor, who was like a totally different person. His professor was sharper, more radical, more passionate, and more aggressive. In the past, Professor Mo Xian had been as warm and smooth as jade. But right now, Professor Mo Xian was like a saber made of the most dazzling sunlight. Was such a change good or bad? Come on. Representative Lin, Representative Long, and Miss Ling, pointing out the dense immersive virtual cabins not far away. Professor Mo Xian invited them courteously. Enter the carefree world with me and bid farewell to the small spiritor's realm that will be on its way tomorrow. Enter a spiritor's realm? Liao shuddered without reason. Yes, aren't you here to see the Tinder plan? Professor Mo Xian was slightly dazed. He asked curiously, "What's up?" The heads of the local garrison and the local branch of the Secret Sword Bureau are all visiting the carefree world right now and saying goodbye to the 122 Spiritor volunteers. Is there a problem? Narrowing his eyes, Liao observed the immersive virtual cabins deep inside the lobby. The silver virtual cabins were both like cocoons and coffins, emitting an air of coldness and death. The virtual cabins were guarded by at least one elite squad from the Federal Army, as well as more than 10 secret sword agents who looked rather strong. Liao felt more or less relieved after seeing that. He was probably being paranoid. However, thinking quickly, Liao quickly looked at Long Yangjun and dropped her a hint. Then, having no time to consider whether or not Professor Mo Xian would grow suspicious, he said, "No problem at all. But it's better if I enter the Spiritor's realm by myself. Our representative Long accidentally hurt her head yesterday during training. According to the doctor's instruction, she must stay away from immersive virtual cabins in case the recovery of his brain is affected." Professor Mo Xian slightly frowned. Then he nodded and said, "All right, should we arrange a new visiting route for Representative Long, so that she can take a look at the other departments of the Tinder plan, say the Research Institute of the Old Grandpas?" "That will be unnecessary," Long Yangjun said. "I'll just wait for the captain next to his virtual cabin. I would appreciate it if you can give me some relevant files so I can kill the time. After all, the captain's visit won't be for too long. Our carrier is still waiting to jump to the Heaven's Origin sector." Led by Professor Mo Xian, Liao and Ling Xiaola were each given one immersive virtual cabin, after passing the dual tests of the Federal Army and the Secret Sword agents. Liao slowly sank into the thick, dense liquids. The special nerval interaction liquids contained tremendous man-made neuron elements. There were also a lot of brainwave feedback patches that could both stimulate all the nerve endings on a human body and connect a human brain to a crystal processor, or rather, connect the soul to the grand unified spiritual nexus through the special simulated brainwaves. The main difference between advanced virtual cabins and low-level ones lay in the quality of the nerval interaction liquids. What Professor Mo Xian had adopted was apparently the most cutting-edge nerval interaction liquids that had only been developed in the Federation recently. Could make someone dwell completely in the virtual world, the Spiritor's realm. Before he was fully consumed by the nerval interaction liquids, Liao glanced at the big shots in the rows of virtual cabins next to him, who were from the military, the Secret Sword Bureau, the government, and the various research institutions in the 100 Flowers space zone. They were all there to attend the launch ceremony of the Tinder plan tomorrow. At this moment, their souls were all visiting the Spiritor's realm. Looking at their bodies that were absolutely still as if they were in a deep sleep, Liao somehow felt creeped out. Thankfully, Long Yangjun was still next to him offering protection. Well, although such a person whose sexuality and purpose were equally ambiguous was also not 100% reliable, at this moment, Liao suddenly had the feeling that she was even more trustworthy than Professor Mo Xian. Rest assured. The moment Liao was completely consumed, he saw Long Yangjun winking at him, reassuring him with her eyes. Shua! Light and shadow changing in front of Liao's eyes. Liao soon found himself on a tiny hill in the middle of a quiet prairie on a brand new world. The sky was clear, and the clouds were scarce. The scent of flowers was flowing in the air. Ripples were spreading out on the lakes which looked like mirrors. Silver rivers zigzagged into a town that was of an ancient style and flowed out into the distance. Almost every household in the town had colorful wind chimes in front of their door. The pleasant sounds that they uttered only added to the serenity of the town. On the hills far away, somebody was singing folk songs aloud. There were also kids who were flying in the sky to their heart's content, as if they were carrying enormous kites. This was an illusionary world that did not need to abide by the laws of the reality after all. As long as one had enough computational ability and soul power, anything beautiful could happen. Most virtual worlds cannot be perfect simulations to reality, partly because the computational ability of the crystal processors is not enough for too many participants, partly because the remote communication across sectors is too unstable, causing the high lag and inconsistency for the people in different worlds, and partly because perfect simulations of reality are too painful and very likely to lead to accidents. But most importantly of all, it is because of people's attitude. Professor Mo Xian's deep and passionate voice echoed behind Liao. Even if it is a perfect simulation of reality, if those who enter it only consider it a game and themselves players, how can they treat everything seriously? After all, everything is fake and can be rebuilt anytime. Even if they break the rules, they will not suffer any penalty greater than being kicked out of the game. When countless false attitudes overlap, they create a gigantic, weird, and false world. Therefore, it is not strange at all that the DLCs of Civilization, for regular players, are called virtual worlds. But this place is different. I assure you that the Spiriters' realm is a home to the Spiriters. It is a place where we live carefully and will defend with our lives. This place has its own rules and laws. Even if I am its creator. When Liao turned around, he saw Professor Mo Xian's true appearance, which he had only seen in pictures before. He was a tall man with particularly broad shoulders, bronze skin, stubble, and a pair of determined eyes. He looked like some sort of hybrid between camel and bull, which would persist to the end of its goal after a goal was set no matter how harsh and unfavorable the environment was. Even though he had fallen and died and decayed into a pile of bones, it would still take thousands of years before his remains were entirely effaced. Professor Mo Xian, in a gray suit, was squatting on the ground. Narrowing his eyes, he touched the smooth, moist grass that scattered the ground. Suddenly, a sapling rose up from where he touched and grew up quickly in the wind into an apple tree more than 3 meters tall. Then, 3 heavy red apples dangled down from the tip of a branch, so round and succulent that the juice inside seemed as if it would explode at any moment. Professor Mo Xian picked the 3 red apples. He had one bite of the apple and chewed it while he threw the other 2 at Liao and Xianxia. Moaning in great satisfaction, he finally finished the rest of his remark. I have to abide by the laws of this place too. The best I can do is treat the honorable guests from afar with 2 apples. Liao and Xianxia looked each other and bit the 2 apples hard. With cracking sounds, the juice rolled into their virtual throat, esophagus, and stomach like sugar that was mixed with a tempting sour flavor. Liao's and Xiao's nerve endings all sent signals of joy to their brains. Do you feel? Observing them without an expression, Professor Mo Xian asked. Was it real or virtual when you enjoyed the bite of apple just now? Liao pondered for a moment and replied, You seem to be implying something, don't you, Professor? Professor Mo Xian smiled and shook his head. No, nothing. Look, The town at the foot of the mountain is the home of 122 spiriters and will very possibly be the last home of humanity in millions of years. The heads of the local garrison, a branch of the Secret Sword Bureau, government departments, and research institutes are right there. Do you want to go down and join them? That will be unnecessary. Liao thought of something and said, I am actually more interested in you, Professor Emotion. Why don't we take a walk here and have a chit-chat? I can vouch for him. Holding the giant apple, Ling Xiaola grimaced and said, Special Representative Lin is indeed quite interested in you, Professor Emotion, especially your virtual life project. He asked me for a lot of files about the project. That's right. Opening his arms and enjoying the breeze that was embracing his face, Liao distinguished the fragrances of 17 different flowers in the wind, which were identical to the fragrances in reality and did not have the tiniest flaws. Before, I didn't understand why you abandoned the studies on the virtual life project, but I found out the reason after visiting such a tiny spiriter's realm. With such a delicate and enjoyable little world, who cares about the virtual life? Professor Emotion took another bite of the apple. Wiping the juice on the corner of his lips, he smiled. Who says that I abandoned the virtual life project? In fact, the project is very close to success now. Liao was dazed. He felt that his body was rigid when he asked, What? Professor, you have truly created virtual life? Where is it? Liao's mind was in an utter mess. Countless strange thoughts were occurring to him instantly, but Professor Emotion simply pointed at the town before the mountain up ahead and said, It's right over there. Isn't the town full of them? After that, he pointed at himself, Liao, and Ling Xiaola. There's also the three of us. Aren't we virtual life? Ling Xiaola was confused, too. Professor Emotion, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Professor Emotion finished the apple after another few bites. He dug a hole on the prairie and buried the virtual apple core. Then he covered the hole carefully and patted his hands. In the end, he looked at Liao solemnly and said, Are you really interested in virtual life? Have you read a lot of my theories and documents? Liao nodded quickly. Then you should know that, with the level of the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus that the Federation has today, it is absolutely impossible to create a brand new life form from scratch in the next 1,000 years, Professor Emotion said solemnly. I've mentioned on many occasions that our people must not be misled by the third-rate tales and entertainment products that are designed for fun. With the development level of our crystal processors nowadays, to create a virtual life that is highly developed with intelligence and self-awareness and poses a threat to the civilization of mankind in the next 100 years is as difficult as giving you a handful of ancient fungi and a primitive planet and asking you to make the fungi evolve into dinosaurs in 1,000 years. Is it even possible at all? Liao had given it a lot of thought previously. Therefore, he simply shook his head and said, No, Professor, I don't think that your metaphor is correct. Ancient fungi are far too unevolved compared to dinosaurs in every respect. But it is not the relationship between crystal processors and human beings. Many crystal processors boast a computational ability hundreds, if not thousands of times higher than that of a regular human being. How do you know for sure that a brand new life will be born during the collision of data that is as vast as an ocean? It is even possible that such a life will boast tremendous destructive power the moment it is created. Think about it. If an ancient fungus evolves to 1,000 meters in diameter and has an absorption ability and movement speed that are even more terrifying than dinosaurs, it will be natural for the dinosaurs to be frightened by them because of natural intuition, right? Professor Emotion was slightly dazed. He looked at Liao thoughtfully and smiled from the bottom of his heart. Very good, as expected of an expert from the Star Ocean Republic. You are smart enough to have thought so far. What you have in mind right now was exactly my motivation when I started the Virtual Spirits Sector project decades ago. At that time, I thought exactly the same, although I always said that virtual life could not be born overnight and that the odds of success were probably 1/1000th after thousands of years if we were unbelievably lucky. I was reluctant to give up deep in my heart and determined to find a certain way to transform the enormous computational ability of a crystal processor into real self-awareness and intelligence. I believe that virtual life will inevitably be born. With that in mind, we must control it in our hands and not allow the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance to do so. Even if we must destroy it, we must learn of its origins, development, and means of evolution first. For such a purpose, together with a few other researchers, I established a small virtual world with 12 Jing-level supercrystal processors, the most advanced models in the Federation at that time. The world, logically, was named the Virtual Spirits Sector. Liao held his breath. He did not expect Professor Xian to be so outspoken as to tell all the secrets without him asking anything. Was his professor really up to nothing at all? The main focus of our studies in the Virtual Spirits Sector was to perfectly simulate the environment of the material world when life was born. To be more specific, we created a virtual primitive planet first and then added more conditions to it, hoping that it would slowly generate virtual fungi, trilobites, dinosaurs, apes, and eventually virtual intelligent life. I regret to say that we were too naive and hasty back then. We completely underestimated the difficulty of creating life and overestimated our computational ability that we could output. Or rather, it would have been useless even if we had infinite computational ability, because computational ability was not proportionate to the soul. I don't understand, Liao said. Can you explain? Let me use a metaphor. If you have a metal puppet that weighs 1 ton and has strength 100 times bigger than a human being's, what will you do if you want to turn it into a real human? By increasing its weight and force? Can the puppet be endowed with wisdom and will when it grows from 1 ton to 100 tons and has 1,000,000 times a human being's strength instead of 100? Deep in thought, Liao shook his head. Of course, nobody is silly enough to do that because weight and strength have nothing to do with consciousness whatsoever. In fact, computational ability is the same. Increasing computational ability crazily is equivalent to turning the weight of the metal puppet from 1 ton into 100 tons. No life will be created at all. The only consequence will be collapse. It's a shame that we did not understand the logic back then. Or rather, we were unwilling to believe the logic. When there was the earliest sign of primitive life in the Virtual Spirits Sector, we gathered the 12 supercrystal processors and poured their computational ability into the Virtual Spirits Sector crazily. Eventually, it crashed. I do not want to talk much about the crash. You must have read about it in the news anyway. Despite all the exaggerations, the result is not wrong. Su Changfa was killed in the Virtual Spirits Sector. My soul and Lu Qingqian's were heavily wounded. In the end, I aborted the Virtual Spirits Sector project, and Lu Qingqian even betrayed the Federation and joined the Imperium side. However, let me tell you a secret. I aborted the project not because I was too frustrated, but because I suddenly thought everything through when I was about to be torn apart in the turbulence and storms of the Virtual Spirits Sector caused by the infinite computational ability. Too stupid. I had been too stupid and inflexible before. It is both impossible and unnecessary to create a virtual life from scratch in only several hundred years because we obviously already have a virtual life, one that is perfect and will absolutely not be against mankind. It is ourselves. The more he spoke, the more excited Professor Xianxia became. He pointed Liao and Ling Xiaola. Liao and Ling Xiaola were confused. Wait? Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiaola bit her finger and asked, Professor, can we be counted as virtual life? Why not? Professor Xianxia opened his arms, as if he were embracing the entire world. Look at our status right now. Is it any different from the virtual life you imagined before? But we have a body, Ling Xiaola said in a hurry. This is a virtual world. Our body is still in the real world. Watch your words. This is the Spiritor's realm, not a virtual world. Professor Xian's tone turned rarely rigorous. A moment later, he lowered his voice and said, Yes, you do have a body, but ghosts do not. Ghosts are just a clip of complicated, mysterious waves that can be stored in a tiny chip. Therefore, can you agree that ghosts without shells are a virtual life? Ling Xiaola tilted her head and thought for a long time. I think so. If you must put it that way, ghosts are indeed sort of a virtual life. They are the Spiritors. They're more than that, Professor Xian said. From the perspective of both law and ethics, ghosts are a member of mankind. Do you agree? Of course. Liao and Ling Shaola did not hesitate at all. It was a simple question. Since the affirmative action for ghosts had been enacted 200 years ago, ghosts, or rather the spiriters, were already equal to regular humans in terms of legal statutes. 200 years was more than enough time to allow most spectral cultivators to melt into the regular society. So, you all agree that a human is a human not because of his body but because of his soul, right? Professor Mo Xian asked. As long as they have the soul of a human, it doesn't matter how their body changes or if their body does not exist at all, right? For example, Representative Lin, if you unfortunately sacrifice yourself in the battle to defend humanity one day in the future and lose your body, only to be reborn as a spectral cultivator, will you still be a human being? Liao blinked and said, "Of course. Therefore, the body is not important. The real foundation of the life form we know as human is the soul. We are essentially a unique virtual life," Professor Mo Xian concluded. The so-called body of flesh and blood is nothing but a shell that helps us arrive in the material world for activities. It is similar to a crystal suit, except that the crystal suit of flesh and blood is gear that we are born in, like the eggshell for ovipara. Because the body is just a shell, it doesn't matter if the body exists or what it looks like. It doesn't matter if the body has horns. It doesn't matter whether the body can lift a weight of 50 kilograms or 5,000. They are just the differences among different models, but they are fundamentally the same, correct? Do you agree? Liao and Ling Shaola both opened their mouths. Professor Mo Xian's theory sounded ridiculous at first, but as they thought about it more carefully, they somehow found that it was absolutely flawless. If they admitted that ghosts and demons were a member of mankind, then the only conclusion would be that the appearance of the body of a human did not matter at all, and that it was the soul that really counted. Therefore, the body of flesh and body was just a shell, and human beings were a virtual life form in the first place. You understand my stupidity in the beginning now, don't you? Professor Mo Xian mumbled in self-mockery. Mankind is a virtual life. Yet, I turned a blind eye to such an obvious fact and dedicated myself to the creation of a brand new virtual life instead of reaching my hands for what was right next to me. My attempt even led to a catastrophic accident. It was truly stupid of me. Wrong. Wrong. Our previous studies were fundamentally wrong. As the technology on crystal processors and the spiritual nexus developed explosively, the key point that we should focus on is not to create a brand new virtual life, but to make human beings take a leap in the path of evolution and enter a new form where they are completely virtualized. Liao suddenly raised his hand. What's your question, Representative Lin? Professor Mo Xian, I wonder, if the laws of this world permit, could you make a giant rainbow lollipop first and introduce the rest of the information while licking it? Why would I do that? Because I feel that you truly look like one of the ambitious supervillains in the fictions, games, and movies right now. I'm getting quite nervous. Therefore, I was wondering if the atmosphere would be more comfortable if you talked while licking a lollipop. Well, Professor, I second Special Representative Lin's proposal, Ling Shaola said. Your theory is indeed a bit creepy. Absolutely. He snapped his fingers and then delved into his pocket. Then he truly picked out a big, round rainbow lollipop. Ripping the package, he licked the lollipop carefully and said, "If you are still nervous, would you feel better if I tell you that all those theories have been written into books and delivered to the leadership of the federal government and the major academic institutions, and that every corner in the entire carefree world, including the conversation we are having right now, is being closely monitored by the Secret Sword Bureau? I can even ask the Secret Sword agents who are monitoring this place to join us. Perhaps you will even recognize a few colleagues from them. Do you want me to do it?" A middle-aged man whose eyes were deep and whose face was solemn was now licking a giant rainbow lollipop carefully. It was indeed quite a weird scene. However, it did wash away the gloomy and zealous atmosphere from a moment ago. Liao and Ling Shaola both blinked. It did make sense. As the special representative of the Speaker of the Star Ocean Republic, Liao was there to visit such a highly confidential project as the Tinder Plan. It would be utterly unreasonable if he was not spied on by the Secret Sword Bureau. I know what you are thinking, but things are not exactly what you imagine them to be, Professor Mo Xian said casually. Representative Lin, under normal circumstances, how much time do you spend on the crystal processors and cyberspace every day? Liao thought for a moment and replied, counting the training in the grand illusionary land, 10 hours or so. After all, for cultivators of my level whose computational ability and soul are powerful enough, we can lengthen time in the grand illusionary land and turn 1 hour into 3 to 4 hours. A lot of training and deduction work can be done in the virtual world. Professor Mo Xian nodded. What about you, Miss Ling? Ling Xiaola thought for a moment and replied, it's not fixed. When I'm on a mission, it will be shorter, but I'm basically online all the time during holidays. So, it's also 10 hours or so on average. All right, you are both very close to the average online time in the Federation. Professor Mo Xian smiled. According to the latest statistics, after exchanging all the time lengths in different planets and starships into 24 hours a day, the average time that a person in the Federation spends on the spiritual nexus every day is 9 hours and 22 minutes. For the active age group between 8 and 120, their average online time is 12 hours and 33 minutes a day. Although the time is only half an entire day, almost all the important things that modern people do, i.e., entertainment, socialization, self-improvement, everything is done on the spiritual nexus. We can even say that the focus of modern human life has long been completely and irreversibly shifted to cyberspace. I would like to ask you a question. If you have to spend half of your life and do 90% of the important things in your life, including work, training, friend-making, and so on, through the spiritual nexus, and you are even glad to do things in such a way, are you really a carbon-based life form or a virtual life form? Do your souls live in cyberspace or in the material world? Is the body of flesh and blood in your so-called reality not just a shell that ensures that you can surf online normally and allows you to reproduce for the next generation who will also surf online? Is it really difficult to admit that mankind is a virtual life and cyberspace is our future, our foundation, and our everything? Professor Mo Xian declared resolutely while biting his rainbow lollipop hard. Liao swallowed hard. When he realized that even his saliva was virtual, it was even harder for him to swallow. Ling Xiaola crossed her arms subconsciously and asked in a shivering voice, what do you want, Professor? Professor Mo Xian continued licking the non-existent lollipop and enjoyed the sweetness that was purely virtual. Then he smiled and said, I don't want to do anything except have a nice chit-chat with the honorable guest from the center of the cosmos. If you feel uncomfortable, we can always go to the town and join the leadership of the Federal Army and the Secret Sword Bureau in the 100-flower space zone. Of course, it will hardly be any different because they have the highest clearances of this world. Although they are not here on the surface, they can hear what I said just now loud and clear. A true cultivator never bothers to conceal his opinion. Everything I do is open to any scrutiny. I have repeated my standpoint more than 100 times. Liao was deep in thought. He would rather figure out what was on his professor's mind exactly instead of joining them. Therefore, he simply shook his head and said, that will be unnecessary. I'm quite interested in your theories, Professor. They do sound a bit radical, but a lot of cutting-edge studies can only be radical in order to be innovative. It's totally understandable. Please proceed. Anything else you would like to add? Of course. Professor Mo Xian pointed at his temples. Do you understand? Human beings who are confined to their physical bodies are actually an imperfect life form. Our ancestors originated from the continent of an unknown planet in the depths of the universe. They were regular monkeys even 1,000,000 years ago and only triggered the first spark of wisdom by making fire and using tools. Later, they were picked by the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan as a certain experiment subject, and carefully modified to accommodate a lot of their genes and hereditary techniques. However, despite all the modifications of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, we cannot get rid of the shadow of monkeys. Our bodies are only suitable for basic hunting and gathering on the planet. They are a product of serious flaws. We, as monkeys, can only live in the worlds with an atmosphere and a stable temperature and environment. Most people cannot withstand heats above 80 degrees or coldness below -50 degrees. Our bodies are so fragile that a tree branch or a sharp tooth is enough to kill us. We need air that has a precise ratio of elements, and the increase or reduction of the microelements can easily turn the air into fatal gas. Our physical strength is too weak, and our running speed is too slow. Compared to the vastness and ancientness of the universe, our life is also too short when we can only live less than 500 years. Are we any different from the germs that are born in the morning and die at dusk? Of all the shortcomings, the most insufferable one is our brain. Our original brains, sticky, podgy things, are too poorly devised. They were prepared for the monkeys hundreds of thousands of years ago whose sole destiny was to collect, hunt, and reproduce in primitive forests. It never occurred to the monkeys that they would shoulder the mission of conquering the entire universe one day. For starters, our brain cannot inherit the wisdom and memories of the previous generation. We cannot allow our offspring to get everything their parents know when they are born. However smart and knowledgeable their parents are, they cannot embed their wisdom, information, and memories into their genes and pass them on to the offspring. Everything must start from zero. Even the child of the greatest mathematician of our age must learn 1 + 1 = 2 clumsily at the beginning. What a great waste that our wisdom and memories cannot be inherited. What a pathetic brain. Secondly, the brains of most humans are not suitable for complicated computations. Without the help of crystal processors, arithmetic is already the limit for the brains of most people. Even a distinguished high school graduate can only run arithmetic within 5 digits without pen and paper at best. But what about calculus? What about quantum physics? What about the deflection and turnover of magnetic fields? What about the mathematical expression of the gene strands? What about the calculation of hypersurfaces in hyperspace? Can human brains do that? No. Not just the ordinary people, even nascent soul-stage cultivators might not have a brain capable of doing such things. However, such things are necessary for us to explore the universe and develop our civilization in a broader space on a higher dimension. To conquer such a mysterious universe with a fleshly brain is like an ant living on the plane of a piece of paper trying to figure out how to climb onto a high mountain. It is too difficult. Getting to the bottom of it, we are just monkeys. The planet from which we originated should have been where we ended. The sea of stars shouldn't have been our destiny, responsibility, and ambition. We are not capable of that. But the Pangu civilization and the Nuwa civilization picked us and enlightened us. They inserted too many things into our poor fleshly bodies and gene strands. Such things triggered our wisdom and also raised our ambitions to conquer the universe. Ambitions that are in fact too enormous for us. It is exactly because of such ambitions that the brilliant and glorious civilization of mankind today has been created. However, it is already our limit to walk this far while dragging our heavy, feeble fleshly bodies. We need a leap, a new leap of evolution. Just like how our ancestors waved a burning branch or whetted a sharp stone for the first time hundreds of thousands of years ago. The spiriters are my answer. Do you not feel that, compared to regular humans, the spiriters have a lot of advantages? We can use artificial bodies which are far stronger than our original bodies. Our energy consumption and the space we occupy is far less. We are less sensitive to temperature and air. Even desolate planets without an atmosphere and air can be paradises for the spiriters. Most importantly of all, we can build a lot of crystal processors for ourselves and install computation and cooling add-ons to the crystal processors. In such a way, our learning abilities, computational abilities, and communication efficiency will be far higher than regular humans whose bodies are made of flesh and blood. Therefore, my opinion is that the fleshly body is merely a product of the planetary civilization. Now that human beings have developed an interstellar civilization that includes 3,000 sectors and can travel thousands of light years instantly through four-dimensional space, it is only natural that we should get rid of the burden and boundary of our bodies, at least partly, in order to upgrade into a whole new form. Liao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Professor, your theory may be quite unacceptable for those new to it. For other people, yes, but how can the two of you find it unacceptable? Professor Mo Xian asked. Haven't you been long tired of your fleshly body and made your attempt to change and get rid of it? Ling Xiaola was dumbfounded. Professor, what are you talking about? Professor Mo Xian smiled and unhurriedly said, Miss Ling, if my eyes are as functional as I think, you have a certain bloodline of the demons. You are a half-demon, correct? Instead of waiting for Ling Xiaola to reply, he simply went on. Demons. What are demons? Wasn't it because the human beings a long time ago felt that regular fleshly bodies no longer suited their needs to march into the universe and that modifications on the genetic level were mandatory? We should say that your ancestors succeeded. At least in terms of strength and adaptability to the environment, most demons are indeed more advanced than ordinary people. But no matter how the genes are modified, and no matter how strong the fleshly body is trained to be, there are always limits. Both humans and demons are carbon-based life after all, bound by the laws of the material world. Even the strongest demon emperor or the demon god cannot live inside a burning star. Can they? Ling Xiaola was unconvinced. Can the spiriters? Not yet, but they have the potential to, Professor Emotian said. The direction of their development is obvious in theory, but even if you walk down to the end of the demon's path, you will still essentially be a carbon-based life of a larger size, like the Pangu civilization and the Nuwa civilization used to be. Even Pangu and Nuwa, kings of carbon-based life, have been destroyed. As their successors, if we keep walking on their old path, is there any other possibility for us except repeating their doom? Ling Xiaola bulged her eyes and said, But humans are carbon-based life. Little girl, Professor Emotian observed, you must let go of your restrictions and count on your imagination. We will make a theoretical assumption. Assume that the civilization of mankind still exists in 100 million years after much development. Do you believe that humans can only have fleshly bodies instead of any other forms? Ling Xiaola pouted and thought for a long time. Then she lowered her head and mumbled, Who knows what might or might not happen 100 million years later? Professor Emotian smiled. In fact, there's no need to wait 100 million years. A long, long time ago that is far earlier than today, somebody embarked on a path of evolution that is different from the path of demons. Theirs is the path of the spiriters, or the pure energy life. I'm referring to the path of cultivation that Representative Lin here has been walking on. Not foreseeing that his professor would be pointing at him, Liao blinked and pointed at his own nose. Me? A cultivator? Yes. Haven't the cultivators from ancient times to today all been aiming to ascend to the heavens and become deities, to get rid themselves of the boundary and restrictions of the fleshly body and evolve into a life form of pure energy? Professor Emotian smiled casually. There are many levels for the cultivators. After every level you advance into, you will move further to the life form of pure energy. In the refinement stage, you can perceive the natural spiritual with your soul. It is the first experience of the mysteries of the energy world for all the cultivators. In the building foundation stage, the spiritual energy is preliminary stabilized inside the fleshly body. Connecting all the internal organs, nerves, and veins inside the human body, the spiritual energy partly cleanses and builds up the flesh and the veins and partly constructs a network of spiritual veins that are similar to the real veins and nerves in the body. It means that a new body of spiritual energy is constructed inside your fleshly body, except that the two bodies overlap for now. In the core formation stage, a new organ, the second brain, gradually takes shape. It is the brain of spiritual energy for the body of spiritual energy. In the nascent soul stage, a cultivator's soul will have been nurtured and trained to a very powerful state. It means that a baby in the form of spiritual energy is finally born and really sets foot on a whole new path of evolution. Representative Lin, you are now at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. You must have a deep understanding about what I described, right? If you are lucky enough to reach the divinity transformation stage one day, in the divinity transformation stage, the real Liao was now basically in the upper half of the nascent soul stage and caught at the bottleneck to break into the divinity transformation stage. He had been considering how to enter the new level. Hearing his professor's introduction, he could not help but crane his neck. In the divinity transformation stage, Professor Emotian said, the soul and the body will be even more separated. The nascent soul, that could only stay inside the brain at first, is now free to leave the body and exist independently as a life of spiritual energy. For example, the soul and the body of a divinity transformation stage cultivator can be compared to a ship and a port. Before the divinity transformation stage, The ship is too small and shabby without the protection of the mother port, and it will be knocked over by the overwhelming tides the moment it sets sail. But in the divinity transformation stage, it finally grows a huge ship that can cruise on the ocean against the furious wind. Naturally, even the biggest ship cannot completely get rid of the mother port. They have to return to the mother port for supplies, maintenance, and such. Therefore, the body is still necessary for a cultivator at such a level, albeit much less important than before. It is exactly because of the independence of the soul that cultivators at the divinity transformation stage boast their domain. What is the domain if not the virtual worlds created by their soul? Think about it. Isn't it so? Liao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. Professor Mo Xian went on. Above the divinity transformation stage will be the divinity branching stage, in which the soul can split, or rather, duplicate into multiple copies. They can exist in many places at the same time but also maintain a subtle connection with each other. I haven't quite figured out how I should describe it. It seems a bit inaccurate to call it quantum entanglement, but I think it will suffice for now. Above the divinity branching stage is the void refining stage. Different people have a different understanding of void, but for me personally, I think it means higher dimension. The void refining stage means that one will be able to march into the universe of higher dimensions as a life form of pure energy. Chances are that they can even establish wormholes and travel among every part of the universe without any restriction. As for the levels above the void refining stage, they should be the different, mysterious presentations of the pure energy life form in the higher dimensions. That is not something that we can understand with our barren computational ability when we are still trapped in the three-dimensional universe today. In conclusion, the ultimate level that all the cultivators pursue is in fact always to evolve into a pure energy life from a pure body of flesh and blood. After they reach a certain level, while they cannot abandon their physical body altogether, they do make the physical body return to the original function, nothing but a shell. You must have heard a lot of tales and myths of the ancient times. In the tales and myths, certain magnificent beings can turn into a lot of other creatures, or even grow 3 heads and 6 arms. They can even enlarge or shrink their body. When they are huge, they can hold the sky like a mountain. When they are small, they are as tiny as the mustard seeds, which allows them to crawl into the enemy's stomach and cause great trouble there. How do you explain that? From the material point of view, even if someone has trained their body to the maximum, it is impossible for them to reshape their body easily like that. Where do the cells and the mitochondria get all the energy? How do the tissues grow out of nowhere? Even if proliferation and expansion of a certain degree is possible, how on earth can they be so fast? It does not agree with the fundamental laws of our world at all. But it is easy to understand if you use the theories of energy life and shell. Everything is just because those magnificent beings are essentially clusters of souls. Their vastly different appearances, from the huge bodies like high mountains and the tiny ones like germs, are nothing more than the combat shells that they prepare for themselves. When they are in need of a new shell, they will simply pick up the shell from a certain dimension with a piece of magical equipment similar to the cosmos ring, and then cram their soul into the shell to drive it. Hearing his professor interpret the different levels of cultivation, no matter whether he really had a scheme or not, Liao was still greatly enlightened. He sincerely said, "Professor Mo Xian, you truly deserve to be one of the greatest masters in the Star Glory Federation to explain the levels classified by the ancient people with the latest theory." Professor Mo Xian smiled and said, "We shouldn't underestimate the wisdom of the ancient people, but we shouldn't be superstitious about it either. In fact, I don't quite agree with the classification of levels that have been passed on from ancient times, because our civilization of ancient cultivators was in fact an abnormal, crippled civilization. At that time, we had just evolved from monkeys and did not form our real wisdom yet. But on the other hand, we were stuffed by the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan with too much knowledge that far exceeded our era. The combination of the two factors resulted in our ancestors crazily worshipping training and techniques. It also forced them to add too many imaginary things into the theories that they couldn't comprehend. Refinement stage, building foundation stage, core formation stage, nascent soul stage, divinity transformation stage, the 5 phases are relatively easy to reach. A lot of experimental data can be found. Therefore, the descriptions of the ancient people are generally accurate. But starting from the divinity transformation stage, most of the descriptions become pure poppycock. I don't believe that there were so many experts in the divinity transformation stage, the divinity branching state, the void refining stage, and above in the ancient times 50,000 years ago. Most of them are just rumors. Even if the ancient people did reach those levels by chance, they couldn't have understood what happened to them at all, and it was barely possible for them to describe their experience to the people who were still in three-dimensional space. So they could only resort to bullshit. But we don't have to follow their bullshit now that we have better explanations, do we? In my opinion, it is very simple. In fact, there are only 3 major levels in total. Below the divinity transformation stage, it is the level where the fleshly body still plays the dominating role. Between the divinity transformation stage and the void refining stage, it is the level where the fleshly body and the soul are equally important. Above the void refining stage, it is the level where one soul will be dominant, allowing them to break into higher dimensions, and the fleshly body will become a pure shell or a tool when they arrive at lower dimensions. Representative Lin, you are now in the nascent soul stage, and your soul is already quite solid. It is possible for you to release your powerful telepathic thoughts and interfere with the material world. If you keep on training and make a huge leap forward, you will be your soul instead of your body. Do you think that it is inappropriate? Liao cackled and could not help but scratch his cheeks. He replied, "The divinity transformation stage is too far away from me. I haven't given it any thought." No, not far away at all. Professor Mo Xian widened his eyes and said, "Do not let your mind be restricted by the ancient people's concepts of training. Training today is absolutely different from training in ancient times. What did the ancient people know? For them, even flying was difficult to accomplish. But today, with the advanced magical equipment, even the ordinary people can fly on shuttles or airships. With the assistance of crystal processors, they can also perform dazzling, soul-stirring aerobatics that even the cultivators in the ancient times might not have been able to achieve. The other training techniques, as well as entering the divinity transformation stage, are exactly the same as flying. In ancient times, there was no such thing as the spiritual nexus. Of course, it was terribly difficult for a cultivator to get their soul out of their body and travel in the great nature. But right now, with the spiritual nexus, even the consciousness of ordinary people can also travel in cyberspace as fast as light. Isn't it the divinity transformation stage in a different sense? The bottom line is, the old rules of training and classification of levels are already obsolete thanks to the development of technology. Maybe one day, everybody will be able to enter the divinity transformation stage without much trouble. It will be even more convenient for the nascent soul stage cultivators like Representative Lin to reach it. I've run some studies in that regard. If you are interested, we can talk more after the first launch of the Tinder. Not knowing whether Professor Mo Xian's invitation was genuine or not, Liao simply replied, "Okay." Ling Xiaola pouted her lips and remarked, "Professor, I still feel that what you said is a bit unbelievable. It feels weird." Professor Mo Xian continued smiling. "It's perfectly normal to feel weird, because we are talking about the future, a future far, far away. From a different point of view, if you ask an ancient person living 40,000 years ago to come to our era and visit our lifestyle and social form, they will feel that it is weird and uncomfortable too. Besides, Miss Ling and Representative Lin, both of you are very successful in the material world. As an agent of the Secret Sword Bureau and the captain of Team Red Lotus on Firefly, all your materialistic and mental needs can basically be satisfied in the real world right now. But what about the ordinary people? It's a shame that humans' desires are infinite. However hard we excavate the resources in the material world, we cannot satisfy all the people. Not just the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, even in the Federation, a lot of people living at the bottom level of our society are still impoverished. The material world is too small, too crowded, and too mean. Let me give me a simplest example. Do you know the house price in the capital city today? Most college students often can't earn enough money for 1 square meter space in the capital city after working hard for 3 years. Put yourselves in the shoes of the ordinary people. Now, there are 2 different lives. The first one is the material one. You will live in a tiny nest like a snail without any hope for the rest of your life. Most of your wages will be used to pay for your rent. The second life is to enter the Spiriters realm. Even the college students who have just graduated can purchase a villa with a garden with virtual cash at the cost of a tiny bit of money. Then, they can enjoy the life of a magnate in the outside world. As long as the simulation is good enough, there is no need to be perfect. 90% accuracy should be more than enough. Which life do you think an ordinary college graduate, who does not have any extraordinary intellectual faculty or physical strength, will choose? For the federal government, if some people are willing to live in virtual cabins, the pressure on housing, transportation, the environment, and many other aspects will be greatly reduced. The diseases on our cities today will be healed immediately. Both people and the government are satisfied. Theoretically, it is an out-and-out win-win. This time, Liao truly felt chilly, with goosebumps all over his body. He felt that the picture that his professor had described was too much of a shock for him. However, on the other hand, Liao could not help but recall his childhood in the magical equipment graveyard in Floating Spear City in the Heaven's Origin sector. For people who lived in the magical equipment graveyard and struggled to survive like Fatty Liang, would they prefer to live in the garbage dump in the material world as scavengers, or would they find the life in a certain virtual world, or rather, the Spiriters realm, more beautiful and appealing? Perhaps Professor Mo Xian was right. The material worlds that mankind lived on, the planets that were nothing more than grains of dust, were too small, crowded with too few resources. They could not meet the demand of the development of the civilization at all. Professor Mo Xian raised his voice and said, "Of course, everything I talked about is just my imagination, which is probably not going to come true for hundreds of years. With that in mind, we might as well take a leap ahead and think even further. In the distant future, perhaps in millions of years, the ideal, perfect form of mankind for me should be mainly made of the Spiriters. By then, cities and homes of human beings on the material level will no longer exist. Even if some of the remains are not gone yet, they will only serve as history relics, museums, symbols of our civilization, and such. Most human beings will live in the Spiriters realm in the form of the Spiriters. The material foundation of the Spiriters realm will be supercrystal processors that are stored in indestructible, permanent warehouses deep within every planet together with the crystal chips that keep the souls of the human beings. Because we barely require any air or water, we will be free to spread to every planet, and we will not have to go through all the trouble of searching for the habitable planets that have atmospheres like we do right now. By then, supercrystal processor centers that are buried deep underground will be new cities for mankind. Everybody will live in the Spiriters realm. Their life will be easy, comfortable, conflict-free, and peaceful. They will be occupied in the theoretical and intellectual jobs. Too many artificial intelligence facilities like old grandpas you have seen will be at our service as servants. Of course, our connection with the material world cannot be completely cut off. Therefore, everybody will also own a lot of shells other than their soul. They will be able to transmit their soul into those shells and enter the material world. Those shells will have a plethora of forms and appearances. They can be the bodies of pure flesh and blood, like what human beings have today. They can also be the bodies of demons whose genes have been highly modified. Naturally, they can still be artificial bodies made of superalloys. Furthermore, the shells can even break the limit of the shape of humans. They can be an enormous mechanical spider hundreds of meters tall, a starship that is thousands of meters long, or a base that covers dozens of square kilometers. As long as their soul is powerful enough, they will be able to control all those huge shells. By then, even a common miner will enjoy a luxury villa, a private garden, and a hunting ground in the Spiriters realm. Hundreds of artificial intelligence servants will cater to his every need. He can get whatever he wants. His sole job and duty will be to transmit his soul to a certain mining starship every day and spend some time remotely controlling the starship to collect resources on a resource planet. The raw minerals that he digs out will be shipped to the bases that are actually the shells of certain purification specialists. Then, The products will be taken away by certain other shells that are controlled by the crystal processor specialists, who will further strengthen our center of crystal processors and make our city a better place to live in. The more powerful the crystal processors are and the higher their computational ability is, the more real, complicated, and vast the Spiriters' realm will be. It means that greater mining starships and more fierce warships will be produced for us to explore the boundless world out there. Don't you feel that only such a civilization is a real universal civilization that has a slim chance of figuring out the truth of the universe? Liao and Ling Xiaola looked at each other. Both of them saw the deep concerns in each other's eyes. Ling Xiaola knew that the leadership of the Secret Sword Bureau had to be monitoring their conversation closely right now. She emboldened herself and said, "Professor, I feel that you seem to have gone a bit crazy." Crazy? Professor Mo Xian put on a weird smile. A few different pictures suddenly popped up behind him. The first picture was the boiling, bubbling mud on a primitive planet, where a few fish were struggling to crawl to the shore with their fins. There was another picture, in which some hideous monkeys were yelling and screaming at the furious fire that is burning on a tree because of a lightning strike. When life evolved from the ocean to the continent, the fish that crawled to the shore might have been considered by their companions as extremely crazy, Professor Mo Xian said. Also, the monkeys who decided to touch the fire in violation of their natural instincts might have been taken to be crazy too. Replacing fists with stones and teeth with claws, building a house with branches and rocks, eating a crab for the first time. Those were all insane decisions when they were made, but only after all those insane decisions have human beings and our civilization been created. We are cultivators. We stand at the peak of intellect and wisdom. If we are trapped by mundane everyday routines too, and restrict our mind and morals to the level of the ordinary people, how can we expect our civilization to make progress? Do you wish for the civilization of mankind to not change at all but simply remain struggle to survive even millions of years? Yes. I know that my theories are terribly immature at this point. There's a good chance that they are even wrong. However, if a theory is only qualified to be raised when it is guaranteed to be perfectly correct, no theory would ever be born at all. This is why I am willing to share the theories with the fellow cultivators here. If you find it unacceptable, then please think about it carefully and kindly point out my mistakes. That way, you can help me improve my theories or even completely veto my previous thoughts. We have no intention of completely vetoing your thoughts at all, Professor Mo Xian, Liao said. As a cutting-edge theory and a vision of the distant future, any bizarre and unbelievable thoughts are understandable. What I'm more curious about are your actions after such passionate ideas occurred to you. Did you put your theory into practice? Of course, I put it into practice. As a refiner, I am much more enthusiastic about real-life operations than theoretical work on paper. Professor Mo Xian stared at Liao and Ling Xiaola. Licking the lollipop, he thoughtfully said, "When such an idea occurred to me and went on a rampage in my head like a wildfire, I immediately—" Liao held his breath. "Immediately what?" "I immediately reported the extremely crazy idea to the government," Professor Mo Xian announced. Liao, Ling Xiaola, Professor Mo Xian found it odd. Is there a problem? Such an idea is too crazy, dangerous, and extreme. For the prevailing ethics in our society, it is even slightly evil, but it is truly likely to be the future of mankind, too. Of course, I had to report it to the government, in case those guys who have ill intentions make use of it. Also, I summoned the specialists of multiple fields and discussed the issue together. Later, I compiled our discussion into a book and submitted it to the government, too. Liao was greatly relieved. That was really rational. Professor Mo Xian frowned and said, "What else should I have done if not that? Should I immediately recruit a bunch of insane bandits after I had the crazy idea and establish an enormous underground base in secret, where I planned all kinds of surreptitious schemes and jumped out from the dark corner at a certain critical moment, trying to turn the world upside down and realize my evil and mad ambitions?" Liao and Ling Xiaola looked at each other. Then they both nodded quickly. Professor Mo Xian sighed, somewhat helplessly. That's why I always say that groundless fiction novels and third-rate entertainment products are the greatest enemy for the researchers on the cutting-edge theories. Or in other words, the horror of human beings on the unknown issues is perhaps the greatest obstacle for us to move forward. Of course, it is quite understandable that you have such ridiculous thoughts. In only the 100 years of history in the Federation, too many such insane ambitious schemers have indeed shown up and brought devastating catastrophes to their compatriots, home, and civilization despite all the righteous and seemingly justified banners they were holding. Weren't people like Yen Shibei, Xianxia, Elder Netherspring, and Lu Zue all as such? The rebellion of the immortal cultivators raised by Xianxia years ago was even resolved by Li Yao and me together. I can recall his crazy, ugly face clearly even today. Why on earth would I repeat his mistake? Rest assured, all the spiriters are patriots. We are all proud of our identity as human beings. Many of them are war heroes. Some of them are firefighters who sacrificed themselves when rescuing the victims in a fire, or people who lost their body when they jumped into the river to save drowning children. We will certainly not do anything that would jeopardize the interests of people or our national security. Besides, if we get to the bottom of it, what are our motivations to start a plot? It must be noted that we have no fundamental conflict of interest with humans or demons at all, because the resources we need are absolutely different from theirs. The Federation and the Imperium have good reasons to start a war. Both of them are made of humans who need the same resources: air, sunlight, water sources, soil, and such. By the same logic, humans and demons also have good reasons for a fight, because they are all carbon-based lives. All the things I mentioned before are necessary for them, too. However, the spiriters do not need any of those. No air, no water, and no land. All we need is a highly developed, grand unified spiritual nexus, a center of crystal processors that is buried deep underground, and some shells that allow us to be active in the material world. It is very convenient for us to get those things by contributing our wisdom and strength. Therefore, do we have any reason to betray our homeland, our family, and past ourselves and stand against humans and demons? At least for me personally, I can't see any reason at all. If you have time, you can help me think about it carefully too, and see how the spiriters can benefit from a so-called scheme given the restrictions of the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus today for their development. While chewing the apple, Li Yao thought about it carefully. His professor's theory seemed immaculate. First of all, the spiriters did not have much contradiction with humans and demons in terms of resources or living space. When there was no contradiction, there would never be a war. Besides, the spiriters were all transformed from humans in the first place. A lot of them had actually been elites when they were still alive. Would he turn against the civilization of mankind after he perished one day and was transformed into a spiriter? It was impossible. His thoughts would still be his thoughts, and his will would still be his will. He would be exactly the same person as before, although his body would no longer be there. Why on earth would he suddenly stand against mankind? Also, most importantly of all, the technology on the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in the Federation were still quite juvenile and underdeveloped. It was barely possible for the 100 billion people of the whole country to log into the same DLC of civilization, without causing the crashes of countless servers and data exchange centers. How could such crystal processors and spiritual nexus accommodate an enormous, boundless spiriters realm? Therefore, even if the spiriters realm did exist for real, it would only be one of a limited scale, like the town that he was looking at right now, with a small population, so that the computation, simulation, and rendering would not be too difficult. Even if Professor Emotian really had any ambitions, and even if he was a star spirit or a walking crystal processor, it would still be impossible for him to develop the crystal processor technology that surpassed the present day by thousands of years in only 100 years without anybody knowing it. The spiriters realm that he saw was still founded on the material existences in the real world, such as the crystal processors, no matter how illusionary it seemed to be. The Federation could destroy the center of the crystal processors easily. After that, what would the spiriters realm count on? Therefore, his professor did not have the motivation, methods, or enough fellow spiriters who shared a common aim with him to perform any kind of scheme. Li Yao began to suspect that he was being paranoid again. Although his professor's theories were indeed groundbreaking and breathtaking, They were just theories and a prophecy after all. Perhaps they would become reality millions of years later, but who could say for sure what would happen millions of years later, and was it necessary at all to interfere with it? Narrowing his eyes, Professor Mo Xian looked at the children who were riding kites to fly under the blue sky and playing with each other amid cheerful laughter. He solemnly said, "Trust me. I understand the craziness, dangerousness, and evilness of my theory much better than you do. Therefore, decades ago, after I constructed my preliminary theory and made clear what I was going to do, I immediately reported it to the government. But the problem was that I did not know which department in the government was responsible for this bizarre thing at all at that time. Thankfully, I had quite a good relationship with some leadership of the parliament and the heads of a few major sections. There's no need to mention Ding Lingdang, the leader of the Patriots Front. Guo Chunfeng, Jin Xinyue, Fiend Blade Peng Hai, and some other people knew me too. There were also some other experts whom I helped to craft their crystal suits. Therefore, I told Ding Lingdang, Jin Xinyue, Guo Chunfeng, and some other friends first. Then, through them, I have a few speeches to Parliament and the Secret Sword Bureau. I also informed the specialists in the major universities in the Federation and invited them to join the great cause. Right? I also looked for a dozen meditation healers, psychiatrists, and experts in mental diseases. Liao was slightly dazed. Why did you want them? I asked them to run a deep analysis on me to see if I had any mental disease. Professor Mo Xian said solemnly. That was a bit redundant, wasn't it? Liao asked. Professor Mo Xian shook his head. Not redundant at all. No matter how people tried to disguise it on the surface, the truth was that I had not been a normal person since I was transformed into liquid metal more than 100 years ago. After 100 years in liquid metal, I could not guarantee that my mind was perfectly normal and completely fit for the current law and ethics in the Federation. 100 years ago, I was the principal of the Grand Desolate War Institution, the president of the Refiners Association, and the president of Association of Spectral Cultivators. There were some other important duties on my shoulders, too. I was a rather important member of the leadership of the Federation. Therefore, I had to be responsible for the Federation and my patriots, and I needed to be certain of my mental status. Liao was rendered speechless, wondering if he should salute his professor with respect right now. After a long daze, he asked, "What was the result?" Professor Mo Xian smiled. Those experts all said that I was perfectly normal. I showed them my theory and hoped that they could figure out something from it. But they replied that I could turn it into an excellent novel if I edited it a little. Liao squeezed his eyebrow hard. Well, what did Parliament and the Secret Sword Bureau say? I didn't do anything illegal. I was just doing pure theoretical research. What could they say? Professor Mo Xian said. Is it against the law if I, as the president of the Association of Spectral Cultivators, summon the spectral cultivators in the Federation trying to push forward a motion in the Parliament to change the legal name of ghosts into spiriters? Liao thought for a moment and replied, No. Then, is it against the law if I invite a bunch of novelists to write novels, make movies, and even produce games based on the world setting that I give them? No. Is it against the law to encourage young people to spend more time on the spiritual nexus and less time outdoors to reduce traffic, air pollution, and resource waste? No. Is it against the law to increase the level of our crystal processors, produce more supercrystal processors, improve the algorithms to build virtual worlds that are almost perfect simulations of reality, and welcome all the people in our society to live in them? No. Then, everything is settled. Professor Mo Xian clapped his hands and said, I always remember the lesson of Lu Zue, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau 100 years ago. In fact, he began his cause for a great purpose, but it was because he resorted to clandestine approaches that he got mired deeper and deeper in trouble, until the mistakes were too grave for him to turn back. Therefore, from the very first second, I exposed everything to the sunlight. All my approaches are absolutely legal. Although not everybody in our society knows about the matter, the leadership of Parliament, the intelligence agencies such as the Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund, and many research institutions in the major universities all know what I have been doing. They are involved in all the procedures, too, to help me with supervision, control, and guidance. As you can see, The guests who will attend the first launch of the Tinder plan tomorrow are from the Secret Sword Bureau, the Federal Army, and Parliament. Some of them are the most famous sociologists, futurists, and ethicists in the Federation. Everything is open to the public. Thinking quickly, Liao suddenly realized something. The Tinder plan isn't just about passing on the knowledge of mankind. Is it? It is related to the spiriters, too. Of course it is. Why else would I devote all my belongings to the Tinder plan? Professor Mo Xian indeed did not seem to be hiding anything at all. He generously explained, from the beginning to the end, from the monument plan to the Tinder plan, it has always been an escape plan. Other than passing on our civilization and exploring the future, the main purpose of the project is to bring a batch of spiriters for them to run away from you. Liao was confused. Run away from us? Why? Because we are scared of you, or rather, we are scared of getting into conflicts with you. Staring at Liao, Professor Mo Xian thoughtfully said, I'm well aware that I've walked too far. In the history of mankind, people who walked as far as me mostly did not end well. Did you know? At the early years of the age of the ancient cultivators, when the 3,000 sectors were not connected to each other yet, and the truth of the universe was still unknown, many worlds believed in geocentric theory. They thought that their world was unique and that all the stars in the universe rotated around it. The first cultivators who raised the heliocentric theory were almost all killed as heretics. At that time, in a lot of sectors, the cultivators who insisted on geocentric theory and those who believed in heliocentric theory had a lot of similar wars. The blood of countless innocent people was shed just for their ridiculous arguments. Perhaps this is the nature of human beings. When they discover an unknown object or theory, their very first thought is horror, and their second thought is to destroy it. The spiriters are not interested in going against humans. As you heard just now, the resources we need are not the same. There is absolutely no reason for us to have any conflict. We can live in harmony and help each other. However, if I must find a reason of conflict, it will be horror, humans' horror. Tell me, Representative Lin and Miss Ling, what was your first thought after you heard my theory? Spiriters? That's too terrible. They are definitely going to destroy the civilization of mankind and conquer all humans, turning us into slaves. Mo Xian is mad. It is not a human being at all. It is a piece of liquid metal, a different life form. Those who are not my own kind must think differently from me. It must be up to something. Only the beings with flesh, blood, and a brain such as us can be called human beings. The spiriters cannot be regarded as human beings at all. Destroy them. Although there seems to be no reason for humans and the spiriters to fight, we might as well suffocate all potential threats to mankind while they are still in the cradle. Look me in the eyes and tell me, did you have any of the thoughts I mentioned just now, even if only for one moment? Liao and Ling Xiaola looked at each other, blushing. Professor Mo Xian smiled. There's no need to lie to me. I understand you very well. The spiriters are as much human beings as you are. Naturally, we share your concerns. Right now, the spiriters in the whole Federation take up 1% of the population. It is still only a tiny proportion, and ordinary people perhaps can live with that. But what if they take up 5% or even more in the future? Can the other 95% of the population really tolerate the existence of the spiriters and admit the fact that the spiriters are the future, and that they are old human beings while the spiriters are new human beings? I hope they can, but I cannot be assured. The previous two branches of mankind, humans and demons, fought for 40,000 years before they reached a preliminary rapprochement at the corner of the universe. I do not want the spiriters, a third branch, to have another conflict of 40,000 years with its brothers. Such a tragedy must not be repeated in any case. So, now that the future here is gloomy, we will run away. We will leave the present to you, the old human beings, and we will run to the future, to millions of years later, where we will create a new chapter of the civilization of mankind. The spiriters, a branch of mankind, were going to escape to millions of light years away. Liao was utterly dumbfounded. His professor was truly his professor. Such a magnificent goal and such unwavering resolution. In the illusion behind Professor Emotion, the small fish were still struggling in the dirty river where mud was rolling. They crawled from water to the shore, failing and trying time and time again. They grew new, feeble limbs during their attempts. But Professor Emotion suddenly raised his hands and picked up one of the fish from the illusion, putting it on a dry rock next to the river. The small fish struggled hard, bubbling, only to be stiffened a moment later. "Look at the fish," Professor Emotion said. "I believe that the Spiriters are the future of the civilization of mankind, that they are more perfect new human beings. But it does not mean that the time of the Spiriters will arrive anytime soon. Evolution has its own pattern. Even the tiniest change must be adapted to and stabilized after hundreds of thousands of years or even longer. I cannot just tell the fish that mammals are the future of your evolution, go now to the shore, and then throw it to the shore without considering the law of evolution. The fish will certainly die." Such an overenthusiastic way is a complete distortion of the true meaning of evolution. Only idiotic schemers would try to deceive people with such folly. As for me personally, however optimistic I am, I don't think that the prosperity of the Spiriters will come in the next 10,000 years. However, as soon as the Spiriters begin to let out their voices, however feeble the voices are, some people among humans and demons will be scared. Fear will lead to misunderstanding. Misunderstanding will lead to prejudice. Prejudice will lead to conflict, and conflict will escalate to war. It is the tragedy that has happened countless times in the history of mankind and will happen countless times in the future. I don't want such a tragedy to happen between the Spiriters and humans and demons. Just like I firmly believed in the eventual birth of the virtual life, I have no doubt that the Spiriters will definitely be born and prosper. The trend cannot be stopped by anyone's will. It is not going to help even if they destroy a Spiriter pioneer such as myself. As long as human beings do not abandon the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, the Spiriters will eventually be born. We should not turn a blind eye to the new life form like ostriches, nor should we try to suffocate it in fear and wariness stupidly and futilely. Instead, we should open our arms to welcome it and find a way to live in peace with it. Or rather, even if we are stupid enough to suffocate it, we should get to know it well first through communication, right? Therefore, I mainly did two things. Firstly, I reported my theory to the government and reached out to the major academic institutions. Then, I invited the specialists of the Federal Army, the Secret Sword Bureau, Parliament, and the major universities to discuss the cutting-edge theories together. We gathered to talk about various possibilities. We predicted the future development of the Spiriters and their unexpected threats, flaws, and disadvantages. Gradually, we made everyone in the Federation, the humans, demons, and Spiriters, realize that a new era was really coming. Secondly, I acquired the monument plan with all my belongings and modified it into the Tinder plan, hoping that a tiny proportion of the Spiriters could flee from here. Most of the Spiriters are as rational and calm as I am. They believe that evolution is a natural process and that we can only observe in silence and offer slight guidance if we must. All beautiful things will happen by themselves. However, if some of the Spiriters cannot wait any longer, they can set sail for the distant future and the other side of the sea of stars. In millions of years, if the civilization of mankind is not destroyed yet, it will certainly have developed into a brand new form. By then, different branches of mankind can grow, prosper, and blossom in different parts of the universe without affecting each other. Even if they meet again, I'm sure that the humans at that time will certainly have wisdom and morals much higher than ours, and they can settle the problem of peaceful coexistence perfectly. After hearing that, Liao's suspicions at the beginning were almost entirely turned into shock and admiration. "Professor, your ideals are so great." Professor Emotion smiled and casually said, "I once had a disciple named Liao, who was a famous hero in the Federation, but his fame did not solely come from his strength. In terms of strength, a lot of people in the Federation were better than him, but only he brought peace to the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector with his strength. Peace, how precious and vulnerable. After the Panga civilization and the Nuwa civilization faded out, humanity has developed alone for 100,000 years. How many years in them were absolutely peaceful? Perhaps not even one, right? Enough blood has been shed when human beings attacked each other. We have just resolved the long grudge between humans and demons. I truly don't want the spiriters to have new contradictions with their brothers. Is the 40,000 years of war between humans and demons not enough for the offspring to draw a lesson and grow the tiniest wisdom on peace? So, since the very beginning decades ago, I never hid my thoughts and plans. All my arrangements had only one purpose, which is to make the spiriters grow, prosper, and blossom in absolute peace with humans and demons as a functional part of mankind. Liao took a deep breath and said, I believe that if your disciple Liao heard what you said, he would definitely have supported you. Professor Mo Xian sighed and said, Yes, I believe he would, but not everybody wants peace. At the very least, the Imperium of true human beings doesn't. In fact, the Tinder plan isn't ready for the first launch yet, because we haven't resolved the most critical reproduction problem. Right now, people are saying that the war will break out very soon. The predictions of the intelligence agencies of the Federation are not optimistic either. That's why we are making the first launch in a hurry. Should the Federation fail, the Imperium probably won't tolerate the existence and development of the spiriters. Even if they do, they will certainly force the spiriters to do dreadful things like the Star Child who manipulated Xianxia to sabotage the Flying Star sector in the old days. Therefore, this is a piece of tinder that has a low chance of success and may die out. Nobody will know its fate in the boundless universe, but let's just hope that life can find a way out for itself. It surely will. Liao could not help but remark, Miss Wei and her companions will certainly find a new out for humanity in the distant future on the other side of the Sea of Stars. All right, Professor Mo Xian smiled gently. For a moment, the sharpness and aggressiveness in him that felt like a saber were entirely gone. He seemed to become the firm and generous professor of 100 years ago again. You must be thirsty after such a long talk. Do you want to have a cup of wine in Carefree Town? We have the most delicious wine of the Forest Ocean sector. Took us quite a long time to create the flavor. It is identical to the wine in the real world. Liao pondered for a moment. He would not mind going to the town to further discuss with his professor or even reveal his identity under the right circumstances. However, since Long Yongjun was still around, he might as well consult the heir of the Nuo clan first. No, I'm afraid I can't, Liao said. There's some business in our delegation that I must attend to since we must jump to the Heaven's Origin sector this afternoon. We'll further discuss this with you after we return from the Heaven's Origin sector. Right. I'll definitely ask you the way to enter the divinity transformation stage without much trouble. Ha 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 ha. It's a deal. Professor Mo Xian laughed sunnily. He did not insist that Liao must stay but simply waved his hands at Liao and Ling Shaola. I'll have to greet the guests who have come to attend the ceremony. You must excuse me. See you next time. Liao was pushed out by a gentle force and sat up from the scarlet nerval interaction liquids. Wei Qingqing and Long Yongjun were still waiting nearby. Ling Shaola sat up from the virtual cabin next to him, too. The two of them looked at each other in confusion and shock. Miss Wei. Liao felt different when he looked at Wei Qingqing. I didn't know that the Tinder plan had such deep significance. Wei Qingqing immediately understood. She frankly acknowledged, as an illusionist, I prefer to create spectacular and colorful worlds. But in reality, all some people in the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance, and the Federation want is to destroy the world. I do not like such reality. So, I might as well run to millions of years in the future and find a new world without destruction, oppression, and slavery. If I can't find one, I will create one myself. Would it be marvelous? Liao felt that his throat was choked by two nuts. Taking a long breath, he sincerely said, Safe journey. Wei Qingqing smiled. Thank you. See you. Haha. It will be difficult for you to see me again. But who knows? Life is so wonderful that any amazing thing can happen. See you. Wei Qingqing waved at Liao, exactly in the same posture when she said goodbye on the anonymous train station deep inside the Grand Desolate Plateau. When Liao, Long Yongjun, and Ling Xiaola returned through the time channel, again in the silver shuttle, the vulnerable and yet resolute shadow was still flashing before Liao's eyes and glittering like an orchid flower. "I must thank you for such an amazing trip," Ling Xiaola said from the cockpit. "The journey to the Spiriters' realm was truly incredible." "Captain," Long Yongjun said, "what does the Spiriters' realm look like? What did Professor Mo Xian say to you? I should have joined you on the trip in the beginning." "You will have your chance to do so, Vice Captain Long." Liao was more or less relieved now. He picked some of his experiences just now and his professor's theories and explained them to Long Yongjun, complimenting them in great amazement. Then, he began talking about the things that he would rather Ling Xiaola did not know. Through the private talking technique, Liao said in a low voice, "Long Yongjun, I need your advice." Long Yongjun looked at the time channel outside. Because it was a return journey, the whole world seemed to be retrograding from modern times to prehistoric era. "What's up, Captain?" she replied in private talk. "Do you think?" Liao said. He suddenly shuddered, as if a cold wind was blowing at him, and felt that something was wrong. The mental devil was shrieking in his head. "Wait, don't ask her. She is not Long Yongjun." Liao realized what had happened, too. When Ling Xiaola was present, it was not a problem that Long Yongjun addressed him as Captain, but when they were alone or talking in private, she always called him Liao, or monsterly mockingly. Something was wrong. It was not Long Yongjun's style in private conversations. She was not Long Yongjun. However, it was impossible. Long Yongjun would definitely not leave his virtual cabin. She was an expert at the peak of the nascent soul stage, supported by a colossus and countless secrets from the age of Nuwa. Who could have replaced her with a counterfeit? Liao thought quickly and soon realized what was going on. The woman sitting next to him was indeed not Long Yongjun. It was not even a real person. This place was not the real world, either. They were still in the virtual world. The silver shuttle continued rushing forward without a sound in the reversed time channel, so quiet that it almost felt abnormal. The continent projected by the 3D light beams nearby gradually sank into oceans. The animals on the continent retrograded into fish, and fish returned to nautili and trilobites. In the end, it was a desolate, lifeless, primitive ocean again. A drop of cold sweat slowly leaked out of Liao's forehead. For a moment, countless thoughts rolled over in his mind. He was not worried about how to recognize or break the illusionary world. He was simply confused by one thing. If it was Professor Mo Xian who constructed this second illusionary, what was his goal? The virtual world, or in the terminology of the cultivators, the grand illusionary land, could easily be seen through even if it was theoretically a perfect simulation of reality. It was because the virtual world could not simulate the things that it did not know. Even if its real-time computational and rendering abilities were powerful enough to depict everything and everyone as vividly as real life. Everything in the grand illusionary land had been set in advance. Even the real-time computations and rendering that seemed random had to abide by certain laws. They could only be conducted by retrieving materials from an information database. Even the best cook could not make food without ingredients. If there were no materials, it would be impossible to simulate anything. The simplest example would be the woman sitting next to Liao who looked like Long Yongjun. It was quite easy to simulate the appearance of such a person. As long as someone shot her with a crystal camera in secret the moment Long Yongjun entered the Tinder base and scanned her from multiple perspectives, they would naturally get the materials of her appearance without any trouble. Based on the public relationship between her and Liao, and perhaps the conversation that the two of them had in reality, it was also possible for them to grasp Long Yongjun's speaking habits and the way she addressed Liao. However, it was impossible for the people who created the grand illusionary land to learn Long Yongjun's hidden identity. They could not have learned that Long Yongjun called Liao monsterly in private. Either. Those were secrets that could not be deduced even if the computational abilities of all the crystal processors in the Federation were made use of. In fact, distinguishing the illusion was not so complicated. There was an even easier solution. The appearance, or rather, the skin, in which Liao showed in the grand illusionary land, was his appearance when he entered the Tinder base. But it was only the surface, too. It was impossible for them to scan how many cosmos rings he had on his body or know what exactly was stored in the cosmos rings. If so, how could they simulate the cosmos rings? Therefore, if he was not certain, all he needed to do was to pick up one of his cosmos rings and retrieve a random item as a test. Liao had brought a lot of rare materials back from the ancient sages sector, which did not exist in the entire Federation. So, it was even less likely that the database of the Grand Illusionary Land had those entries. Or rather, he did not even need to activate his cosmos ring. He only needed to summon his spiritual energy and trigger a flame with it. It was absolutely impossible for the creator of the Grand Illusionary Land to learn the color, shape, and changes of the fire of spiritual energy that he raised with his special secret arts. In short, the Grand Illusionary Land of the so-called perfect simulation of reality was only immaculate at first glance. It could only run perfectly within the boundary of the rules of the game. Once the boundary was crossed, there would be nothing it could do, and the players would immediately notice the flaws and loopholes that were hidden by the delicate appearance. Unless the creator and controller of the Grand Illusionary Land were powerful enough to invade the brains of the players and read all the information to generate a real-time database. Then, all the computations and deductions would be finished before the neurons in the brain realized what was going on. It meant that as long as Liao thought of a certain specific concept in his head, it would immediately be captured by the Grand Illusionary Land, which would then run a series of complicated computations quickly to make sure that the results exactly matched what he had in mind. Or maybe, the Grand Illusionary Land could perform very brilliant mental attacks toward the brains of the players, so that the players would enter a certain mysterious hypnotization state as if they were dreaming. When people were dreaming, the world in the dream that they perceived was also broken, bizarre, and in violation of common sense and natural laws. In the dream, they could fly, dead people could reappear, animals could talk, different places could be joined to each other perfectly. Any unbelievable thing could happen. If they were awake, they would inevitably feel that such a world was hilarious and ridiculous and that it could not have been faker. However, for the people who were trapped in nightmares, few could realize that they were in a dream. But was it easy to achieve the two purposes at the same time? Liao sneered at the bottom of his heart. Both invading the brain to read memories and mind and paralyzing certain parts in the brain for hypnotization would consume a lot of computational abilities. Besides, he was not an ordinary person at all but a nascent soul stage cultivator with a strong soul, a determined mind, and a profound brain. He was not even a random nascent soul stage cultivator but one of the best of them. Liao did not want to brag about himself. In terms of absolute combat ability, it was true that he was not the best in the Federation. He had ranked between 3rd and 5th 100 years ago, and after 100 years of sleep, without a crystal suit and a colossus, it might be barely possible for him to defeat Ding Lingdang. However, when it came to brain warfare or mental cultivation, he was probably the most magnificent existence in the entire Federation that surpassed the divinity transformation stage. For as long as he could remember, he had always been haunted by an uncanny dream. The uncanny dream about Earth that he was born with was definitely not a regular dream but some sort of grand illusionary land. It polished his brain without him knowing it and prepared him for the crazy and harsh training later. Later, Oyezi possessed him. In the Flying Star sector, the Star Child tried to invade and control his brain through the Star Brain. When he left the Flying Star sector, the Bloodstripe virus also intended to occupy his body while he was breaking the void. After 3 perilous, breathtaking battles in the brain, his brain and his soul were further cleansed and hardened. There was even a mental devil, a weird second soul, residing inside his brain now. His experience was unique and uncopyable in the Federation. Therefore, if somebody performed a mental attack on him, they would be fighting a battle that he was best at. It was exactly what he wanted. But naturally, if his professor was truly up to something, the threat must not be underestimated either. As a star spirit, Professor Mo Xiansoul had been through mutations of a certain degree too in a weird and enigmatic way. Also, in the battle against the Star Child, Professor Mo Xian also absorbed tremendous soul strength and computational ability from the Star Child. Perhaps he had gained even more than Liao did from the battle. After that, Professor Mo Xian managed the Glorious Sunlight Magical Equipment Center and supervised the repair work of the 100 supercrystal processors from the Star Ocean Imperium in the Star Prior's house on Spider Den. With his secret techniques as the Star Spirit, he had accumulated even more immense computational abilities. Liao had once had a match with his professor, half for fun and half for real. His conclusion was that Professor Mo Xian's mental abilities and soul were truly immeasurable. And that was 100 years ago. In the past 100 years, Professor Mo Xian had not been idling by. He was a human-shaped crystal processor. The production, assembly, and debugging of all the supercrystal processors in the Federation were supervised by him or done with his personal help. He must have reached a higher level. Since he was now living as a piece of liquid metal, it would be difficult to gauge his cultivation by the regular levels such as the nascent soul stage or the divinity transformation stage. However, the intelligence that Liao had gathered from various sources suggested that in terms of computational ability, Professor Mo Xian far exceeded the regular divinity transformation stage. His professor's computational ability was definitely the highest in the entire Federation. Why else would he be qualified to be the presidents of the Refiners Association and the Association of the Spectral Cultivators? Generally speaking, computational ability did not equal combat ability. However, in the grand illusionary land, to this moment, Liao still did not believe that Professor Mo Xian was capable of invading his brain, reading his memory pieces, and paralyzing his central nerves without him feeling anything wrong. Also, it was not difficult for a big player on Liao's level to crack such a grand illusionary land. As long as he continued burning his soul and breaking his limits, releasing infinite telepathic thoughts and techniques that surpassed the speed of real-time computation and rendering of the grand illusionary land, the information streams that constituted the grand illusionary land would be cast into a certain overflow state, which would lead to the collapse of the grand illusionary land and even the supercrystal processors and controllers behind it. The Star Child had crashed in exactly such a way. Oyezi was the same. With the last remains of his computational ability and mental ability, Oyezi had constructed a vivid illusionary world, trying to slowly corrupt Liao's soul in the illusions. But he had never expected Liao's soul to be so strong. As it turned out, although Liao did not fight back at all, Oyezi simply crashed because he could not bear the enormous workload of computation and rendering. Mental attacks were a double-edged sword in the first place. If the defender's mind was weaker, the defender would be hit, but if the defender's mind was too tough, the attacker might suffer from their own attack. Narrowing his eyes, Liao stared at the blue sky, white clouds, and vast prairie that seemed quiet and peaceful on the horizon. He seemed to notice the green figures and runes pouring down like a waterfall behind the sky and the clouds. If it was really Professor Mo Xian, why was he doing this? On the surface, he was an honorable guest from Firefly, who had come on behalf of the Speaker of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic. So many federal soldiers and secret sword agents were around, closely monitoring everything. Was it necessary for Professor Mo Xian to attack him with so many eyewitnesses? Besides, although he was Speaker Chui Lingfeng's representative, Firefly was just a bunch of refugees. In the war between the Black Wind Fleet and the Federation to come, his identity on the surface would be a supporting role. If his professor truly had any schemes, would he risk it just because of such an insignificant person? The shuttle would soon return to the spaceport. The grand illusionary land could not be too huge, and the characters being commuted in real time could not be too many. Not every member of Team Red Lotus could be simulated. Therefore, whatever the purpose of the game was, it would be revealed soon. Liao's pupils constricted after he had that thought. Perhaps because he had been deep in thought for too long and stopped talking to Long Yangjun. The Long Yangjun before him turned rigid. In the meantime, Liao sensed that an overwhelming, destructive killing intent had locked onto him. Liao's brain was vibrating crazily. The whole world turned clear and sharp in one moment. He sensed that at least 6 pieces of aggressive magical equipment at the same level of the main guns of a starship had not only locked onto him but also already fired. 6 supersonic cannonballs, mixed with electric arcs and flames of spiritual energy, burst out of the super crystal cannons and rushed close as quickly as a lightning with dozens of damage effects. The space hundreds of square meters around him was completely blocked. It was 100 times more dangerous than the assault in Fish Dragon City. Also, Ling Xiaola, who was sitting in the front, and Long Yongjun, who was sitting next to him, both lunged at him with hideous countenances on their faces. Their killing intent immediately drowned the tiny shuttle like the seawater at 10,000 meters deep. Liao's first reaction was to unleash his maximum strength and counterattack. However, his doubts about Professor Mo Xian in the beginning and his new discovery that this place was still a virtual world kept part of Liao's soul awake. Why is Professor Mo Xian doing this? What can he possibly get by attacking me here? It's impossible. There's no reason to attack an unimportant person like Lin Jiu, who is nobody but the captain of Team Red Lotus, when so many federal soldiers and agents from the Secret Sword Bureau are monitoring everything from the outside. If the federal government intends to attack, say because Speaker Chui Lingfeng regretted his decision for some reason and informed the federal government of the truth that we are from the Red Lotus sector, there is still no reason they should attack us in a virtual world. There are too many uncertainties in this place after all. They can totally besiege us in the real world. This is the territory of the Federation after all. It will be even more ridiculous if they take us for spies from the Imperium. The identities that we have fabricated are absolutely not worth their trouble. In the moment before Long Yongjun and Ling Xiaola lunged at him, Liao and the mental devil reached the same conclusion. It was a test designed to find out if he was really in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage as he told everyone. Of course, under the collective attack of 6 supercrystal cannons, if he revealed certain magnificent strength that far exceeded the beginning level of the nascent soul stage, or if he performed a certain unknown technique, it would be possible to distinguish his real identity from all the traces. Even if this place was a virtual world, if the intensity of his soul was enlarged 10 times or 100 times in the moment, the sign would still definitely be captured precisely. It was time to take his chances. Liao had already lowered his wariness and was preparing to tell Professor Mo Xian his real identity, but he changed his mind at this point. He simply allowed the 2 virtual puppets made of runes and numbers to jump onto his body and turned a blind eye to the spiritual waves coming at him that seemed to contain destructive force. Because he knew that they were just special mental attacks, which were nothing but illusions that some crystal processors sent into his brains. Even if he lost the gamble, the attack of illusions of such a degree were still bearable for him. Therefore, Liao simply activated the spiritual shield of the beginning level of the nascent soul stage before he jumped to his feet, pretending to be surprised. Boom! 6 balls of light consumed the shuttle like supernova outbreaks and seemed to be completely melting Liao in the next second. Liao controlled the activity of his soul precisely within the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. Suddenly, he felt his body turning light. The feelings of being burnt, stung, and torn apart were all gone. The previously vivid world no longer existed either. Liao fell into a silver world. There seemed to be flowers, grass, hills, and rivers in the world, too, but all of them were silver and glowing in cold brilliance. They were all made of liquid metal. In front of him, the liquid metal slowly wriggled, spreading out rounds of ripples. Soon, it condensed into a shape of a human in silver. It was Professor Mo Xian, who bowed at Liao to express his apology. Wiping his face that was soaked in cold sweat, Liao burst into fury. "Professor, what's the meaning of this?" "I am very sorry, Representative Lin," Professor Mo Xian said expressionlessly. "It was not part of my plan but done at the Secret Sword Bureau's request. They hoped to run another security test on you with the specialness of the Spiriters realm. After all, you will jump to the Heaven's Origin sector and meet most of the leadership of the Federation, even including the Speaker himself, very soon. The Secret Sword Bureau is not suspicious about the sincerity of our ally. However, the spies of the Imperium are truly everywhere nowadays. If they swapped the real Team Red Lotus at a certain procedure and sneak into our capital city, how much trouble would be caused? I was not in favor of it when they proposed to do such a thing with the help of the Spiriters realm, but the Secret Sword Bureau said that it was for national security. I couldn't find a reason to reject them. So, do forgive me, Representative Lin. Liao thought quickly whether or not Professor Mo Xian was speaking the truth, but he simply sniffed on the surface and said, "Then, Have you found anything after your test? That's not my job, Professor Mo Xian replied. I merely constructed such a special spiritor's realm as per the Secret Sword Bureau's request. In fact, this is a virtual world riddled with flaws and loopholes. I believe that Representative Lin must have seen it a long time ago. As for the test result, you can ask the staff of the Secret Sword Bureau after you return to reality. After offering a perfectly logical explanation, Professor Mo Xian bowed again to express his apology. Then, he turned into a cluster of shapeless liquid metal and melted into the entire silver world. Liao was pushed out of the silver world again by a gentle force and sat up from the scarlet nerval interaction liquids that were as warm as amniotic fluid. It seemed to be the hall from which he entered the virtual world. The hundreds of virtual cabins that looked like metal coffins nearby were identical to just now. Wei Qingqing, Long Yongjun, and Ling Xiaola were all staring at him. Wiping his face, Liao jumped out of the virtual cabin. Before Wei Qingqing said anything, he snatched Long Yongjun and dragged her to a corner without caring about the astonishment of all the bystanders. What's wrong with you? Long Yongjun blinked quickly and spoke in a low voice without moving her lips. Do not do such things in public, all right? Cut the crap. Answer my questions. Liao stared at Long Yongjun aggressively, as if he were determined to have a fight with her if anything went wrong. He replied through private talk. Give me my 3 nicknames, pseudonyms, or aliases, now. Frowning, Long Yongjun looked at Liao strangely. Monster Li, Master Spiritual Vulture, Dominator of 3 sectors. What's the meaning of this? Keep going. Tell me your last pseudonym and false identity. Well, Wang Shi, a eunuch. Who? Liao was greatly relieved. It was not until then that his tightened muscles finally relaxed. Long Yongjun narrowed her eyes and observed. You must have experienced some horrible things in the spiritor's realm to be so scared. Not horrible, but weird. Openly weird, Liao said. There are too many eyes and ears here. I'll tell you more when we return. Greetings? Wei Qingqing walked close and asked caringly. Is there anything wrong? No, staring at Wei Qingqing. Liao asked, Miss Wei, did we say goodbye just now? Wei Qingqing was confused. What do you mean? Weren't you in the virtual cabin the whole time? I was talking with Representative Lin and interpreting many details of the Tinder plan for her. Before that, I don't remember bidding each other farewell. Did we? Liao understood everything. Wei Qingqing, who said goodbye to him just now, was false. Or rather, the entire scene was false and created by Professor Mo Xian. Then see you, Liao said with mixed feelings. Hehe. It will be difficult for you to see me again. After all, I'm going to millions of years in the future tomorrow. But it's hard to say. The universe is such a vast place. Life is full of wonders. Perhaps there will be a day when we will meet again, right? Wei Qingqing smiled and waved at Liao. Liao's heart sank slowly to somewhere very, very deep. Wei Qingqing's reaction for his farewell was almost identical to Professor Mo Xian's simulation. It was quite understandable. Wei Qingqing was a member of the Tinder base. Professor Mo Xian, or other creators of the Spiritor's realm, had a lot of time to observe her in secret and analyze her behavior or even mental state. That way, they would be able to simulate a Wei Qingqing that was very close to the one in reality. Liao did not like the feeling at all. If life could be copied in such a way, would it be creating a new life, or would it simply be blasphemy? In any case, Liao did not want to spend one more second in the Tinder base. He only wanted to get out of the place and run as far away from the 100 Flower Space Zone and Professor Mo Xian as possible. On the way back home, it was still the reverse time channel, in which the scenes where humans turned into monkeys, monkeys to reptiles, and reptiles to fish were played. Liao retrieved a scale that felt particularly rough from his Cosmos ring and touched it inside his palm secretly. It was a scale from the red-haired dragon, a unique beast of the ancient sages sector. The stripes of the scale of such a beast were unique and complicated and could even be perceived by fingers. One could not find a similar item in the entire Federation. The subtle feedback reminded Liao that it was the real world. Liao asked Ling Xiaola to drive at a slow speed before he told Long Yongjun his entire experience in the Spiritors realm, including the second Spiritors realm that he was caught in, carefully without leaving out any word or any detail in private. He believed that Long Yongjun might be able to figure out something that he had neglected with her keenness and wisdom. I feel that something must be wrong with Professor Emotion, but I can't figure out where exactly the problem is, Li Yao said. Now that I think about it more carefully, there is really no place that calls for suspicion at all. Everything that the professor did has been done openly and frankly. Also, it is just a cutting-edge theoretical study conducted under the supervision of the major institutions and government departments. Even the second Spiritors realm was constructed at the Secret Sword Bureau's request. I've confirmed it through Ling Xiaola. The Secret Sword Bureau expressed their apologies, too. Their explanation is identical to the professor's. But why do I feel so uncomfortable about everything? After you entered the Spiritors realm, I chatted with Wei Qingxing for a long time, Long Yongjun said. I also examined some of the Professor Emotien's papers on the Spiritors and videos during the academic seminars. Your professor did not lie. It is true that he released his thoughts to the public decades ago. At least, there were small-scale discussions in every university and research institute back then. Besides, from a pure theoretical point of view, I don't think that his ideas have any major shortcomings. As crystal processor technology and the spiritual nexus develop, the virtual world will feel more and more real. So, it is inevitable that more and more ghosts and people who suffer too much pressure in reality will choose to live in the virtual world. Even now, a lot of people often spend a few months at their home in the company of the crystal processors. Aren't they the prototypes and backup army of the Spiritors? This is a trend that cannot be stopped. You may feel uncomfortable about it, but there is simply no stopping it, unless you ban the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus from upgrading, or issue harsh laws that dictate a daily quota of online time for every person in the Federation, who will have to receive mandated therapy or even be sentenced to prison if they surpass the limit. But is it possible? Pondering, Li Yao slowly shook his head. That's right. Professor Emotion wasn't wrong at all. Long Yongjun said. The birth of a brand new virtual life and the virtualization of human beings are unstoppable. Perhaps not everybody is glad to witness such a change. But if 1% of the people volunteer to live in the virtual world, or if the lack of resources and the harsh environment force people to hide in the virtual world and build a tiny paradise there, is there any reason other people should change and even destroy the lifestyle they have chosen? Professor Emotion does not need to play any tricks and ploys at all. The Spiritors will eventually be born. It is only a matter of when and how many. Since the Spiritors will inevitably be born, as an important member of the academic field of the Federation and the human-shaped crystal processor, with the highest computational ability nationwide, Professor Emotion has begun explorations and studies on the Spiritors, with everyone's future in mind. What's wrong with that? Even if you do treat the Spiritors as a certain disease of the civilization of mankind, you cannot just ignore it because you don't like it. All the more reason you should analyze and study it carefully in order to find a cure. Isn't this what Professor Emotion is doing right now? Li Yao nodded quickly. I understand all the logic, but I still feel quite weird. Long Yongjun laughed. Are you worried that Professor Emotion is actually a supervillain who is pretending to be a good guy, and that a great scheme has been hidden below the Tinder plan, say, to make the Spiritors rule over the world and conquer all human beings? But I don't think it is plausible. I don't know much about Professor Emotion, so I don't know whether he is good or bad. However, he is the man with the highest computational ability in the Federation after all, which is higher even than what is expected of the divinity transformation stage. He is known as the superhuman-shaped crystal processor. The thing about the crystal processor is that it is absolutely rational and calm. It will analyze everything carefully and will not consider short-term gains and losses. It is not as emotional as human beings. First of all, virtual life does not need the resources necessary for regular people at all. Professor Emotion was right. There was no reason for them to fight humans and demons. Secondly, even if Professor Emotion is a great supervillain whose ambition is to make the Spiritors to conquer mankind, with his computational ability above the divinity transformation stage, it should be more than easy to figure out that the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in the Federation today are still too underdeveloped. Even the reproduction problem of the spiriters was not resolved yet. They are babies in the cradle right now. It is certainly not a good time to declare war on the old human beings. Even if he does have a scheme, he should develop regularly first for hundreds more years until the technology is advanced enough and the population of the spiriters soars. That's the only way to get a promising rate of success, right? In short, as long as he bears the fundamental interests of the spiriters in mind, he definitely won't activate his scheme, if he has one at this point. It is too rash and hasty. Is it Professor Mo Xian's style? No. I found it quite odd, too. Liao frowned. My professor is not such an unwise and reckless man. Even if he has other hopes for the future of the spiriters, he should know that the rise of the spiriters will not take place in the next hundreds of years. He said exactly the same things just now. I don't think that he was lying. Besides, I do not feel that Professor was a supervillain either. Even in his most aggressive moment just now, I only felt that he was a bit mad, but I didn't feel any selfishness and evilness from him. How should I put it? I've met a few bad guys who pretend to be good guys before, such as Yan Shibei, Xianxia, or Lu Zue, but Professor is different from them. Professor is a good guy. I have no doubt in that. Long Yongjun changed the topic and suddenly asked, if we are talking about suspicious points, I'm more curious about one thing. Why did Professor Mo Xian talk so much with Lin Jiu, the captain of Team Red Lotus? Lin Jiu is not an important big shot, even with war between the Federation and the Black Wind Fleet drawing close. You are just here for a visit. I think a brief small talk would have sufficed. Was it necessary for him to ignore all the celebrities of the Federal Army and the Secret Sword Bureau and talk so much to you? You spent 2 hours in the virtual cabin. He must have been quite eloquent. Long Yongjun was deep in thought. Perhaps he was buying time for himself, but it still doesn't make sense. There was no reason to waste so much time on a second-rate person like Captain of Team Red Lotus. You are at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage at best. There are more than 1,000 nascent soul stage cultivators in the Federation. Even if a scheme was prepared, you couldn't have been qualified to be its target. Was I being too sensitive? Liao took a deep breath. In any case, I'm thinking of leaving the 100-flower space zone in advance and jumping to the Heaven's Origin sector to finding Lingdang and Jean Xinyue sooner. After I find the two of them, I won't worry about the scheme that there may or may not be at all. Soon, the shuttle returned to the spaceport where the carrier was docked. Since they were the special delegation, their starship had the privilege of being maintained and filled with fuel in advance. After a while, preparations for the jump were done. Liao had planned to publicize his identity in the 100-flower space zone, but he was in a hurry for the space jump. There would certainly be a lot of fuss if Yen Liren heard that he was actually monsterly. Therefore, he might as well wait until he reached the Heaven's Origin sector. Liao only wanted to get away from the 100-flower space zone sooner. All passengers, please be prepared. The space jump will be performed in 1 minute. In the launch area of the spaceport, the starship that accommodated the delegation from the Star Ocean Republic was gradually enshrouded in a cluster of gentle brightness. Shivering, it was about to go to the Heaven's Origin sector. At this point, there were 13 hours, 22 minutes, and 35 seconds to go before the Black Wind Fleet arrived at the central space zone of the Heaven's Origin sector. When the cover of Liao's cabin was about to close, Long Yongjun, who was lying in the protective cabin next to him, struggled to sit up and grabbed the cover, hinting for him to sit up, too. I suddenly thought of a motivation for a scheme. Long Yongjun frowned. If it can be called a motivation at all. Oh, Liao was refreshed. Having no time to think about the space jump that would begin soon, he said, "Do tell me. I gave it a lot of thought just now. The more I pictured your professor being a vicious schemer, the more I believed that our conclusion was right," Long Yongjun said. "If he is really a vicious scheme whose purpose is to make the spiriters dominate the universe, there will be absolutely no reason he should do anything right now. He should lurk for another few hundred years for the best opportunity." However, what if you are not wrong? Your professor is not a vicious schemer, but a good one, a noble man, a bright guy who has dedicated himself to the civilization of mankind instead of considering his selfish benefits. Liao was confused. So what? If so, Long Yangjun said, even if he regards himself as a spiritor, he will not consider the interests of himself and the spiritors as the top priority. He will place the overall interests of mankind on the top. That is far more important than the spiritors. In other words, if something is highly beneficial for mankind, even if it jeopardizes the interests of the spiritors and may cause the death of the spiritors, your professor will still do it as a good guy, won't he? Liao blinked and replied, maybe, but I don't quite follow you. What do you mean by something highly beneficial for mankind? Absolute peace, Long Yangjun said coldly. I thought about Professor Mo Xian's words that you repeated to me many times and discovered a very unpleasant phrase. Absolute peace. He wants all the races of mankind to support and help each other in absolute peace, to grow, blossom, and prosper together. Liao grimaced. What's wrong with that? I hope for the same. Peace is not wrong. Absolute peace, on the other hand, is quite intriguing, Long Yangjun said. Let me ask you, what kind of country or social form can realize absolute peace? Even if the Federation defeats the Black Wind Fleet this time, will it be given absolute peace? Will it no longer need to fight the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance in the future? Even if, one day, Monsterly goes on a rampage and leads the Federation to completely demolish the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, then what? The Federation will be stable and united in absolute peace, and a war will never happen again. Of course not, Liao mumbled. There is only unity where there is division. Peace cannot last forever. Wars large and small will break out sooner or later. Exactly, Long Yangjun said quickly. As long as humans continue to exist in their current form, their infinite desires and the finite resources will always be irreconcilably contradictory to each other. Wars are eternal. Absolute peace is never going to happen. But what if most people are virtualized? Will it greatly reduce the consumption on the external resources? Even if wars cannot be ended for good, will the frequency and intensity of wars be greatly lowered than right now? Or rather, won't wars become some sort of virtual game where one can be revived immediately after they are killed? Isn't this some kind of absolute peace? Liao was rather confused. That's a rather unconventional thought. It's very simple, Long Yangjun explained. The civil wars within the civilization of mankind are mostly for resources, especially the planets with abundant spiritual energy, atmosphere, sunlight, and water sources. It will be even better if there are heavenly materials and earthly treasures and a lot of crystals Mother loads on them. Vulnerable and picky human beings can only live on such planets. Even if they have grown into a starship civilization, they still must find such planets as their bases and therefore spend their entire time searching for them. Wars only happen when we are fighting over such planets that are actually terribly rare in the Sea of Stars. For example, the Black Wind Fleet has marched to this place after a tremendous journey from the center of the cosmos. But isn't their purpose to raid the sector here and loot all the resources including population? However, if everyone, no, that is not necessary. If half of mankind is transformed into virtual life and lives in the spiritors' realm, the pressure on resources will be greatly reduced. Humans have the highest demand on their habitats. Demons are much more adaptable than humans and can live on many barren and harsh planets. The spiritors, on the other hand, are a great deal more adaptive than demons. For them, they can establish tiny centers of supercrystal processors deep below the surface of most of the solid planets as long as their underground is free of the interferences of radiation. Everything can be created in the virtual world. Money, women, land, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. All the reasons from ancient times to today that ever caused a war will no longer be a problem in the virtual world. As a result, after the living space of human beings is expanded 100 times over, their internal conflict will be greatly soothed. Wars may not be entirely wiped out, but the odds of wars that are caused by the competition of resources will be greatly reduced. Maybe that is what your professor believes. Even if the Spiritors really have conflicts and a war is inevitable, the wars will not be as cruel as what we are having right now. I have come up with 2 new modes when I just give it a thought. Firstly, just like a war DLC of Civilization, they can establish a virtual battlefield in the virtual world. It doesn't matter at all even if they burn everything on the battlefield down or kill everybody they see. Secondly, didn't your professor mention shells? If the Spiritors must fight a war in the material world, all the warriors can crawl into a certain shell to remote control the army, like the drones or the war puppets that we have today. Even if the shell is utterly damaged, the soul may still be unharmed. Think about it. What an advanced, clean, and peaceful form of war. Nobody will really be killed in such a war. Even if some of them may accidentally crash their soul, the odds of the potential victims will still be significantly lowered than in a war right now. Then, the universe will embrace eternal peace. War will be a solution to resolve disagreement peacefully. It can even be a game of entertainment. War can be a game? Liao shuddered coldly. Why are you wearing such an expression of disbelief? Like human beings are just a bunch of innocent children. Long Yangjun sniffed. Humans are war machines created by the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan in the first place. War and violence are an ineffaceable part embedded in the deepest part of everyone's genes. Human children like to play with toy guns and military action figures. Adolescents like action movies and war games. Even at the twilight of their life, aren't old people still fond of power struggles and strategies? And you personally, Vulture Liao, do you dare to say that you do not like the feeling of fighting? Liao was rendered speechless for a moment. He could only say, no, it's impossible. I don't think that my professor is as crazy as you think. It all depends on whether Professor Emotian is a good guy or a bad guy, Long Yangjun said. If Professor Emotian is truly a vicious villain, and his ambitions are to make the Spiritors rule the world, he will certainly not concoct any scheme at this point because the timing is too inappropriate, and the odds of success are too low. Besides, the potential of the Spiritors are obvious. He can totally draw a magnificent blueprint and spend hundreds of years in hibernation while manipulating everything in secret, like Jean Tui did. Thousands of years later, when mankind is even more deeply associated with the spiritual nexus, it will be the best opportunity for him, and he will activate all his plans. If he is not a vicious villain but only a selfish one who considers the interests of the Spiritors as the top priority and does not care about the conditions of other people at all, he still won't jump out at this point. He can totally dedicate his life and resources to the Tinder plan and flee with his Spiritors to the distant future far, far away, leaving the old human beings and the Star Glory Federation behind. After all, the Spiritors represent the future. All he needs to do is grasp the future. As for those people in the Star Glory Federation who don't believe him, he can simply leave them at their own mercy. Would he be bothered by their fate at all? Think about it. Does it make sense? If Professor Emotian is a vicious guy or a selfish guy, there is no reason he should jump out at this point, is there? Liao pondered for a moment and nodded. Correct. He shouldn't jump out to cause trouble if he is selfish or evil. However, as I said just now and what you have always believed, what if Professor Emotian is neither a bad guy nor a selfish guy, but a good guy who places the interests of mankind above the interests of himself and the Spiritors? Long Yangjun asked. When such a good guy has discovered a solution that can bring absolute peace to human beings and avoid wars forever, will he be patient enough to wait hundreds or thousands more years? Is it possible for him to carry out an escape plan, abandon his compatriots and motherland, and run to the future, while leaving other people to struggle in the turbulence of war? At this very second, putting the minor conflict that is about to break out between the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet aside, a super war that is 100 times more gory, that the war here is taking place between the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, 2 human superpowers at the center of the cosmos. In such a super war, countless people die every second. They are blown into smithereens, their broken limbs flying everywhere. A lot of old people, women, and children are trembling in fear, screaming, and struggling painfully to live or die. As the Star Glory Federation embarks on the journey to seek universal hegemony, It is inevitable that you will be involved in the war, too. Whether you win or you lose in the end, billions of people are destined to be killed. Can Professor Mo Xian, as a good guy, idle about when such a future approaches and simply care about the petty interests of his spiriters? Can he ignore the deaths of billions of people and abandon his dearest compatriots, but only dwell in his small circle of the spiriters? No, it's impossible. If Professor Mo Xian is truly a good guy, he will definitely try his best to save all of them and free everybody from war. Therefore, when we were just considering from the perspective of the interests of the spiriters and himself, we certainly couldn't find an answer, but if we think for the interests of all mankind, everything will make sense. Bulging his eyes, Liao mumbled, "My professor is indeed someone who is willing to sacrifice everything for his motherland and compatriots. Also, as a refiner, he is also a resolute and determined one. When he has a plan, he will certainly not just write it on paper or talk about it, but will put it into practice step by step. To carry out the Heavenly Road plan 100 years ago, if I hadn't volunteered to look for the ancient sage's sector deep inside the dark nebula, Professor Mo Xian would have abandoned everything and marched into the dark nebula at the risk of his life. It's understandable that he does such things now, but the odds of success are astoundingly low. You don't save someone because you are sure that they can be saved," Long Yangjun said. "For example, if you see a poor, innocent little girl on a crystal rail, and a high-speed crystal train is running toward her and will soon crash into her, just because you calculate that the odds that you can save the little girl are only 1%, will you simply watch her be killed by the train while doing nothing about it?" Liao thought for a moment and replied, "No, I don't think so. I believe that most people will not calculate the odds at all. There may be too little time for them to understand the situation, but if they realize what is going on, they will certainly jump forward to save her without considering anything. It is a natural instinct, a conditional reflex. Why bother calculating the odds?" "Exactly," Long Yangjun said. "You need only calculate the odds of success when you are carrying out a scheme, and you will only activate it if the odds of success are high enough. However, salvation is a natural instinct. One does not require consideration or calculation. People will do it whether it succeeds or fails and whether it is beneficial for themselves or harmful. As long as war is completely destroyed, trillions of people and even everybody in the entire universe will be saved. Nobody will ever be caught in the pain and destruction caused by war. There will be no more conflicts, no more contradictions, and no more bloody wars. Is such a motive not enough to make good guy Professor Mo Xian pay everything?" Liao was lost for words, completely defeated by such a new way of thinking. "Of course, this is just my random thought. It might not necessarily be the truth," Long Yangjun said casually. "It was you who insisted that Professor Mo Xian was weird and asked me to find a motive for his scheme. Then, after I examined and ruled out all the possibilities with my wisdom, this is the last motive that I found. I have already tried my best. You can take your time to think about it. After all, whether it is true or false, we will reach the heaven's origin sector very soon. After we get to the turf of your wife and your disciple, there will be nothing to be scared of." After saying that, Long Yangjun was ready to crawl back into the protective gel. Right then, a sweet voice of reminder echoed from the ceiling of the cabin. "Last 5 seconds to the space jump. All passengers, please immerse yourselves into the protective gel and close the covers of the cocoon cabins, in case the storms in 4-dimensional space scourge your body and soul. 5, 4, 3. Storms in 4-dimensional space scourge the body and the soul." Liao was deep in thought. The last few words of the reminder, however, forced him to bulge his bloodshot eyes wider and wider. His face grew more and more awful, too. A moment later, he shrieked at the top of his voice. "No, we cannot start a space jump. There is a trap in the 4-dimensional space.